and welcome to the wonderful Sunday of Collegiate Overwatch. It's finals day for all three of the divisions that we are going to have here on broadcast. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty. It's going to be a long and a banger of a day with all of these games that we have lined up.
Yeah, we have three finals back to back to back. It's going to be an incredible day of Overwatch, and we will get to see who will be victorious in each one of these different brackets. It should be one heck of a day here, Molly.
Oh, as it always is. We love ourselves some Collegiate Overwatch, and I know you guys all watching too. Whether you're here as a Collegiate Overwatch fan or seeing it for the first time, you are definitely in for a treat. But as we said, there's a couple of different divisions that we're going to be looking at today. So let's take a moment to walk you through what that is going to look like. First, we have our open division. This is accessible and open to any school, whether that is a club, whether that might look like anybody can participate. In that, we had over 250 teams play in the Swiss stage in attempt to qualify for playoffs, which were our top 8 there. Or top 16, excuse me. And then for our varsity side of things, this is for programs that specifically have a dedicated staff. All of the students are on campus, and they are certified under NACE eligibility, are all full-time students. So a bit of a different standard there for some of our new programs to get a chance to enter, and then those who are well established in the space and continue to put up these larger performances. But we also have a third format that we're going to be showcasing a little bit today for our very first game. It will be the Varsity Plus. So this is also under NACE, similar standards of how you have to have everybody on campus, you have a dedicated staff and space to work with. However, this is like the developmental league. It is for teams that are typically divided by rank in their conferences. There's no nationals for this. It's just within their conference of between 7 and 9 teams.
So this is, for this first game here, we got Texas Tech, Maryville Academy. This is just the final for their division. So obviously it's still, I believe it was the top ranked for the East. So this is still at least two of the best teams in Varsity Plus on the East side of everything, but it'll be Texas Tech taking on Maryville Academy. And then later on today, we got some teams you've been seeing throughout the entirety of this tournament on stream. We got an ISU double feature and open. They'll be taking on Fisher College. And in Varsity Premier, they will face off against St. Clair. So teams you've seen a whole lot of as of late, especially the Redbirds. You get a double dose of them today, but we will finally get to see how all three of these brackets end up.
Yeah, and everyone's going to be experts in ISU by the end of the day today. I can guarantee that. And even when you look at all of these brackets, it's a great opportunity to see not only the more developmental teams, but also the ones that have different types of programs, different types of support behind them too, and how much the students are passionate and the amount of effort that they're putting into these teams to reach these types of heights. So I'm very excited because we also don't get to see the Varsity Plus all of that often either for this particular game. So it'll be a bit of a treat for everybody. But if we're talking about treats, I got one for you too. It is drops time for our viewers at home, and I can tell you, Jesse, these ones pretty dang cool. They're cat themes. I want to hear my meows in chat because today it is warranted. Just look how adorable these are.
Yeah, it's super cute across the board. I love the banner, like the cat laying there,
I will be
sleeping,
using
watching
that.
the Overwatch screen. That is so cute. But make sure you have everything connected, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, and you have to have the volume on. And I believe if you have multiple streams up, it gets a little weird. So make sure you get these drops. And I know I have my phone going on the side right now to make sure I get the drops. But no, make sure you get involved and watch and earn today during these grand finals.
And you and me both, Jesse. We want the cats. Like, I am a huge cat person. Very allergic, but I love them. And these are, like, actually so adorable. Like, I would love to have a cat on my desk like that. Although it's a lot more chaotic than the cute one that you're currently seeing on your screen. But it's kind of nice. Everyone gets a little bit of something. And now we get to go back to our teams. Our very first matchup, this is the Varsity Plus East 1 final. It is open, so any rank is playable at this point. I believe the division below it is like Diamond, So this is typically Masters and up is what you're going to see here. Not quite at that same Varsity Premier level that we'll look at later today, but these are the teams that have been working on a lot of their skills and are on the rise to reach that Premier level.
Well, so yeah, both these teams have still had very solid years. Obviously, for Open, I believe both actually still played in the Open bracket. Did not make it into the top 16, but had some decent campaigns. So these are no teams to kind of push around. And I don't know, this is a little bit of a revenge tour going on for Maryville Academy. They took down St. Clair Academy during the semifinals, a team they lost to just a few weeks ago. And I believe it was a 1-3. This time they won in a sweep. So now the only other team they've lost to this semester was Texas Tech in a 3-2 banger. So they'll be looking to get some revenge. Texas Tech will be hoping for the same result. Maybe a little bit less stressful, though, than a 3-2 this time around.
That's what you would think, right? So, in Texas, though, this is the team that we're expecting to be on top. This is a undefeated 7-0 roster, 8-0 if you count the semifinals on top of it. This team has not lost, and I don't think that they're going to with how they have played. Again, it was a 5-map series, and just 2 weeks ago, I believe October 27th, not 2 weeks, that's more than 2 weeks. I can't count. It's time on planet. Time flies when you're having fun. But it was pretty recent, less than a month ago. That's when that 5-map series happened, and this is kind of a team we've had on our radar for this is like the second year now. They've been close to being considered a bubble team for some of the tops in the nation, and this time taking on Maryville and doing it in undefeated fashion, Jesse, we might have to consider that even further.
Yeah, they've kind of been floating around that bubble conversation for a while. They've had some decent results in other competitions as well. And then they had some results of the competitions like, maybe not their greatest performance. But here today, if they can have a very strong exclamation point on their Varsity Plus season against Maryville Academy, that could be enough to boost them into that conversation, and it's exactly what Texas Tech will be looking for.
Yeah, but Maryville, as you said, Jesse, they're not going to make it easy. This is the revenge tour, as you said. They had 2 losses their entire season that just happened to be the last 2 weeks of that regular season against St. Clair Acad, against Texas Tech, came back in the semis, had a, complete sweep over that St. Clair Academy team, and are now here looking for that final spot. And especially this roster in particular, I think KJ really stands out on that DPS. She's been around the scene for a while, played in Calling All Heroes, does a lot of analyst work too. And so this is like a Maryville roster that, you know, you're pretty confident in going into it. But not to mention, like, just think about the history that the school has, not only in Overwatch, but with just esports in general. It is like the gold standard for collegiate esports at this time. And I think Maryville Academy are really happy to have that at their backs, especially heading into this quote-unquote upset of a final.
Oh, I say this, you hear the name Maryville in collegiate esports, whether it be Overwatch or elsewhere, it is one of those names that stand out. I was like, hey, these are one of the top programs in the country. And, you know, yes, they sunset the varsity team for Overwatch at the end of last spring. This academy roster has been holding on the name very well this semester, and they'll be looking to kind of finish it on the right note here. And like I said, KJ is one to definitely look out for. She's been all over the place. Not only, like you said, in collegiate, but in Calling All Heroes, and even in a very similar setting to what we're in right now. So KJ will be one to look out for. Texas Tech will need to make sure they can keep an eye on her to make sure she doesn't pop off enough for the Saints to kind of swoop in and steal this victory.
And that is, of course, going to depend on our maps, too. Because as we've seen for our past couple of weekends, that this is it's an interesting meta. Because we're in a spot that Zarya is kind of been, like, you play this, otherwise you lose. There's very few teams that have been able to play something that's not Zarya and be okay with it. So that in the tank department I think is going to be important, but also having like a dive alternative. This can be a heavier dive map pool if you look at it correctly, if that's kind of the direction you want to go. Like I see Ilios, Blizzard World, Dorado, for example.
Oh, let's say this is definitely a dive leaning map pool, right? And even though, yes, you don't even have watch point, but like you said, an escort, Dorado and Route 6, awesome for dive. Runasapi can be a great dive map for push. Blizzard World, Midtown's its own map. I don't know if you can really put a label on that, but even Kings Row, we've seen a lot more diva comps over these last few months on the map. So overall, very nice for the dive set, but like you said, Zarya, especially right now, she's so good She had a very slight nerf in the most recent balance patch. One of her perks got downgraded a little bit, but that was really it. I have a feeling she's still going to be all over the place today, and it's going to be how these teams either want to play into it or do they want to play around it.
And that's just how good the hero is. Like, you can't,
Yeah.
there's no ignore button. You can't just silence it like your phone, but you have to do something about it, and the best answer has been to play it. You're making your own life difficult if you don't, or you could ban it, theoretically, if that's the direction you wanted to go. We will be going to Busan, though, for map number 1. Bit of brawl, bit of dive is what we typically see on this particular map. And then just to clarify, this is also a first to 3 series, a little bit shorter than our other 2 games, which will be first to 4.
Yeah, so this is still best of 5, what we've been seeing the entirety of the way through this tournament on broadcast. The later 2 games, that's when we get a little bit crazier with those best of 7s. But we get the bans coming in. I believe Texas Tech are the ones banning first. So they will ban away the Orisa, which you don't see a lot on Busan other than Mecha Base. So maybe they're really worried about that and they want to play something different. But no, definitely an interesting ban from them, and it'll be Sombra on the other side. And Sombra has been sneaking back in a little bit. Obviously, Genji got a little bit of a nerf on Tuesday as well, so that kind of opens the door up for Sombra to dive into some of these comps, but it will not be on Busan.
No, not quite. And this makes sense, too. The Sombra, I think with her small buffs, especially to the perks recently, have been very helpful if you can get to that major. Yeah. But the Orisa, I'm a little shocked by, because typically you're not gonna, it's just not a strong hero right now. I think the only reason you would ban it is if you think you're gonna play like a Ramontra, but even then it's not great. So I am interested to see what that ends up looking like. Perhaps it's a strat that Texas Tech are used to seeing Maryville play. Reminder, these teams hasn't been a long time since they met each other on the battlefield. Are a bit familiar with those types of strategies, so we can expect to see these bans play out accordingly.
Yeah, these teams obviously have very recent history, so this may just be like, hey, Texas Tech know Maryville Acad love playing the Orisa, so they're going to try and ban it away early and earn that first map advantage, especially on their map pick here to start off. But no, maybe not the bans you would typically see. Like we've seen a lot, especially with these last few days. Lucio bans, Zarya bans, Kiriko bans, Wuyang bans, but not usually a lot of these two. So that kind of opens the door for a lot of these main compositions that we've seen over these last 2 weeks to still shine, depending on how these teams want to play at it. So this should be a nice, great start here to start off. We got our first grand final of 3 today, so lock in, everybody. This is going to be a long day. Get some snacks, get some drinks. Obviously, it's been a beautiful weekend, depending on where you're at. I know for us here in the Midwest, this morning was a little chilly. A little chillier than I expected it to be. Yeah.
But, it's better. I'm looking at this overcast weather in Busan right now, and I'm like, you know what? It's not raining. It's not snowing. That's a win in my book.
Snow is, yeah. Oh, God.
We can save that until December. How about that? That sounds fair?
Yeah, that can just get pushed away just a little bit. We don't need any of that SNOW quite yet. I'm not even gonna
That's crazy. It's like spelling it so it doesn't hear. It's like how you spell treat when you're talking to your dog, so it doesn't know.
Oh.
Whoa! Alrighty.
Okay.
I'm liking this. I am liking this so far. It's quite the strat, I can definitely say. But we do want to talk about, too, these teams. Yes, they're going to be butting their heads against each other, and they're going to be looking for an advantage. But there is one thing that I can tell you about. It is an in-touch credit unit. It cannot boost your KD ratio, but it can help you level up your financial game. So visit itcu.org to learn more. It's federally insured by NCUA as our sponsor for the day. So very much thankful for that. But Jesse, we're rolling out here. Mecha Base. There's that Zarya we were talking about.
Yeah, so we saw the Ryan initially getting teased, but no, we'll go to more of the standard here with the Zarya. They'll want to try and play very quick, try and just crush down on clamps, but LRF, Ashe was also one that got a little bit of a buff on Tuesday, and we're already seeing her.
Yeah, Ashe is good, and KJ found that out the hard way. LRF ripped her head off. Not very exciting, to start as a Sojourn. And Texas Tech did a really good job at making sure LRF could have this entire high ground. You see Joe and the rest of Maryville Acad start to rotate around, doing a bit of chip damage into Mobilize. But even though this point is unlocked, nobody's capped yet because everyone from Texas Tech is trying to catch Maryville on the rotation, but it comes back to bite them in the butt, not respecting the Zarya at all.
Yeah, the Zarya, once it gets built up to that level of charge, it is just so hard to deal with. And KJ comes back with a Fury as well, able to find 2 eliminations and a very quick flip over to Maryville Acad. And now that they've won that first fight, they can just hold this choke. It's a little bit more difficult for this comp that Texas Tech are running to break through here. It's a lot of range. It's not like Clamps has a lot of protection for the rest of their team as well, so they have to have a little bit of a distraction on the right and now dive in through main.
Yeah, you need to pull a split push here. That's the only way this ends up working, and it already caught Maryville Acad off guard. The point just gets flipped over, and Nemris got Mango. Barely any healing on the Maryville side. LRF finally out of this choke, so he'll start firing a couple shots across the board. KJ's still alive, though. We've seen that she's coming up with these final blows if she has the chance to do it, so Texas Tech need to be careful in their cleanup.
Yeah, the Red Raiders gotta be careful, and that is quite the opposite, actually. KJ takes full advantage. Epic Z-Ray will be sent back to spawn, and now Maryville Academy, they will actually go off of the Zarya and closer to this dive style that Texas Tech are running with D.Va instead. So I have a feeling also a little bit of a target here on the LRF.
Yeah, LRF is a little scared. Sound barrier, Bob, Overclock, all just lobbed on his face. He'll go down, and Maryville Acad using the tempo beat to their advantage. Epic Z-Ray has gone down early in a lot of these fights, so couldn't match it. No Kitsune rush either, since Mobilize just went down too. So Texas Tech, it's just a buy of time. How much more percentage can you get as the Saints clean up?
Yeah, they're able to get maybe an extra, 10% or so on this point, so not too bad of a stall here from the Red Raiders, but it will eventually go back over to the Saints. And a lot of this back and forth from these teams, very similar to their series a few weeks ago. Now, Texas Tech, they should be able to go back in here. Maybe a downpour paired with the pulse bomb here from Clamps and Nemris could open it up. A Mango will be the one to look at with this cleanse.
Look at this wraparound, too. And we're playing like Ring Around the Rosie, but Maryville kind of seems like they're losing. Clamps very low, managed to hit the downpour, sure, but none of his team was there to follow up. Nemris, that's the pulse bomb to go kablooey. And the Saints, they're starting to sweat it a little bit. Texas Tech, they feel that this is winnable. Sound barrier is down, and Nemris looking to clean up Ducio in the back with a nice quick melee.
Nemris, the MVP of that fight, finds 2 with the pulse, finishes up a 3rd as well. And we were talking about it, they're going to be looking for that pulse bomb. It was a little bit delayed. Clamps doesn't put down the downpour right away. Oh my god, yeah, level 101, that makes sense. But eventually, Nemris still able to find both DPS from Maryville Acad. That opens up the fight, and now Maryville, they have to find a way in. Death Blossom in hand, but they still ideally build up the sound barrier to break through.
Well, it's easier with Epic Z-Ray.
There we go.
Yeah, KJ has just been bullying Epic Z-Ray on this Lucio. He has to be very careful about respecting her damage. Maryville just gets to the point. Ducio knows there's no one to match the sound barrier. They're going to end up using it, but Texas Tech, for the most part, were able to kite away from a lot of that overhealth. They want to force out every single resource that's available. There's Toadie's Death Blossom on the floor, even if it wasn't super necessary.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they needed it, if I'll be honest, but hey, they feel like they needed to at that point, so they pop in. They still have self-destruct and the overclock incoming here from KJ to use off this next fight. So it's not total doom and gloom here for Maryville. Like, yeah, but it's not like Texas Tech have a ton either. LRF will send Bob in to touch on point. Maybe enough of a distraction for Nemris for another big pulse.
Nemris has been doing a great job contesting this objective, but Maryville also aren't paying him any attention. KJ, yet again, finding these first picks seemingly out of thin air. She's going for a flame in the backline. They were gonna have no idea what it is. No, I thought she was gonna drop down. That would have been a little gutsy. So probably the smart move, even if it wasn't the entertaining one. Maryville, though, 95%. Texas Tech, they gotta get to the point. The Bob is out, but it's not contesting. Nemris gotta be the one to touch. He'll get there, but at the cost of Mobilize. It'll be a 1-for-1, but without the healing here, Texas Tech, they're feeling the damage. Pulse bomb stick, yeah, hits onto Joe, grants the D-Mech with a self-destruct, blows Epic Z-Ray off of Mecha Base entirely. And Maryville Acad, they're gonna take round 1, 199.
Those kills on Immobilized were so big from Maryville Acad. It stunts that first attempt of that final push from Texas Tech. We saw Clamps was so low. They're just hiding in a corner, trying to eat up as much of that Lucio healing as possible, but it's not like that's going to be very fast. And then eventually, yes, they have to use Bomb to have Maryville back off. And from that point on, they really don't have anything else to push into. And just when you think Mobilized might get the Kitsune Rush to get them over the line, they die again. So that was beautiful targeting from Maryville Academy. As we look at the scoreboard here, KJ, we were talking about her beforehand, leading the lobby in kills with 15. Yeah, she's not slowing down anytime soon. And as we get into now for this round 2, not much is changing.
No, just Toady switching off the Reaper over to the Genji, which is a little better for Clamps. Don't have to worry just getting blasted in the face. And honestly, it's good, because this is an incredible Tracer map. When Texas Tech were doing good, it was because Nemris found this little window to slip on through, apply some pressure there. But Toady, look at that, instantly slashing and dashing, takes out the Tracer that we were just talking so much about. And yeah, Maryville Acad, they're just going to take this fight in the outright with the setup of Toady and KJ.
Yeah, they will just back up. They're not going to make the same mistake Texas Tech did in taking a long time to cap. They will just go right in and start that percentage up. And yeah, Genji, the projectile size got a little bit smaller with the patch, but I think overall still a lot of value you can pull out from the Genji. You just have to be a little more direct and coordinated with your efforts, but already challenging the high ground. And Epic Z-Ray's got to be careful.
Oh, no, he's not going to get out with his life. Ducio chases him down, and Joe follows up on LRF. This is what we're seeing. This execution of the dive from Maryville is finding so much that by the time Clamps gets set up, you're already down 2, maybe 3 of your teammates.
Yeah, that dive has been fantastic from Maryville Academy as soon as they got off the Zarya. And a lot of the time, the target has been Epic Z-Ray. During the beginning of these fights, just catching him off a little off guard, and they've taken advantage of it every single time.
Obviously, Texas Tech, though, they made it past the choke with all their players, which is an improvement. But Mango has this Kitsune Rush so much earlier than Mobilized. Texas Tech, you gotta book it. They gotta find a way to kite, but they're all trapped in this mega room. Maryville Acad poking in and out, seeing if they can catch someone off guard. Mango TP's in. There's the Suja straight onto LRF. It's a 1-for-1 though, but Ducio will even the battlefield. In fact, surpass it for that sound barrier, and Maryville Acad cleaning up. Perfect so far on downtown.
Yeah, absolute perfection from the Saints. They will not be able to get the stagger on the Clamps. Pulse Bomb a little bit wide from Nemris, trying to maybe pull something out here at the end of that last fight. But now Maryville Academy in a great spot. Self-destructed delay, the overclock of KJ, and they've already enclosed Texas Tech in this corner.
But now the point pressure is there. The support ult needs to be big, and they are immediately doing it. Respect to KJ and her overclock. The down for won't quite land on her, but I think it grabbed 2 in the back. Forgot their umbrellas at home, and Toady and Mango wish they checked the weather before they went outside. So Maryville Acad, they're going to lose out this one. No perfect run on downtown, but it's on Texas Tech to keep this going.
Yeah, and Texas Tech have to use 3 ultimates during that fight just to get over the line. It's just LRF with the Deadeye, and honestly, you have a deflected Genji, you have the defense matrix of Joe. It's going to be really difficult for the Cassidy to get a whole lot more than maybe an extra few seconds bought for them. So Texas Tech, they got to find an early pickoff here. They get picked off first almost every single fight.
You have to act first. You cannot allow Joe to just walk into these team fights. It's been a big problem for Texas. As you said, the real only duel, and it's not an ideal ultimate to have in this situation. LRF using it just to negate the pressure, but honestly, it put a bigger target on his back. Joe absolutely was just lawn mows him down, and Texas Tech, now down to DPS, have to turn their sights onto this objective 4 fight. Tony has a Dragon Blade, KJ very low. If they can finish her off, maybe there's a chance, but she's just gonna get all the healing from Mango in the backline, and Tony is here with KJ and Joe and Ducio and Mango. It's the whole squad. They'll get the flip, and Texas Tech down there, Lucio, are gonna have to stall this one out. Tony still holding on to this Dragon Blade, very patient with it, with the sound barrier, gonna help with some of this aggression, maybe burn through some players, and with Mobilized going down, the chances of Texas Tech coming back have diminished entirely. Maryville Academy looking strong, looking dominant here so far, Jesse. Busan, just the start of their revenge run.
Yeah, Busan, Texas Tech's map pick.
Yep.
Will go the way of Maryville Acad. And yeah, that was not the start the Red Raiders were looking for here in this final. That is for sure. But Maryville especially there in round 2. Almost perfection across the board, just playing it extremely well. And Ducio, again, we didn't get to see him a whole lot during this one, but setting up a lot of these plays, whether it be with the amps or the sound barriers as well, even though that's, well, not highlight, maybe not exactly the highlight they would like to see after we said that, but Texas Tech, they looked great early on with this hazard comp, but Maryville, you could tell they eventually figured it out, and as soon as that flip started on Mecha Base, it felt like it was the Saints' map to lose.
Yeah, and this just was a game that I think the comps were a little wonky. When we got to see Texas Tech set up, like with the Tracer, it's great, but the Hazard doesn't move as fast. The Hazard's not as mobile, and it's just squishier than a D.Va overall. And I think a lot of that trouble came from there. D.Va's an incredibly strong hero, and we kind of saw Maryville follow this philosophy of, if there's not a Zarya being played, then we're going to just go over to this D.Va. It's fast, it's so tanky, and you're just Thanos if Joe can make it work right.
Yeah, if they can make it work right, man, Maryville might just go on a run here. I wonder if we just have a 3-0 sweep to start the day, because Texas Tech, they just had no answers at all for this D.Va composition. And you would think, obviously, these teams just played 3 weeks ago. Maybe that's why, you know, the Orisa ban even got pulled out. Texas Tech maybe thinking they're going to lean more that direction. They try and go the Zarya. It doesn't work. But this D.Va comp has looked great, and if you're not, we were talking about this in pregame, as soon as the D.Va comp gets played, it almost feels like you have to counter Zarya if you can't figure it out early on. But on a map like that, it's so difficult for the Zarya to work. I understand why Texas Tech didn't go that route.
No, downtown it's too much high ground, too much open area. The Zarya will just get bursted as soon as those bubbles are out, and it's not fantastic peel in that regard, and Maryville knew that. Like, if the Zarya is not going to work, then we're going to play D.Va. If you've ever tried to play D.Va before into anything that has a semblance of a laser beam, you're not playing laser tag. You are just put in a microwave, and it's not an enjoyable experience whatsoever. So I am wondering too if we are either A, going to see another dive map because the Hazard is favored and get a D.Va ban, or they're going to try to force more of a brawly type comp for going forward, since that just seemed to feel a lot better on something like Mecha Base.
Yeah, I could see them going either route. Obviously, we were talking about it earlier. Definitely a more dive-centric map pool that we have right now, but you could take some of those away, right? Like, if you go Shambali, then you're taking away 2 fantastic escort maps for dive. Or even if you pick King's Row, then you're taking away a map or 2 that is great for dive, even though with the D.Va comps especially can work. So that's when maybe a D.Va ban could be fantastic here for Texas Tech. But they're taking a little bit of time here to figure out what they want to go with. And I don't blame them. Obviously, it's the final here. You want to make sure that every single decision you make is worth it. And it will actually be Shambali. So they take off the board 2 fantastic dive maps for escort, and they will take away Ducio's Lucio. And you know what? I don't blame them at all.
No. As you said, Ducio, unsung hero of map number 1 for Maryville. It's hard to like look at a Lucio's POV or even just like around the map to see the value that a Lucio brings. But Ducio is that player. He'll be that escort. He'll be the one to follow up on these eliminations if you absolutely need it. And you can see how much he was just like holding Joe's hand, and they were running in and having the time of their life as besties. Okay, you got to take that away here on Shambali. Again, very brawly and rush. You need to be able to close these gaps fast. These are long, open sight lines. But here's the thing. You take away the Lucio, Jesse. Things like the Sojourn, still very open for somebody like KJ. So I am interested to see how that's going to work for Maryville. Because if they couldn't pull off the dive successfully, KJ always managed to get her 1 or 2.
Yeah, also on the other side, though, LRF, this is an awesome map for Ashe, right? Like, very tight, long-range tunnels. The dynamites are going to be big. It's actually the Cassidy that will be banned out after the fact. And that was something we actually saw LRF near the very end. Maybe pivot to the Cassidy to try and deal with a lot of the pressure up front, whether it be from the Tracer or, you know, the Genji, D.Va, whatever it may be. So I don't actually I don't mind either of these bans from these teams. And obviously both have their set win cons going into this map. But Texas Tech, hey, this is your second map pick now. You got to convert one of these because you do not want to fall into an 0-2 hole very early on.
That's a big no-no. Like, especially with Maryville coming into this with the amount of momentum that they had. Like, you have that big upset in the semis, lost 3-1, completely sweep them in the playoff season, and now you're coming into this like this is a full circle moment for Maryville. The Saints are feeling confident after map 1 for sure. It did not feel close at a ton of points outside of the very start of Mecha Base there. And now that both of these teams are comfortable moving to a different map, we'll have to find out if this will actually change. And I am very curious, is the Diva still valid here on this type of map? It's not something we normally see. Like, it's typically a Ramattra or a Zarya angle, but I can see a vision if they really wanted to force it.
It can work if you force it, but I would say it's a giant risk, because even like Sigma can be played here, more on the defense, but you can play more of a pokey style. Sigma with, obviously didn't really get touched too much during the recent patch, but right now isn't in a horrible spot. We've seen it a little bit here and there. I think we even saw it yesterday a little bit with ISU in Winthrop. I think Infected pulled it out for a few times. So pretty wide open here are the options, other than, like, I doubt we're seeing a Doomfist. Wrecking Ball can work, but neither of these teams have shown that so far. In Texas Tech, they'll actually go more of that poke angle that we were talking about. So Clamps on the Sigma, LRF will stay on the Ashe that we saw earlier on Busan. But Nemrus, knowing that Tracer can be a little more tricky here, and it's a lot of more verticality that you want that Genji for, they will lock that in. It's the double flex support with the Lucio Band, the Baptiste Kiri. So maybe not as much damage as you would think with either like a Zen or an Alari comp, but still a great amount of healing.
Yeah, Bap Kiriko, it helps like with the off angles, but it's so survivable. It's going to be difficult to actually burst down a player with both Immortality Field and Suzu as an option. This is a fun angle. I didn't even know this was possible. XZ, right? We're learning something new today. I'm here for it. I am a little concerned with how far up Texas Tech is holding. I see a Mei, I see a Ramattra. Both of those, Sigma are on his stay away from me list, so Texas Tech are going to have to forfeit some of this space if they aren't super safe about it.
Yeah, look at this. Maryville and Cat have already wrapped all the way around the high ground. So Texas Tech have had to give it up. It's one of the best spots they can be in, and now they have to play this super far back. And FXZero and Nemrus, they're stuck at a very awkward spot. Nemrus will eventually get pushed back, but this is a little bit of a mess here to start off.
You're saying stuck? I see a Genji and Kiriko on my screen. Those two cannot get chased. Like, it's just not going to happen with the dash available. So Texas Tech, they're okay. They have great off-angle presence, but again, Joe is getting close to Clamps, and that is a stay away from me kind of thing, like a 6-foot distancing. Just keep them away. But you can't really do that for the end. Eventually, Nemrus will get caught out in the backline on that off angle. Yeah, you get Joe as a trade here, but with how low Clamps is and Mobilize going down, it's still going to be a slow push. This Mei wall is terrifying if it could go up, so Texas Tech playing it safe back here.
Yeah, they've already taken out a minute and a half on the timing, but it's this final corner that you really are going to try and hold for super long. But like I said, Tony already has the Blizzard ready to go, so if Clamps is not able to eat it with the grasp, it could be the end of this point unless Texas Tech have a fantastic Suzu from FXZero.
But Kitsune rush first for Texas Tech. I mean, Clamps does have the open. That's a great dash from Nemrus going into the back lane, playing strong, yeah, but the Tidal Blast from Ducio, too much for him to handle. And blasted into tomorrow, and Texas Tech, they have a stronghold on this point. Joe, though, Annihilation up and ready, but it's so hard. Look how spread out Texas Tech currently are. Trying to isolate Clamps from the side, but he dodged the way out of the point, and no! They don't get the touch. They commit the window. That's a C9 if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Clamps was just stuck in the corner. I wonder if he thought somebody else was going to be the touch, but nobody else was even in a remotely decent position too. So Maryville Academy, they get the end of first phase for free, basically, Molly, in a map that usually we're seeing the end of this first phase being capped in overtime. Now, Maryville Academy have just under 4 minutes to go through this middle phase, which, granted, is also very difficult, but it's a lot more time than most people get.
Well, here's the fight that they're actually looking to take. The overclock nano mobilize, dodging through KJ's shot. Look at those tickle toes. Outmaneuvers the Sojourn. Down she'll fall. And Texas Tech, with a bit of fancy footwork, will manage to hold on in what could have been a very sketchy situation.
Yeah, maybe a little bit fortunate there, Mobilize. Just doing a little bit of bobbing and weaving and eventually able to dodge all the nanoed overclock shots from KJ. But Maryville Academy now, let's see what they want to do. They've given up on the Bay. It does get a little bit more tricky here. There's so many different off angles that they can get poked out from. Those walls can be broke. It's not as great. So they'll actually just match the Genji, which I have a feeling they can just pair. Now they have the Tidal Blast back up from Zucio. That could just be an easy initiation. And
Clams, no! Not only did that whip, so did the Rock. So this Ramontra with the Tidal Blast gets into the back line. This Immortality Field down. KJ will secure the elimination, and Joe has found the window that he wants, running it down. Making Texas Tech taste the purple rage. So Maryville Acad, they're going to keep going ahead. That was a series of unfortunate events for Texas Tech.
yeah, you miss your flux, and then you miss the accretion, which lets Jonas have a red carpet to your back line. Yeah, a little bit of a disaster there for Texas Tech. But Maryville Academy, they are a team that if you make a little mistake like that, they're going to pounce on it. Exactly what they did there. No ultimates, though, now for the Saints. That ultimate advantage goes back into the power of Texas Tech. Epic Z-Ray more than likely popping this Kitsune Rush early. Well, they may not even need it now.
No, you already got Toady, so the off angle is basically free. The thing is, Clamps, like, you're not going to just stand there forever. When that Nemesis form comes out of Joe, you kind of got to back up. So I still think this will be an option, especially since Clamps goes down. But Nemris sees a Dragon Blade and a rather grim end in Maryville's future. That's 2 for him. Looking for even more. Both of these targets are so low. Gets the team that's a 4K for Nemris and Texas Tech. They're going to put their foot down.
Yeah, Nemris is like, all right, even though we have no tank, let's just go win this fight. Beautiful blade there from Nemris, and a nice little deflect as well. Maybe not the discipline you would typically want from Maryville Academy there. I think that might have been Joe who killed Ducio. But Maryville Academy, they won't complain. Minute and a half left, and Joe will actually make the swap back over to the Diva. So even though the Ram versus Sigma is a Ram advantage, they feel like they're not being able to close down on some of these kills fast enough. And now instead will actually wrap almost on the outside back post.
Yeah, they get all of this high ground, but just respecting the amplification matrix. KJ, yeah, he used the overclock. Not the end of the world. You get the one shot that you wanted. The Clamps almost off to a Gravitic Flux, and you're kind of going to want that right now with the Kitsune Rush and how quickly Maryville are moving to the back line. But he's going to hold the trigger where Joe is trying to run it down on these supports, or rather onto LRF. Yeah, the Flux comes in, but there's no elimination to follow through on it. Nice accretion from Clamps, holding the rest of the team back, but it's still a 4v3, favoring Maryville Acad. And with that kill onto Nemris there, the Saints, they're going to march their way through the second objective.
Eventually, 3.5 minutes gone, but they add another minute and a half back for the final phase. And it does feel like Clamshot is just getting ran over during some of these fights. That time, they're actually the last one remaining. The Gravitic Flux. Yes, it lifts up one. They find elimination following it, but it just didn't feel like it was enough because when Clamps is in the air, Maryville Acad are just diving the rest of their team. So it's a much a catch-22 situation there for Texas Tech. Bob is an option here for LRF to maybe stabilize this fight out a little bit, but Maryville Academy, they have the tools to keep the pressure on. Or just a beautiful shot.
That's the problem. Yeah, you needed LRF in that fight. KJ, eliminating that is an option entirely, and there goes Toady. Blade out, slicing and dicing. Down goes Clamps with the help of Joe and Maryville. Final corner to be rounded. Texas Tech, they need to stop a full cap if they want a chance.
Yeah, they need to have some sort of quick recontest here. Mobilize, that goes out to the Juno to use the Hyper Ring. It's a beautiful dodge there from Joe.
Oh my gosh, Joe, just saved the day for Maryville. The Bob won't get to the point, but it's still at a decent angle to do damage. D-Mech is out, so there's the self-destruct. Won't actually find an elimination. The Clamps on this Doomfist is going to be hard to find not only a target, but keep this point contested at the same time. Just 3 meters until a full completion here. And that Doomfist, you're not feeling so healthy. Epic Z-Ray doing his darndest, but even that won't be enough. KJ, yet another overclock, but there's LRF at the kill feed. There goes Dragon Blade, built up again. The hero plays are ringing through for Texas Tech. They're going to find their win cons when it all looked dark and desperate and make sure Maryville can't get it on that push.
Yeah, beautiful little touch there for Texas Tech, and now some of them actually go back and swap Clamps back onto the Sigma. Mobilize will stay onto the Juno for this final stretch. Epic Z-Ray. Zen? Zen's the call.
KJ's dead. But yeah, to get the Zen here, it's to burst down these heroes. You want to make sure that there's not a solid touch, and it already being a 5v4, you're not liking those chances. But with Joe being on the ball, you're right, the Zen should be some dive bomb, but a boot to the face, and Tony reeling. Tidal Blast, though, out onto Joe, will knock over Glance. Less than a meter remaining, and this Sigma hanging on for dear life, but no supports here, so any damage they take is permanent, and Joe putting in the work on this ball. That's 4 final blows going to his name. What on earth? This is like a 1 in 10 probability that we see that work out, and Maryville Academy made it happen. They'll find the full completion after all.
They push all the way through it. Yes, it's a little bit messy. It's a little bit all over the place, but Maryville Academy, that's exactly where they like it. And the wrecking ball through it, just a nice little curve that Texas Tech did not have the answer for late on. They pumped so many ultimates into that previous fight to keep the defense going. They had none left for that final. Joe, oh my God, 22, 6, and 5 so far for the tank. And honestly, it hasn't been too bad. Like, Nemra 16 and 6 has been popping off here for Texas Tech, but there's just so much going on. 6,000 damage for Ducio on the Wuyong is just absolutely egregious.
Well, that's Wuyong for you. It's like the better version of Iari in this day and age, except for instead of sun rays that are nice, you just drown people mid-air. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's like, you know what, we're going to send these orbs and you can just whip them around corners, and I won't lie, yeah, Wuyong is easily one of the most fun heroes I've seen in a long time. Like, they're giving main supports just an extra little boost. But Maryville Acad, now that they're on the defense, they will actually match that Sigma that was working pretty well for Texas Tech. But, of course, they're going to keep Ducio on the Wuyong instead. For Texas Tech, they want to close the gap once again. Actually, this time, it's kind of just a role reversal, right? The Ramatra to try and punish the Sigma, but this time it's Texas Tech and Clamps on ramp.
How the turn of the table, but the tables have turned. Definitely the first one. Texas Tech, though, gonna look to walk their way up to this high ground, I would assume. It'll be decently easy to get through Joe once the accretion is out. But also, it's Shambali. You're going to force this payload as far as you possibly can. And look for the anchor control. Tony has been struggling with that so far against the likes of Agenji, giving up the entire side lane to Nemris and Epic Z. Ray gets found again. Will sneak back down and saved by Ducio, but the payload was still moving throughout this whole time. Joe, not seeing a ton of this action so far. It's just these two separate skirmishes that are going on this side. Nemris, though, in a bit of trouble. But look how far Texas Tech got for free, basically. It's only now that we see the first pick coming through. Ducio playing a water gun battle on steroids. Will end up getting the one, and Texas Tech, they're going to back off with the lack of healing.
Yeah, as soon as they lose one, Texas Tech, they know they don't have to play into a disadvantageous fight. They have spawn advantage, and they might be waiting a little bit longer now that Nemris has fallen. That'll just cue the retreat, but Maryville Academy, yeah, they'll try and find some sort of stagger, but there will be none to be had. And now Texas Tech, the issue is this corner can be so rough to push through if you don't find that opener, and now they have.
I was gonna say, you just summoned it into existence. Prophet Jesse moment, for sure. Without the Tracer, though, you gotta be quick. She'll be back in the fight momentarily. Ducio, under a little bit of pressure, tanked a shot from LRF, who recently is on the Sojourn now. KJ tasting her own medicine, but that Bob is online. Almost no! LRF again takes her out. Now the win condition looking over to Joe, but it doesn't end up connecting onto LRF. Still incredibly low. Yeah, the chase is there, but who's going to contest the payload? Less than 5 meters will be remaining here. Joe struggling to get back, eventually gets the touch, but there's so many ults on this objective for Texas Tech that they have available. Joe dies to his own accretion, of all things, and Maryville, their Shambali defense point 1, is in shambles.
Yeah, very similar, actually. Just both teams not being able to hold this first corner for very long. It's just very unusual for this map to have it go down that way. But Texas Tech, they won't complain, as now they actually have so much more space here now. During the beginning of second phase, Maryville Academy wipe early, and now that'll cue the full-on reach. So this cart will get all the way around the beginning of the S-curve, and Texas Tech, they will have almost every single ultimate available as well to keep the snowball going.
And the only thing that can actually stop this, I think, is a Joe Rubinic Flux. But you're not going to use that in the face of an amplification matrix. Ideally, Bob, just in the middle of the point, completely completely zones them out, and a fantastic accretion onto Clamps. Yeah, it's going to stand a little bit longer on the Bob, but as soon as the Bob walks away, the Annihilation, all for naught. You're still down on the 1, and there is that gravitic flux that we were talking about. Joe 1 through 44. I only know Joe 45. That was fantastic, and honestly, kept Maryville on their feet through all that chaos.
Yeah, the fact that Maryville is able to hold the line, obviously, the window early on, they pop the Bob, and that forces the Annihilation there from Clamps, and Maryville. They just take their time a little bit, and as soon as the Annihilation is done, that's the go button for Joe 45 and Maryville Academy. Yes, it's a little bit of an expensive fight, 3 ultimates gone, but still a stabilization that was desperately needed. And I have to deal with LRF, who has an overclock of their own to try and match.
Oh, Nemris? Well, I was gonna say, how about Nemris? Has not lost a fight when this Dragon Blade has gone out. We're gonna keep that narrative the same though. Look for the cheeky flank, but Maryville had like a sixth sense that he was just lurking in the background. Sniffed him out a little. There's an overclock. They'll break through the shield. Joe on the back pedal with the rest of the team. And Elrod slides in. There's the title blast in a heap of trouble, but no Vamp 2 throughout all of that. Are you kidding me, LRF? Texas Tech, they're winning this. And Emrys wants to make sure of it. There's the blade, goes on out, slices Cody in half, and will take about a chunk out of Joe's 45's HP bar, and not gonna last too much longer. With Ducio going down so early, a great 1-2 punch play on the DPS line of Texas Tech. They got 3.5 minutes with their point.
Yeah, a full minute and a half more than what the Saints had going into the final phase. This face-off from Cody has not really worked out too well so far, but now they have the Blizzard to try and slow this next fight down a little bit, but Epic Zero will be looking to do the exact opposite with this rush. They have a window they can use on the back half as well, and right now Texas Tech in a beautiful position to keep pushing.
And these support ults are going to be the way to do it. I think a Blizzard here from Cody, you're kind of going to need that to be on point. That's going to save the day, along with Joe 45. You have a ton of zoning ultimates, and just a way to stuff the battlefield where it stands. But with Cody under so much pressure, no! Goes down, doesn't even get to use the ice block there. Tragedy strikes, at least for that ultimate, but Mobilize is also down. So Texas Tech, you can tell Clamps is struggling for HP. Still wants to commit this Annihilation to it. It will do enough to sustain him, and Epic Ray can continue to pump these healing papers towards the point, but eventually the tank falls. Maryville recognized that Texas Tech, they overspent, they overdid. You don't have Mobilized here. Not a good way to make this fight go long, yet somehow LRF and Nemris, they're still firing on all cylinders. With the tank gone, Nemris can just do as he pleases.
Yeah, this is going from bad to worse here for Maryville Academy. Now they're in stall mode. KJ goes down, so will Mango. There will be a touch though.
Yeah, there's a touch, but Nemris has yet another Dragon Blade to come. Joe made a miracle happen with the Wrecking Ball, but where his Elfbar is, it's not looking likely. Nemris Blade out of the sheet, can't quite find a target, does a chunk of damage, but it's all LRF that's getting these final blows. KJ now has this overclock on the point. LRF shutting down yet another, with KJ all on her lonesome. It's Texas Tech. They're rolling through, and Jesse, it's starting to make sense why this was the map pick.
Yeah, this map pick making more and more sense here for the Red Raiders. They will have almost a 2-minute advantage going into overtime, but for now, they will actually go back over to the defense due to Maryville having less time. They will push first, but this DPS duo, like you said, of LRF and Nemris just wrecking havoc right now onto Maryville Academy. And Texas Tech, after there's been some sets of fights here that it's a little bit at this an ult advantage has just been going back and forth. Nobody's really been able to cycle through them. But that was the perfect example right there of cycling through. Texas Tech for 3-4 fights in a row had the right ultimate for the right situation, and they played around it perfectly. And now you can see these scoreboards evening out a little bit. Nemris 31 eliminations still going strong. LRF also catching up a little bit with 24, 13.5k damage for them as well. And they want to stick, instead of starting off with the Sigma, they want to match the Ramatra here on the defense.
I think that makes sense. You've such a small time bank to work with. Texas Tech, they want to hold close. You want to give as little ground as possible, and both these teams really struggled on their first point holds, which is often the hardest point on Shambali. Let's see what Maryville can get done. KJ going over to the Freya. I really like this look too, because LRF and Nemris, they were unleashed in this last round. KJ and Tony, they come back to life.
I do really like the Freya pick. I will say, the Freya pick from KJ, this is a map, again, super long range, and you can just spam those darts through some of these choke points and pretty much immediately put any squishies in a very vulnerable position for Toady and Joe to finish up.
Dropping down and contest on the corner, which has not happened in the past couple rounds, so big fan of that. And with Joe's Nemesis form already out, it clears the battlefield for LRF to just take down Toady. Really been struggling to find his way onto these side angles through that other temple. The Clamps gonna try to pump in the aggression, a couple of the little punches there onto Maryville's tank, and there's only 14 seconds left, Jesse.
Yeah, Texas Tech did a great job slowing down this fight. Now Maryville Academy have to find something quick. Mango, she's playing a very dangerous game on high ground.
Playing is sketchy, yes, but a lot of the major resources are gone for Texas Tech. Like the Immortality Field with Suzu came out, I believe, not too long ago. So now it's on Maryville Academy. How far can they push this payload? Because it's starting to sneak away from Texas Tech. LRF tried to book it, but FXZ-Ray couldn't escape the grasp of Toady. I believe that was the Vortex laid down on top of him, and Clamps following suit. Maryville Academy, they're coming back into it. They forced the positioning and made Texas Tech have a massive mistake, and will take all the space for it.
Yeah, Texas Tech just gets split because some are trying to pay attention to cart, some are still paying attention to high ground, and Maryville are able just to collapse on the split members. And now, I don't know if, I don't think there's going to be a touch here, Molly. During the end of first phase, there will not. So now first phase guaranteed for Maryville Academy. The overtime timer continues to tick down.
For Maryville too, we don't see this happen often. You need to put your momentum as fast as you can. Tidal Blast onto Toady. Look for the jazz up. There's so many cooldowns that were just dropped. So even if you end up losing one, I would say it's not the end of the world, but if both DPS dead, that is major alarm bells ringing for Maryville. Joe, close to an annihilation that can help make this fight last longer. Without support, no consuming rush from Mango either. Maryville, this looks like the end of their trip. But considering how hard Shambali is to push, Jesse, that is a fantastic mark to set.
Yeah, all things considered, a very winnable position now for the Saints. As they will have 3 minutes to hold the line. And time will tell, will either of these teams be able to hold that final corner for more than 30 seconds? They have not been able to so far, and that could be the win condition here for Maryville Academy. If they can just hold that final corner for long enough, but this Red Raiders attack has been fantastic so far. As you can see by the time bank, they'll have plenty of time to dissect what Maryville Academy are doing and how they want to play around it. But definitely a decent push here for the Saints during their overtime push. And I didn't mind that Tidal Blast play for Maryville, right? You send Toady up, you try and force a lamp, and it does. But then the window gets popped, and because of the fact that Toady already used Deflect, he kind of was just staring at the window like, oh, crap. And KJ gets popped immediately as well, and like you said, once the DPS are gone, there's just no firepower left for Maryville to stand on.
Right?
No, Maryville's strength this entire series so far, I think, has been, one, initiating, catches Texas Tech off guard, and two, forcing positioning, making these rotations before their opponents can. And Texas, they're left reeling. They're left with like giant question marks above their head, like, what is going on? And you're gonna have to hope that Maryville can do this again on the defense, because triple their time bank is what Texas have to work with.
Yeah, so now as you can see, Texas Tech, they're just gonna play this extremely slow. And again, they have the advantage instead of the BAP, with the BAP instead of the Wuyong, I should say. They have that lamp to play around. We've seen that already a few times be a massive advantage, but this constant poke damage from DCO is definitely not a downside, keeping Epic Z-Ray at bay.
It's like, you banned my Lucio? Take that!
How dare you?
How dare you? Yeah, it is his namesake after all. But it is a bit of a slower start. I mean, Texas Tech spent a lot of energy trying to force that side room that Clamps just went up by himself, and KJ's like, all right, cool, I'll just take your head home with me. So no tank now for Texas Tech. That's a minute burned off the clock, and with how these staggers are coming in too, gonna give even more time.
Yeah, Texas Tech, they just try and take these two different fights at once, and Maryville Academy eventually realized that, let's just run. At Clamps, they have no Suzu, because Epic Zero is on the other side of the map, and I believe Lamp was already popped by Mobilize. So it's a very easy fight win for Maryville Academy. Already, half of this time bank is gone, Molly.
Yeah, that's not what you want. I mean, to be fair, Texas Tech, you saw Maryville get their first point with just a minute. Still have a little more than that, but KJ putting in the work on this high ground, and she just can't be contested. Texas Tech decide we can't split fight anymore. We need to 5v5 this, but at the cost of KJ just does whatever the heck she wants. Clamp's still in a bit of trouble there. Had to use the immortality fields for it, and they just can't get through these choke points.
No, they've been struggling to get through this opening choke, and now we're only got a minute left. In Texas Tech, you gotta find some sort of opener here. You can't just continue to play this poke game without any results.
And Maryville are doing a great job rotating and matching these pushes accordingly. Although Joe is kind of low here, so Texas Tech realized that. They have the Kitsune Rush. Honestly, could use that to run some people down. KJ had the double slide, but even that won't let her escape from being caught punching bag of the day. There are the couple of eliminations that Texas wanted to get. The Kitsune Rush will certainly help them do it. And there's another one from Mango. I'm not too confident in this. It does help keep Joe alive, sure, but LRF is on this high ground. KJ's dead, so she can't help with that particular angle. And now you're just out of Kitsune Rush and half the first point.
Yeah, Mango's gonna want that one back, but it's not all doom and gloom yet for Maryville Academy. Still the Annihilation, Overclock, Blade to use for this final contest. Texas Tech have weapons of their own. It's going to be who is the aggressor here, who wants to pop these ultimates first, and who can actually capitalize.
Up to be 2 fights, 1 for Texas Tech, 1 for Maryville. You don't want to use all your resources, but Mobilize already down. Texas Tech, you're going to have to invest more than you originally thought. It is a 1-for-1 though, but the Amplification Matrix, they didn't respect it. LRF was just hanging out back there with the Overclock. That's a double kill for him. Maryville, they had such a good advantage, but they didn't end up using any of their ultimates. They want to hold it for one final contest. Toady's going to get bad spawns though. So you're going to have to be 4-5.
Yeah, Toady will get far spawn, and yes, they have the dashes to use, but they will not be here for the beginning of this fight. Texas Tech realize this.
Whoa.
They are playing up extremely early, but they cannot do exactly what Maryville Academy did. They cannot die early.
No, they cannot. It's more ultimates for Maryville, yes, but this Dragon Blade from Nebras, he's yet to lose with it and wants to keep it the same. But some fancy footwork from Toady, he's going to kite it entirely. That's a big win condition. Go on, Texas Tech. They have nothing left to go. Nebras tries down Toady, though. The blade is gone. Joe's dead with the Annihilation. Texas Tech against all odds. It looked like it was in shambles, but they pulled it back. Shambali will go to Texas Tech, and we have ourselves a tied series.
We have a series, everybody. Texas Tech, just when it felt like everything was slipping from their grasp, they were able to pull it back and tie us up now at 1 apiece. It's just an insane game near the end. And Texas Tech, again, they play up early. Those ultimates used by Maryville Academy near the end, they're almost used just kind of in a panic mode, so they're not super organized. And Texas Tech are able to weather the storm and win map 2.
What a map this was. Oh my god. Like, I love seeing Shambali, but this seriously went the distance for what we were considering it to be. And to be honest, like Texas Tech, LRF, Nemris, they came alive when they needed it the most. And like, again, fantastic shots from every player, especially there from KJ, but in Maryville, they were much better in the macro. They had better space control. The rotations were great, but they just couldn't find these same pop-off, or rather clutch plays that Texas Tech just pulled out again and again. The more the fights that they won, Jesse, were when they were down players.
Yeah, and you can tell exactly why Texas Tech wanted to go here. They want to force this rush because they love getting a little bit down and dirty. They want to make sure these fights are a little bit chaotic, and it worked out perfectly there for Texas Tech, and they even us up at 1 apiece. But now the power, for the first time today, goes into the hands of Maryville Academy. And I would guess they want to go back to dive in some sort of fashion. But obviously 2 fantastic dive maps in Escort no longer available. So maybe we head over to Hybrid or even Aruna Sapi to make sure this dive can still work.
That's kind of the angle that I was thinking about, is we're either going to go to, like, maybe push, but Hybrid, like, not even King's Rock, Blizzard World is, like, the diviest of dives you're going to get, with the exception of the third map, or not the third point, jeez. But Hybrid, like, as a whole, if that's where you want to, like, force the diva, that's your best bet. You will need to ban a tank, though, if that's going to be the case, since that will kind of be in insta-ban there. But all the same, I think that it's a Texas Tech, if you can keep them, like, on the back foot and not give them any like sort of semblance of space or allow these chaotic fights to happen. When Maryville take them, they're clean. When Texas Tech do, it's like a clutch. You're always down somebody. You're down to the last second. And I think that this is interesting because can be either a dive or a brawl, depending on how you look at it and where you want to play. With Maryville's ban being on the Ramattra first, that tells us they want to brand that diva again.
Yeah, or even if they want to bring back the Zarya. If they want to still lean on the rush, but they don't want to play, obviously, the Ram, considering how Shambali played out, it leaves the Zarya back as another option here for Maryville Acad. But let's see here what Texas Tech want to ban in response. Obviously, they can't ban the Diva because of that Ram being there first. So I would think maybe, if you want to maybe, obviously the Wuyong worked out pretty well for you, so you don't want to ban that out. Maybe even a Baptiste, if you want to take away that Bap Kiri from a Texas Tech, then that could be, and from Maryville, I should say, that could be a nice little opener here. But let's see here, and it will actually, the Reaper will be banned. So not wanting to play into these Reaper comps. Obviously, we saw it a little bit actually during map 1, so it's not completely random, but you know, I thought for sure they'd be going support.
I guess, but like you want to play the Kiriko, right? And Ducio's gonna have his Lucio anyways, so there's just not a ton of room to be able to do that after the Lucio ban on Shambali. So I think this does make sense. And assuming we are going to see clamps go back onto this hazard type thing with the Ramattra being banned, taking away the Reaper I think is your best bet. It also kind of nerfs the Zarya a tad bit, since you don't have a very easy bubble target that can just walk up onto somebody and with shotguns to say sup, blast them in the head and they topple over. So I think this does make sense at the end of the day. You don't want to worry about that off angle. And I think too, we see Nemris more confident in matching a Genji or Tracer from the likes of Toby.
Yeah, Nemris is definitely a little more agile DPS, right? The Reaper, a little more straightforward in how you want to play it. They want to have those agile DPS on the flanks, whether it be the Genji or the Tracer. We've seen it from Nemris on both sides, and it's worked out fantastic. So that's still a very good option here for Maryville and for Nemris to try and play around. Sorry, for Texas Tech and Nemris to play around. But this should be, I won't lie. Yeah, this was definitely not the map I thought that we would be seeing here from Maryville Acad, but it does leave up the opportunity for them to really jump in, take this 2-1 advantage, and try and close the series out in map 4.
At Maryville too, like, this is a team that if they play their own game, and for the most part, I think they've been in control of a lot of this tempo, a lot of the space. And Flashpoint, this is like the map type for you to be able to do that, knowing when to push, knowing where to set up, but also like marking all these angles, matching your opponents where they are, and more so forcing your opponent to play your own game. So in that regard, I think this is a fantastic pick for Maryville. It's just not what we were expecting in terms of the compositions that we've seen them be the strongest.
Yeah, I thought for sure we'd be seeing dive. We've even seen dive work on this map before, so it's not like it's totally out of the question if later on we see them return back over to the Diva for Texas Tech. They're just going right back to the hazard that, yes, it didn't work on map 1, but obviously still feels very comfortable in LRF. Yeah, already on the Cassidy. They know pretty well that Toady is going to be on the Tracer or the Venture.
Heck yeah.
Which, yeah, that is music to your ears.
Oh yeah, Toady, that MVP for this map. I mean, just by picking the Venture. Happy day. We'll see what he's able to get done on it. It can get punished by both the Symmetra and a Cat, or not even Symmetra, really good at Symmetra, but by the Cassidy. Not gonna be a fun time if you fly too close to a flashbang here. But Toady, just kind of wrapping around, pushing with, I believe that's Ducio, over on the side where Ibixiri, again, getting caught out. Has had a massive problem with that on map number 1 when he played Lucio into KJ, and doesn't seem to be any different here so far on Suravasa. Aggressive burrow now from Toady, but knows that everyone from Texas Tech, they're backing off, just going to allow the CAD to get free cap.
That was that the Venture can work really well into the sim, especially if these TPs are a little bit too organized. Toady can just push and displace everybody as soon as they make their way through. So that will be something to look out here from Toady. Here we go, another TP. And actually just being on high ground. Nobody really goes in it.
No, and Tony will make sure nobody goes in it. A very intricate drill dashing in is very gutsy. Even if you have the burrow there, you will absolutely get punished. Thankfully, KJ was on the side angle. No one looked at her, and LRF's head found a rail shot between the eyeballs. So Texas Tech, they are on even footing, but with the Symmetra, they're more confident in a frontline battle. And KJ getting shoved back as far as she is, and Clamps not having a ton of health to work with. Eventually, Texas Tech decide to retreat more towards this objective.
Yeah, just trying to play her own play. LRF is stuck in such an awkward spot over on the flank, and KJ has been keeping him in check. And now the Kitsune Rush, though, for Mobilize to try and capitalize.
But just don't have LRF. He was on so far away from the fight. It was basically a 4v5. Maryville, though, much respect over the Kitsune Rush. It just wasn't enough. Clamps make sure Mango hugs a cactus on her way out, and eventually Texas Tech will get their flip.
It's just one extremely long fight that Maryville Acad won't be super mad about. That's a 90%, 89% cap off of one true fight win. So that is pretty good for the Saints. But now they got to push into this sim. Obviously, the turrets are going to be all over the place. The rotates could be very easy here from Nemers as well. That wall will just deny everything from that overclock. Well, except
Clamps just like decides, you know what, I want to go, just jumps into the lion's den and dies instantly for it. That was a gutsy play if I've ever seen it. Texas Tech, they had everything that they needed to do to stay alive in that fight and blew it right there. Yes, you're still in control, but it's not going to last much longer. Maryville will get this flip, and Texas Tech, I don't think they should contest this.
No, I really don't think they should unless they find something really early. And they do, actually. They find Mango.
You're still very much down on players, or at least feeling in this regard. Do you see how Will popped the sound barrier?
Oh, no!
Popped up into the ear with the help of Tony and Epic Z-Ray. That is one that's going to live in the history books for Texas Tech. Maryville, they're going to take point number 1 and mark it here. And they didn't even need to use the Graviton Surge either. Best case scenario for the Saints.
Oh, that's rough. Oh, that's so rough for Epic Z-Ray, who's been targeted quite a bit by Maryville Acad. It happens once again right there. And there's a little bit of an Ajax. And now, like you said, this grab's still available for Joe. So they can pair that either with Toady, or they can honestly just use it in general to kind of fend Texas Tech off, knowing that the sound barrier is out of the way.
A free fight win is what a Graviton Surge is, or in fact, a free fight win because Toady and KJ decide, you know what, we're going to make Joe's life easy. We're going to do all the heavy lifting for him. No shiny buttons need to be pressed at all because of it. Fantastic setup from Maryville.
Yeah, beautiful setup, and like you said, no ultimates needed during that fight at all. So Maryville Academy will just they will step in now, try and be a little bit more aggressive on this positioning. Nemris is on the Genji now to try and maybe pair up with this downpour from Clamps, but that's really all the Red Raiders have. They are still in quite a difficult spot to try and break through the wall of Maryville Acad.
They're going to do their darndest, but the longer that this goes, the harder it's going to be. And Nemris, aggressive so early, all of his cooldowns down, and while Clamps is F0, they just push on the other side. No Genji to follow up with the Graviton Surge. That's exactly what you expected. And Maryville, that's the only big tool that they're actually going to need to invest.
Yeah, they do lose KJ, but honestly, if that's all you really lose during this, then that's completely fine. You still only use one ultimate to win the fight. You still have Tectonic Shock and the Kitsune Rush and Overclock going into this. Still having the ult advantage going in. Texas Tech, it's going to be a lot on if this Kitsune Rush can maybe catch somebody from Maryville Academy off guard.
Now, it'll be laid down first by Mango. Now they're going to follow up, but it doesn't look like it caught all that much there. And KJ is just holding this overclock. Fantastic bubble goes onto her, denies Clamps dive entirely, and in fact puts him in such an awkward position. He'll get bursted. Maryville Acad, they don't have support, but there's no tank for Texas Tech. Toady live and well with the drill dash, with the Tectonic Shock. Venture gameplay at its finest. And Maryville, one more point. Saravasa is theirs.
Yeah, this has just been an absolute roll so far from Maryville Acad, and they actually get the advantage as well of the next flashpoint being right here. So they have all the time in the world to set up. Ducey will be looking for some boops, assumingly. Yeah, look at the position he's already playing. Yeah, he's definitely looking for it. And has the beat, and things get a little bit messy with this blade.
And that's all it's going to take. I mean, Nemris, we know how much that's a win condition for Texas Tech. But so's KJ's overclock gets LRF on the fadeaway. My goodness, what a shot from her. Looks like all she's gonna get, though, on the particular side of it without a hit scan. Not all that much damage output for Texas Tech. Cont still wants to try to commit, though, into this fight, but he doesn't have a ton of support with the Suzu going out, and Nemris left on a bit of an island with the help of Cody there. Just drill dashed him away from the fight, and Maryville, they'll get that first cap again.
Yeah, they take advantage of having that early positioning, and they just wrap around, and yes, the KJ ult, of course, yeah, she's going to get value out of it. Are you kidding me? Nemris now has the blade up and ready. Epic Z-Ray has the beats. We'll see if they actually make connection with the ground this time. This is a very late swap. Clamps will go over to the Sigma again, which Sigma could struggle against the Zarya. Once the Zarya closes the gap, this could be a little bit of a risk here from the Red Raiders.
Yeah, especially because Saints could just run it down with Ducio's sound barrier if they decide to. Although Tony will eventually get caught out, so that's something to work with. The Texas Tech, they're just chilling. You don't have a Dragon Blade to work with. The Sigma can't push into this fight easily. Epic Z-Ray is so far away from where the rest of the action is happening. And guess what? Joe 45, I see a Graviton Surge in his future. Texas Tech, this is final fight, Jesse, and they're gonna have to dump everything into it.
Yeah, Maryville, they'll just try and fight this first. Blade down, and Ducio's able to get away.
There's the sound barrier a bit later, and Joe runs out of bubbles. That's best case scenario. The Graviton Surge ends up with absolutely nothing. Fantastically played by Texas Tech, by Epic Z-Ray. Sound barrier hit the ground, so no asterisk on that. And there will be a flip and still a chance for the Red Raiders.
Yeah, Red Raiders stay alive for now. Ducio is able to get the beat off with the bubble from Joe, but it's not enough. As like you said, Joe, the bubbled Ducio, I don't think they actually got hit with the beat either. So this is like, well, I'm dead. Like, no bubbles, no overhealth, and that is just a dead Zarya. Waiting to happen. Epic Z-Ray, man, already in this fight. Hitting critical, but Lamp is saved still here from Mobilize to try maybe use it with this window to make sure that extra value is used for a little bit longer.
There we go. Got the hop that time. Gravitic Flux, though. Can I manage to catch a new one? It looks like it's on to two, but one of them being the Zarya. You have a Suzu. That does actually 0 damage. And Nemris, it's so aggressive with the amount of charge Joe built up from that fight. They just walk straight to the Ambagers. Hello! There's an overclock on the other side, Maryville. LRF will take that any day of the week. My goodness. Texas Tech, with that alone, that should just be the point.
Yeah, break and big flashing light. Do not cross. They crossed. And that was just an easy fight win for Texas Tech as long as LRF lands the shot, and that's exactly what he does. So keeps the Red Raiders in it. Mini reverse sweep potential here for Texas Tech as they make their way over now to Gardens for round 4. And KJ and Tony still both have their ultimates to play off of, and Maryville Academy will get positioning first. So Texas Tech will have to break through another stronghold defense without their Lucio.
I think Z-Ray has been having a very hard time with KJ.
That's a rough
game.
She
just sees him on a wand, like, just gonna peel him off just a little bit. So, and without the speed here, like, especially the Sigma, you're just stuck. You're a sitting duck. You don't want to push into a Zarya at all. The point really isn't unlocked yet, and you can see Clamps is hovering around this point. With that overclock from KJ, that will buy some space. Immortality field is out. What the heck was that shot? Never pops out of the ground. KJ does a 180 and manages to hit the headshot on top of it. Maryville, that is a firework of a first fight on the Gardens.
Yeah, beautiful shot in the Nemris, who has now made the swap on the venture to match from Toady, but a beautiful shot from KJ. No. We have a pause requested here. So maybe a little bit of a late pause. Obviously, it's at least not during a fight. Maryville Academy, they'll have a bunch of ultimates here to work off of. Obviously, they have the Graviton Surge. It's only 20 away. They still have the Tectonic Shock of their own to play into this fight. So still a whole lot of value here on the table here for Maryville Academy. But it feels like at least Texas Tech, they're getting their bearings back a little bit after a very rough 2 first flashpoints. But yeah, it's a little bit easier, yes, on that third one. You just throw a lot of ultimates in, and eventually it's going to work out. And you're not going to get that type of pop every single fight.
And see, that's the scary thing about Texas Tech for me. It's like, it's cool, they have big flashy plays, but Jesse, it's like the only way they're winning fights, and it actually messes with my heart. And it's bad. It's really bad. That is not a consistent win con. It's great that you can do it, but with how well-rounded Maryville Academy is as a team, that at the end of the day is going to win you more fights. And I'm especially scared for Texas Tech as we go back in, having to push in with the Sigma.
Yeah, the Sigma now, it's just a little rough, and we've kind of said it. Now they at least have the Graviton Surge, and the Gravitic Flux, I should say, to kind of maybe fly around and get a better position during the beginning of this fight, but that also leaves the door wide open for Joe to use the Graviton Surge onto the backline of Texas Tech.
So they're gonna try. It'll be Tectonic Shock out of Toady, zoning a ton of space. It'll be a 1-for-1, but we'll take a dead back teeth any day of the week. Sound barrier there to completely counter the Gravitic Flux. Wisdom for health to spare. Hammer's going down. This is the last good fight that Texas Tech we're going to get. If they get another touch, it's going to be scrambled, and it's going to be without 3 of their players.
I don't think they get it at all.
There's grab.
Mobilized, yeah, is stuck here. It's not like they have a ton of movement. Maybe Clamps can get there. No, but they're going to get grabbed.
There we go, Maryville Academy. Back on top with their own map pick, and we talked about how good this team is at controlling their space, taking fights at their own tempo, making Texas Tech play their game. And Flashpoint to Rovasta, it only amplified it further. Jesse, one more map, and that complete revenge run is done. Texas Tech did take this to 5 last time, but Maryville, they want to end it in 4.
Yeah, Texas Tech, we were talking about earlier, like, hey, maybe they want it a little bit less stressful. Now you want it to be as stressful as possible. You need it to get to that map 5 if you want to keep your dreams alive here of winning out here in Varsity Plus East. So this has been a little bit of a rocky road for Texas Tech. Maryville Academy, they just do feel like the more consistent team so far during this series. And I don't know what has changed. God, that was still just nasty even on second viewing. They've just been the more consistent team. I'm not sure what changed from 3 weeks ago to now, but this Maryville Academy team, man, they look unstoppable when they can play their game.
Like, is it the Zarya meta? Is it KJ? Like,
I don't know.
What am I witnessing from this team? And if honestly, it's the macro, it's the coaching, and it's been the decision-making so far for Maryville. But now Texas Tech, they have a very important decision themselves of what to make, of what map 4, what could be their very last in this East season, and be their first loss in a Varsity Plus. We're going to send it to a quick break, give them the time to get everything set and ready, and we'll come back with more Collegiate Overwatch right after this. Maryville Academy Saints 1 map away from their title in the Varsity Plus East Division. And Jesse, this is the run back of a lifetime for any team, realistically. Maryville went 7-2, or not 7-2, excuse me, 6-2 in the regular season. Oh my god, 5-2. I can't count. Counting is hard sometimes. There's 8 teams, 5-2, 2 losses. They beat one in St. Clair Academy in the semifinals, and now the only other team that has stood in their way so far is Texas Tech, and all it's going to take is one more map, and that title is Maryville Academy's.
Yeah, only 1 map away here from Maryville Acad to get over the finish line. And we'll be going to New Queen Street here, going a little bit north up to Toronto for potentially the final map of this series. And it will be the Diva Band from Texas Tech. We were kind of wondering when it was going to drop, and this is finally when it is.
Better late than never, and honestly, at this point, you're not worried about map 5. You need to focus on map 4 and get yourself there first, even though it will be like a Maryville map pick and first ban. It doesn't make sense. This map is very much, we dive, we have fun, we brawl. I do wonder what that tank choice is going to be, if it's going to be the Sigma, or it's going to be like that sticking with the Zarya Winston type deal. But the Tracer ban on the opposite end, Tracer very good on push, but that just means we're going to play Genji instead.
Yeah, that legit just means we're going to play Genji. Maybe we play Venture again. I doubt it.
It's not great here.
Maybe
not great.
No, it's a little bit more rough to play the Venture here on New Queen Street. So more than likely, just going back over to the Genji that we've seen from both teams during an abundance so far. So I think, yeah, the more impactful ban is the fact that the Diva is gone. It is going to be more of the hazard, obviously, from Texas Tech, unless they want to go a different route. And it kind of leaves a question mark here for Maryville Acad. Do they want to maybe match the hazard? Do they want to try and go Winston? Or do they just want to go back to a rush? Whether it be the Zarya or the Orisa or the Ray.
That's a decision that they're going to have to make. Probably make adjustments, too, based on how Maryville has been playing. Again, for Texas Tech, they don't know what losing is, Jesse. They haven't lost this season. They've dropped a total of 3 maps, not including the series. 2 of them have been to this Maryville Academy team. And now your backs are up against the wall. This is not a very familiar position for the Red Raiders whatsoever. And being in this spot, you can't afford to make these mistakes. You can't afford to let Maryville continue to control this game, this tempo. When and how fights are being taken. Yes, Nemris and LRF, they're popping off. They're doing great. But Texas Tech, they're going to switch it up entirely. Epic Z-Ray off the main support onto tank, which he is a sub. And Zadoink will come in to take his spot on the flex support.
What is Texas Tech? Well, that's what they're cooking. Interesting. They will go with their season on the line. Will sub in Zadoink, and they will go the ball comp here on New Queen Street. Maybe Maryville Acad had an idea this was coming. Toady is already on the Sombra and the Cassidy as well for KJ. So this is maybe a good read here from Maryville Academy. And Joe, even on the Orisa, can help a little bit trying to deal with the Wrecking Ball. LRF on the Soldier, I will say underrated on this map. It's one of the few maps that Soldier actually could get a lot of value still, and even Echo early on. But already Toady just caught out in the middle of nowhere.
He got scouted right as that translator came in, hit with a couple of shots from Epic Z-Ray, and they're able to lock him down. LRF, though, on this Soldier, a cause for issue. Epic Z-Ray, that's his chance to go in and strike. Suzu's out, and that poor Mango, she's not very happy with how the rest of that fight went. This is Texas Tech. They're taking control of the game, the reins now in their hands.
Yeah, I love the gamble. I won't lie. You might as well go out swinging here in the potential final map of your season. And you can tell Maryville Academy, yes, they had an idea that was going to be the play, but the fact that they're able to capitalize on that, and right away, LRF is in a perfect spot for these setups from Epic Z-Ray.
It was a great roll off the high ground. He just lodged that, so it just doesn't make sense for Maryville to hold up there anymore. Will be a bit while the ball grabs a couple of health packs, but in the main fight, Nemris will get caught out. It is scary to play Echo into a Sombra and a Cassidy. LRF, bit of fancy footwork there, almost made his way out before met with a knife to the back of the forehead. Will be a swap around the back, and Maryville, they'll get their control back after making sure Z-Ray couldn't be there.
Hack complete. Power push is underway.
Texas Tech, though. We're looking for...
Oh, my mic was
back?
off. Whoops.
Oh my gosh,
I got
he's
hacked
back.
by Somber there for a
I was
second.
like, wait,
That's
where's
my bad,
Jesse go?
everybody.
Okay, we're
Tony's hacking my mic from across the street.
Hacking the mic, also the health pack, a lot of the above, which is very annoying as a Wrecking Ball player. Although it didn't really matter for KJ. She was double booped by both Zedoink and Epic Z-Ray, way out of position. So LRF and Nemers happy to work with that. Most of the pressure onto them is gone in Texas Tech. This disruption has been huge. Maryville, they can't control the space like they have before.
Yeah, it's just a struggle. It's as long as Texas Tech, they can kind of just have that early disruption and capitalize, it feels like there's nothing Maryville Academy can really do about it. Especially you have the Echo, which is in the air. You have, obviously, KJ has to worry about them, but also has to worry about Toady, who is also, honestly, in a very awkward spot already and getting ISO'd by LRF.
LRF again on the soldier. You can see how valuable this pick is. You just sprint around the map with all those legs, and there's just not much you can do about it. Maryville, they just commit to a sound barrier in it. So scared of the deep light. LRF is still on this flank. Pops the attack visor out. KJ can't out aim it, which understandable. It is basically aimbot. It's in fact Ducio from across the map will eventually manage to lock him down, but it's not a clean fight at all. And a heavy commit from Maryville on the other end. 2 for 2, and they still lost the checkpoint for it and may not even win the fight.
Yeah, Z-Ray's going to live during that, and they're just going to try and chill out now. Wait for the rest of their team to flow in, and well, they may not get that luxury. KJ lines up the final shot. But like you said, already, Tick achieved. Everybody from Texas Tech except Epic Z-Ray will get the close spawn, so that's a massive bonus here. Only 3.5 minutes into this map.
Like, Maryville, you have to get this forward spawn soon. The thing with Texas Tech's spawn, they just engage so quickly. Like, there's not much that Maryville can do to prepare for it. You just have to try to match it and stay alive to weather the storm. And yeah, you're on the back foot, but you do kind of bunker in this room. It's not anywhere. Nobody at Texas Tech wants to be on the spot, especially with a hacked mega health pack. So once these Kitsune rushes go down, you're looking for an opening, and there it is. Nemris and Mobilize both down, one of which being stapled. So Maryville, they're just going to walk this field towards that checkpoint, and unless Epic Z-Ray decides to roll in last second, it's all theirs.
Yeah, tie game, checkpoint achieved, and it should be the lead here for Maryville Academy in just a moment. I love that awareness. Like, hey, they can't move us all around. If we just chill in this room and hack the health packs, so Z-Ray can't even get the roll in health. And now this, man, the Wrecking Ball is just getting bullied into a corner.
There's like no fun heroes to dive into. Everything is like stay far away, rodent control kind of deal. Texas Tech, they just haven't had a tank in the front line to stop a lot of this payload push. And you gotta find a way back into it. I'm looking at either Zedoink to either A, sound barrier for the EMP, or B, just uses his tempo, but Epic Z-Ray, again, hacked, hindered, javelin, boot, and he's gone. Every form of CC dumped into the hamster, and it's too much for him to handle. Texas Tech can just not find their way back in once Joe gets more confident.
And the fact that Texas Tech were kind of pigeonholed into this composition, right? You have your normal support in on tank because they're the ball specialist. You really can't swap off at this point.
But there's the sound barriers laid down. That's kind of what Toady was waiting for, but you might not even need it. Maryville getting much more value out of this ult. LRF in the backline. Yeah, it's attack visor. But what good is that going to do against a 2-ton battle gattle? Joink though, got an Ajax on the ESP. Again, Toady absolutely shut down, but this time by the Lucio payback for the earlier Ajax of Texas Tech. And Maryville Academy, though, they're still winning this. Joe has so much health, nobody can do anything about him. You can force the duplicate out of Nemris. Yes, Texas Tech eventually finding a way through. Jesse, that was so expensive.
A very expensive fight. The fact that Joe is able to stall that out for as long as he does is just absolutely wild, but beautiful play there from Zedoink to sub. The first map they've played all day, and they get a clutch EMP cancel to maybe not even save the fight, but save the map.
Yeah, and it's going to get them like a good amount of a lead, which is helpful, yeah? But Epic Z-Ray, like, he has more space to move down. You're not, like, stuck in that corner getting shoved into a locker repeatedly. So, actually, I take it back. In a bit of a locker, but instead, Toady got the table turned on him rather quickly. Not having a great time on the Sombra if he goes in without the support of his team. KJ attempting to be a bit sneaky on the back foot. It won't do all that much. Texas Tech, they get forward spawns and start blocking.
And they're just going to keep it going right away. Kitsune rush to try and catch Maryville Academy on the rotate out, and they just get Joe in a corner.
Joe has to use the Terra Surge and actually ends up dying for it. The amount of burst damage just pumped into him was ridiculous. But down goes FMZ Ray. Even 2 for 2 thus far. But KJ, so much health. She's landing these shots. Oh, in fact, she doesn't miss them. That's a third. Going over to the Cassidy of the Saints. Make that 4. And Maryville, they maintain their lead.
They hold on to lead, even though, yes, everybody from Texas Tech will get close spawn. So this will be a fight closer towards mid. Maryville Academy will not be able to get their own close spawn. I think Texas Tech, the way Z-Ray's positioning, they're going to try and hold on, and they just don't touch in time.
Not quite, but you do have everybody there. So it's not the end of the world. You weren't expecting to take a fight at that spot anyways, and it's less pressure. They have to go onto the payload. Hack will be onto FZ-Ray again, and he's just gonna die to the bleed damage from both Silver Bullet and the virus combined. And Maryville, they're just dealing with this half and the echo. My goodness, KJ, what was that?
KJ is absolutely popping. LRF was like, you gotta relax. Just a little bit, but still the overall fight. Well, Mobilized actually fights too. A little bit of a messy ending there. So it'll be forward spawns from Maryville Academy, but instead of building their lead out, those few staggers will stop from the lead being extended. So obviously not a great fight for Texas Tech, but all things considered, not a disaster. Epic Z-Ray now will go over to the Winston. So giving up on the ball, so much CC to deal with. Now you can at least play around the bubble here if you're the Winston, but it's still a little bit of a late swap.
It's a late swap, and you don't have a ton of dive saves. You're just relying on poke damage from the side, which LRF very good at. He had his 3 ults instantaneously popped just to make sure Epic Z-Ray explodes, and there is just splatters of Winston around the point. And Maryville Acad, they're just we are not dealing with this visor now. We are blowing up this tank, and we're keeping this payload moving.
Yeah, they basically, all right, if you're gonna pop it all the way over there, we're just gonna hide. We'll just kill your Winston. And that's all we really have to do. Forward spawns now back activated for Maryville Academy. And if they win this fight, it's gonna be a really tough spot here for Texas Tech.
Yeah, this is kind of a must-win for the blue side. And KJ already getting the one, a great split push. Epic Z-Ray in the middle. Members in disguise, LRF on the far back flank there. The Soldier 76 getting an immense amount of value. As you said, a must-win. And because Maryville overspent in the previous fight, Red Raiders can take advantage.
And they hold on to the sound barrier. That's the massive thing there for Texas Tech. They need to have it because, like you said, Ducio will not have it for at least another fight or two. That could be the opener here for Texas Tech. Kitsune rush in early, sound barrier if things get a little bit messy. The only worry is, yes, the Terra Surge and EMP are available here for Maryville Acad, but Tony has to get in a good position to not get it canceled.
Kitsune rush first from Mobilize. Because there's no support off to Maryville, you have no choice but just to back off, respect it. They are holding far enough up to make sure that Texas Tech won't get forward spawns for a hot minute, and that likely means so either you're gonna have to engage with the sound barrier, or Epic Z-Ray has to get close enough to his primal rage that you can dive in and then just know that you're gonna live because of it. Yeah, it is last fight. 15 seconds. EMP. Jesse, this is gonna get Ajaxed again. This time, Tony, invisible, has eyes on the support, but is gonna opt to back off once more, holding on to it for a while longer. Primal Rage from Epic Z-Ray, looking for the Lucio, Inducio in the back. He doesn't get that far. Beating up the Sombra in the back. Tony absolutely has to live. If you're Maryville Academy, their season on the line now.
Bubble.
And Denver's, it's already gone. The bubble, it's out of the way. It's a doink. There's no way that that sound barrier got the value that it needed. The EMP landed where it needed to. LRF, last one standing now for Texas Tech, taken out, and Maryville Academy, the revenge run. It was sweet. It was happy. They will claim their Varsity Plus conference title.
Maryville Academy, the 2 teams they lose to in the regular season, they knock out in consecutive matches in the semifinals and now the grands, and a program with such prestige and such a history are able to get it done once again, this time in the East 1 division for Varsity Plus. And I mean, KJ, we talked her up before this game. And I will say, Nemris and LRF really pushed during some moments here, especially Nemris during the middle maps. But as soon as you put KJ on this Cassidy, it felt like this game was over.
Maryville Academy, from start to finish, for the most part, They were in control. They knew what they wanted to do. Even if they ended up losing some strange fights, they realized it was a mistake. They didn't make it again, and they came back even stronger. And I don't think that's just a testament to just what this team is capable of as individuals, but also the esports program over at Maryville University. It is made to build winners like this.
Yeah, the program that has stood the test of time in a lot of ways adds another chip to the registry. And yeah, just an unbelievable performance from Maryville Acad. I was like, kudos to Texas Tech. Obviously, they steal one map in map 2. A fantastic regular season overall. They get to this grand final, but they will fall just short of the end goal. But overall, still a fantastic season here for Texas Tech and Varsity Plus. Very excited to see what they will be able to do next season during the spring. But for now, it's all about the Saints, who will be finishing at the top here in the East 1 division.
And the craziest part about this, too, is Texas Tech were undefeated in their East Conference season. Only loss is the grand final right here and right now. And I can only imagine how devastating it is to that team to put in that much work and effort and just to get stopped here. But if anything, I think that's further motivation to going forward. They have the potential to come back in this East 1 conference and continue to make their mark as a team. Varsity Plus, it's for the development of these schools, of these programs that have a lot of potential behind them, and get them that experience so they can build to become better and better. And I think both Texas Tech and Maryville Academy showed us what Varsity Plus has to offer today.
Yeah, Varsity Plus, just fantastic across the board. And obviously, a phenomenal outcome for Maryville Academy. Maybe not the desired outcome for Texas Tech, but still a performance they can have their heads held high.
Absolutely, and they certainly are. I'm not high and proud, as they absolutely should. It was a fantastic game from them. We can hype them up all that we want, but it's even better to hear it from the players themselves. We have an interview coming up with somebody from the Maryville Academy roster. We're going to send to a quick break, get that set up, and we'll see you back in a couple of minutes. What a wonderful showcase that we had of the NACE Varsity Plus division today, and it's Maryville Academy who will come out on top of the Open Conference after a wonderful revenge comeback. Like, it is like the best storyline you could ask for, like, especially as a caster, but as a team, you can only imagine how that feels. But we don't have to imagine much longer. We have Joe here with us for an interview, and we just got to know too, with this specific player, like, when we think about replays first, never mind. We get to talk more, and then we get to talk to Joe. I got baited. I flipped it over in my head, but that's fine. I like to see these highlights because we need to look at how significant this series was for Maryville Academy, because it was a bit of a rocky start. You have to acknowledge Texas Tech on this round of Mecha Base. They looked confident. Nemris and LRF were there, but Maryville Academy, they pulled out the diva. They pulled out this dive, and between Joe and KJ, they pulled it back.
Yeah, and ever since that map ended the way it did, right? The back half of round 1, the entirety of round 2 on Busan, it felt like it was all Maryville Acad. They start here on Shambali, feeling good. Obviously, Nemris has pop-off after pop-off to keep Texas Tech in it, especially on the defense. But overall, Maryville Academy still were able to kind of keep it consistent, but they weren't able to actually win this map. The Texas Tech offense, yes, it was a little shaky in overtime, but they were really able to settle in once they played this Romancer comp.
It was just a mirror that I think Texas Tech felt better in. And not to mention, this was just the LRF show. Between him and Nemris, like, it was just pop-off play after pop-off play. Maryville would start the fight right, but they couldn't quite end it. And all of that changed when we went to Surabasa. This is a map type that even the smallest mistakes can cost you in time.
Yeah, and even here, Texas Tech, they have a little bit of a gamble, right? They put Epic Z-Ray on the Wrecking Ball. They sub in Zadoink, who Zadoink played fine. I don't think Zadoink was anything crazy, but didn't lose their team the game by any stretch. But it just felt like Texas Tech, once this ball comp was figured out, they weren't sure how they could pivot because it's not their normal tank in. And Maryville Academy were able to lock it down near the end and win it on New Queens.
They made it work, and they got that sweet, sweet revenge that they wanted from this season. And now for real this time, I'm not getting baited. We do have Joe on the line with us here today. Joe, first of all, hi, how are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you great.
Fantastic. Okay, so revenge win, you get the win in your East Conference for Varsity Plus Open. How does it feel to beat Texas Tech after losing to them at the end of the regular season?
I mean, it feels great. We definitely put a lot of work into our new Queen Street, as it showed at the end there. We played them, I think, last week of regular season. It was the same order, right? We were up one map, going into map 4, or map 4. We were going into map 4 on New Queen Street in the regular season, and we lost. They put the ball player in. We weren't ready for it. We kind of got really surprised. But through scrims, VOD reviews, a lot of work, we were able to finally find a comp and a play style that really helped us there on New Queen Street. We felt it really worked for us.
I want to say, once we saw the Wrecking Ball kind of get started up there on New Queens, it looked like you guys were ready for it this time around. Did it feel like once they swapped off the ball, did it feel like that point, like, hey, we just got to focus in, they're already off their comp, and we just got to write it out?
I mean, yeah, last time we played them on New Queen Street, they didn't swap at all. Like, they beat us just on the ball. So making them swap off that was a great feeling, and we knew we had it from there.
And obviously, this was the end of the revenge tour, right? You beat St. Clair Academy in the semifinals. You win here and revenge over Texas Tech. How does it feel to not only obviously win it here, but obviously beat the two teams that took you down in the regular season?
I mean, it feels amazing, not gonna lie. It was a really great feeling beating St. Clair Academy previously, and then again, I mean, we got much stronger. I think those losses were the best things to happen to us this year, giving us the opportunity to really improve and review those losses, and clearly we came back much stronger.
And I think that's an understatement, almost. We kept talking about how fight, that's just how it goes, but for the majority of it, like, we could see the practice and the communication and how organized your team really was heading into this particular match. It was so impressive to see from you. I do want to touch on this a tad bit as well, because you're a part of the Maryville Esports program, which is quite well known within the collegiate esports community, and I kind of want to hear it from you. What has it been like competing on a team under this massive name in the space?
I mean, it's unreal. Definitely a lot of recognition, going into scrims and matches that we are the Maryville brand. And as I tell all my players, like, you gotta represent it well. Whenever you queue ranks, don't trash talk. But please be respectful. Always be respectful, because at the end of the day, we're representing the brand. Even if we are academy, small segment of it, but it's still, you got the logo on your jersey. Pointed to the wrong one, my bad.
It's mirrored.
The logo on the jersey, yeah, logo on the jersey. Gotta respect it. That's what we do today.
Absolutely, and I do love to see that this performance, like, it's, yes, in game it's fantastic, but out of game too, like, you're just genuine people. You've great sportsmanship, and it's a lot of respect towards your team and the Maryville University program as a whole. I don't want to hold you too long though, because I know you want to go ahead and celebrate with your team. This was a massive win for you guys.
Of course.
I want to give you the floor for a second. Any shout-outs, any final words you would like to say on the broadcast, either for yourself, for your team, or for your program?
I mean, definitely want to shout out all the players that you saw in the game. Kirsten, you guys come in if you want to. Kirsten, Tony, Ruff, Hugh, Mango, all the players that you guys saw in today's game. Okay, get a little note out there. All right. Sounds good. But yeah, I really like to shout out the team. That was a good experience. And I think, we started practicing in May. Like, we put in a lot of time as a team. Started practicing in the Maryville Varsity facility before. This is like a Saints gaming lounge. We're sharing it with the general populace here at Maryville. But yeah, definitely a lot of dedication. Shout out to the whole roster. And even the just program overall, Clerky, CQG, Shipley.
Awesome. I do love to see all of the energy that is going on over there.
Oh yeah, we're really excited.
Space. Oh, I can tell. And I want to give you that time to be excited. Don't worry. Thank you so much, though, for coming on, speaking with us about the match, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Of course. All right, we'll see you, Joe.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Maryville. What do you expect? And, like, Joe, too, like, you can tell the amount of work this team has put in since May. Mind you, it's very rare we see that amount of practice time because it's college. It can be hard to do that, but as Maryville Academy team, they want to be the best in NACE Varsity Plus, and they've secured that so far.
Yeah, they were able to secure it right there. And obviously, I love it. Yeah, everybody getting in on the picture and doing the, that's awesome. That's kind of exactly what this Maryville program has been for such a long time. And this academy roster is able to put that logo at the top here for their division here in Varsity Plus. And what a way, especially considering, like you said, a lot of teams don't practice over the summer. They're either playing in Face It or they're doing other different leagues. This team, the fact they started all the way in May, it really paid off here at the end of November.
It did, and I really am excited for what the future holds for this Maryville Academy team. As they'll continue in the spring, but for now, they'll take a well-deserved rest from their competition. But our competition here on the broadcast will not stop for Collegiate. We have our Homecoming Open Finals coming up soon. It'll be ISU taking on Fisher University, so stay tuned. We have a best of 7 coming up right after this break. We are back for our first best of 7 final of the day. It is the Overwatch Homecoming Open for our collegiate teams. And it's ISU and Fisher both looking for a title.
Yeah, Illinois State University and Fisher College here in our first best of 7 of 2 today. And you're going to see ISU twice, but we'll get on to why that is a little bit later on. This is our overall bracket. Again, this was for all teams, club teams included. And you can see ISU was just on the side of death over there. You got ISU, Winthrop, Northwood, all of them over there. ISU is able to take down Winthrop in one of the best games we've had so far in a 3-1 to make it here. And on the other side of the bracket, obviously Fisher, this side was pretty wide open between St. Clair, BSCVA, Cumberland, Fisher, Bellevue. So many incredible top 10 teams over on that side. But Fisher, for the first time since 2023, is able to get to an OWC Grand Final, but they have yet to win one. We'll see if they can pull off the upset here against the Redbirds to win their first.
And you know who they face time and time again, Jesse? It's the Illinois State Redbirds. This team has been dominating since the start of Overwatch Collegiate, and you very well know that they're known as the Kings of Collegiate for a reason. This is like what? They've won 11 consecutive national titles?
10.
10,
This would be 11.
Yeah, 11 and potentially 12 if they manage to win both of their brackets today, which is just insane thinking about the consistency and talent on this roster.
Ever since the core of this roster, so excluding Luke Mino, when this core 4 joined back in the spring of 2024, they are now 172-7 across all competitions. It is just an egregious record across all matches, and the Redbirds will be looking for another title to put on their resume here today.
They think it is in the bag. This is an ISU team that doesn't think they're going to lose. As you said, in the past year, 172-7 in their record. But Fisher, they're going to take another swing at it. Fisher College, a school that has always hovered in this top 4. They get so close every single time, Jesse, but they can't quite pull it out. And they're hoping now here in this open finals with the additions of the likes of Talisman on the DPS role, Kiwi and Grapes really stepping it up this year, joined by existing talent such as Hydra and Iron, that this will be their chance to sneak one away from Illinois State.
And to all those who maybe just watching the stream, didn't watch yesterday, yes, that is the Hydron, right? Like, that is the Hydron from Overwatch League, still playing here now in Collegiate, paired up with the rookie of Talisman. He was in Fisher Navy, Fisher's B team last semester, gets promoted up here to the main team, and he's been really popping off from here and there. So it's been a very fun duo to watch during the entirety of this season, but they have quite the test on the other side with Lethal and W. Maymon, which we'll talk about it. ISU, 3 players right now that are in Portugal for OWCS World Finals. They're at boot camp right now. So obviously, you know, Kuffa, Maymon, Admiral are all over there at the moment. Lethal, you would think, well, isn't Lethal over there? Actually, still in the States. Some issues went on there. So he is still here, but there is 3 players playing on ping from Europe.
Which is an important thing to note, but it's also not something that ISU are unfamiliar with. Just to say, it's basically GK plus Luke Mino, who has been playing on Nightmare. If you're an OWCS fan, it's kind of crazy to think about if you end up going that far down for it. Like, this team's in Collegiate. I'm like, oh, why are all these pro players in Collegiate? I'm like, they were in Collegiate before they went pro. And that's something that a lot of people don't entirely know about this scene, is that Overwatch Collegiate is one of the very few esports that, you know, you have so many players starting at a college level and then making that next step going forwards. And with the change in format for OWCS, a lot of them have managed to take advantage of it and find their spots at not just the top of North American Collegiate, but the NA region as a whole.
Yeah, I think Lep and Landon were probably the first 2 to really make that leap, and then we've seen a whole lot more since then, right? This GK roster is basically Collegiate, because even though the 5th member, obviously Luke Mino's over on Nightmare, and he kind of was in Collegiate for a while, then went pro, now is coming back. It's Ultraviolet, you know, who obviously got knocked out yesterday by his GK teammate. So it's a little bit of an awkward situation here and there. But, you know, ISU have been the team to beat for, the last year, maybe
More
year
than
and a
that.
half. And Northwood, yes, Northwood got the better of them in Swiss, but they've already righted that wrong during the quarterfinals in a 3-0 sweep. So ISU now looking to kind of put their mark here on this new era of Overwatch Collegiate.
And another thing to note too is I don't believe Fisher's also lost this year. To think of it,
yes,
yeah, they've
yet
won
to lose
every
a game.
single game in every one of their participating leagues at the moment, including in the open format and bracket, which is pretty ridiculous from them. But they have been yet to meet any of the top 3 teams, and this will be their first real test of their fall semester season. Let's take a look at our map pool. ISU Special is Elios, but mind you, Jesse, this is a 3 seed and a 5 seed, and the 3 seed is Fisher College. They get that first map pick, so ISU will be playing into their opponent's hand.
Yes, even though we're bumping ISU up so much because of that Swiss loss and Fisher going undefeated during the Swiss stage, they do get first map pick and a ban, and for a best of 7, getting off on the right foot could have a massive impact, especially when you're playing the underdog right now, as you are as Fisher. So we will get to see now where the Falcons would like to take us. It'll be Nepal. So avoiding Ilios, which we've seen a lot from ISU, so I don't blame Fisher for going a different direction. And they will ban out the Kiriko. We saw them actually do this yesterday, I believe, as well. They want to lean more into that Lucio Bap, or even, a little bit of other different compositions, rather than relying so much on the Kiriko for Kiwi.
Which makes sense. I think if you're going to lean into this Iron Zarya, he's only played Diva and Zarya this entire tournament, by the way. Like, the Baptiste is going to be super helpful. Can't really do that super well if the Kiriko is as good of an option as it is. Here's the concern, though. I guess the only concern I have for ISU. We have not seen Kuffa touch the Zarya. He doesn't play it with this collegiate team, and is today going to be the day to match it? Because we've seen how oppressive that hero can be in the right hands. But it won't be a tank ban either. It'll be the Tracer going away from WMaimon and Talisman alike, which makes sense considering the strikes of those 2 players.
Yeah, especially Talisman. It was the hero that he really leapt into the scene from. Obviously played on Team Puerto Rico during the Overwatch World Cup qualifiers back in 2023, which, by the way, obviously World Cup coming back next year. You're going to see a lot of these players during the Overwatch World Cup qualifiers and the actual event next year. But going into this one, obviously, still a lot of talent across the board, and it will be up to Fisher. Can they make ISU uncomfortable? Can you make them force around and stay onto the Zarya comp? Like you said, they've been pretty much on the entirety of this tournament, or will ISU force Fisher to pivot? And that could really start a snowball here for ISU during the middle of the series.
The only reason I'm not expecting like a full ISU to come out and stomp and sweep entirely is because I'm not sure how they're going to match up against this Zarya. I don't know how they're going to do against Iron, what their plan is for that. It's obviously something that they are experienced with, especially because we've seen them play against that in OWCS and other leagues. They know what to do, but like, what exactly is the plan? You will be changing something up regardless of that, or you're going to be at a disadvantage in terms of your hero picks. So it's going to come back to this synergy that's been built up over the years of these players being on the same team, not just in Collegiate, but elsewhere as well.
Yeah, obviously, especially this ISU team, so much history across this roster, even, in different, when they were in OWCS qualifiers, when they weren't necessarily on GK yet, whether it be Nightmare or whatever, they have a whole lot of history on this team. So it's not like the chemistry, not an issue here for ISU. It may honestly just be, hey, can they start off in their normal form? That could be the giant question mark here for ISU. And if Fisher can capitalize, something you all can capitalize on today, In Touch Credit Union. They can't boost your KD ratio, but they can help you level up your finance game. Visit itcu.org to learn more, and it is federally insured by the NUCA. And as we get ready here on Nepal, here we go, round 1, and it will not be the Zarya.
What
It'll
is
be
the support
Ramajo,
comp?
Kaffa.
Wooyoung?
Oh.
Juno. Not on my bingo
Admiral?
card for the day. That's a choice.
No.
But we do get more of this lethal Ash, as you said, as well as the W Maimon Echo. He played this all day yesterday against Winthrop. Looked fantastic. It's huge burst damage, and this will make Iron struggle. Everybody from ISU is going to play far back except for Kaffa. So it's going to be on Talisman with the help of Iron to try to close that distance. But the bubbles are out, so is the Burrow. So it will be a bit of a slower push here from Fisher as they wait for those major cooldowns to come back online. Illinois State happily to contest. W Maimon poking in on this off angle, going for a flight completely behind them, and Hydron, he's not ready for it. Uses the coach gun, will chip him rather low. The main fight on the point, it's Kaffa that is getting melted in the front line. Iron, too much to handle with the support of Kiwi and Grapes. So he'll go down, and Fisher Esports will get themselves the first cap.
Yeah, Fisher cap first, and yeah, I won't lie, this support line for ISU, a little experimental would be the word that I would say. And obviously, if you want still the Wooyoung getting played from Blue Camino, yes, you would normally play the Kiri, but obviously you don't have Kiri because you banned it. So yeah, it's a little bit of an awkward spot here for Illinois State, but Fisher, they take full advantage, and well, Lethal finds the head of Hydron.
It says, haha, Ash diff almost immediately in that fight, so instant 4v5. You have an application matrix from Kiwi, but with Talisman kind of getting caught out there, bit off more than he could chew with Admiral. You're just going to back off, save that for a better engage.
Yeah, no reason to full commit here when you've already lost both DPS, and ISU will flip it back just like that. And Ash, we talked about it at the top of the show, it kind of having a little bit of a resurgence after the buffs that recently came in, so expect to see it more, especially from Hydron and Lethal, who both love the hero, and the bomb ready to go, and the bomb will distract.
And more importantly, it makes sure that this dynamite can't be used. Maimon in the back, but then up three with the tidal blast, flies into the small room as an echo, and sets a perfect wombo combo for the Redbirds.
Fisher just locked in that room, trying to take advantage of the window. Grapes is staggered out. And Illinois State, there's a beautiful way to play around, and Maimon is not done. They're trying to find Hydron and Will. My God.
This guy can't be stopped. And Echo also got the buffs, much faster now in the sky, moving directions. You gotta help your players. Kiwi is getting spawn camped. That's two now, just going down to the hands of Maimon. Fisher Esports, they need a full regroup.
Yeah, they just need to reset here. Like, ISU are finding pick after pick, even though we're close to the Fisher spawn. And granted, Talisman is in a very awkward spot. They're still stuck over at my point. They were trying to play this fight way earlier, but eventually they will get back with the bubble, but won't live from Kaffa.
Too far out. Raymond not taking too many risks there. Bubble, Immortality Field, everything invested into Hydron. That is the amount of fear that Maimon strikes at this team. Coach goes over the wall, throws a bob into the face of Kiwi. Graves has no choice but to sound barrier, and that's the graphic on Surge from Iron out. It gets a nothing. That is the major win condition that Fisher had going for them. It is gone. It's only the Tectonic Shock, and Bob's still up, and only one of those will see value, or I don't even know if we'll see the face a day. ISU are at 92%.
I feel like Hydron, yeah, they're just going to send it over at a point, and it gets booped away from the wave. Somebody's got to touch.
Can they get the touch? Yes, just barely. Iron will take his pinky toe on it with Talisman there. The Fisher, they're not down and out yet, but my goodness, was that a struggle. That took nearly everything out of them.
Yeah, just scrappy. But Fisher, able to find it, at least for now. They still have the amplification matrix now they can use on point to try and fend off the initial attack from ISU, who also did use 3 ultimates during that. So it wasn't a complete wash in favor of ISU. They have the tidal blast to send Maimon in once again. And like you said, with that little buff with the movement, that tidal blast, it's going to be coming at you a little bit faster than you anticipate if you're the Falcons.
How about twice as fast? That's pretty nice. ISU, though, they're going to hold on to that for now. Actually, no. Maimon gets so low, and the Bob buys the space. He flies in from above, but it doesn't get the knockdown. The sticky bombs, the immortality field, everything, though, is put down just to respond to lethal. So Maimon, free firing range for him. Hydron left sad and alone, 50 HP on the corner. No touch to be had. Illinois State will get round number 1.
ISU back to their normal form here. And yes, it's a little bit of an awkward support line, and Fisher able to take advantage of some of just those awkward positions that the Redbirds put themselves in. But overall, still a fantastic performance from ISU. And if you look at the stats, you look at almost 3k damage already on the Wuyong. And honestly, Hydron and Lethal going at it. Lethal obviously has a little bit of an advantage so far, but nothing too egregious across the board one way or another. But Maimon was already playing the Echo a little bit before the buff came in for the movement, and now that it is there, it's just a bonus. But due to us going to Village for round 3, those Mei walls are just the perfect size to isolate Iron, who has given up on the Zarya.
And it also takes some power away from Talisman's Venture. You don't have the reliance of a bubble to get you to safeties easily, and the Mei wall can just make that difficult to play around. Hydron, though, instantly taken out off of his signature. Sojourn, Icicle between the eyeballs, and Admiral just gonna go ahead and float on away from Talisman, who was harassing him in the back corner, but that does leave Lethal and Maimon a tad bit isolated in the back, still has the ice block to work with. We see Talisman trying to regroup with Iron, who down to a sliver of HP. Fisher, and they didn't back up altogether. Kappa took advantage of it, turning them into his punching bags.
And now Hydron's still stuck. ISU realize this. They wall off the Soj.
They get him.
Just gets out of the wall, but not out of the fight. Kappa. And this Ramacha, we know how much he's played it as of late. There's a reason why he's so damn good. And now it's going to be an awkward spot here for Fisher as ISU continue this full court press.
Do end up losing the Mei wall, though, so if Fisher Esports want to push this fast, they can. There's pressure on the point. I believe that's a venture shape I see through the wall of a small Talisman. Great drill dash. Will force Admiral back, who can't get healed up because Luke Mino was caught out on the main side. Kappa turned to contest the objective and let the rest of his team out to dry, but the high ground, the Blizzard, all in their favor. He trusted it, knew he had to make sacrifices along the way for Maimon and Lethal to cover it up.
And now they're trying to find Talisman, who actually just decides to take themselves out of the equation rather than giving that extra bit of ult charge for ISU. And it just feels like for Fisher right now, how do you even find a way in without ISU making a grave mistake? I do think the swap off the Venture is a good pick. Maybe Talisman has a little more mobility and kind of playmaking ability. The Venture just wasn't really getting a whole lot done.
Well, Talisman isn't either. He's been chunked so low, and Kappa, he wants to keep pushing the pedal to the metal. Early Annihilation didn't even need that to live where we usually see it, and it's enough to force the pace and positioning of Grapes, who's now dead. Kiwi attempting to force Kappa away, but the healing here from Luke Mino is immaculate, making sure Kappa can stay alive, even supplies him with the Tidal Blast, and this is a complete sweep. ISU spawn holding Fisher.
Yeah, they just put the gavel down. ISU, after a little bit of a mixed up round 1, it's been all ISU. They're going to try and TP in, speed over the point.
They got to get there fast. Somebody does manage to get the touch that helped, but Luke Mino and Lethal, they got the picks. That's 2 already down, and Fisher Esports, that's not going to be sustained contest at all. Flip. It'll happen. Get a couple percentage points. Grape snuck him away, but you're asking for a 1v5. If everyone could do it, it would be great, but he's not dead. He does get one with them, which is kind of funny. But no, the Redbirds, this is their map. This is Nepal, and the brawl that we expected. The Zarya, not a concern whatsoever.
Yeah, the Zarya pushed away almost immediately for Fisher. And it just puts ISU in the perfect spot to win map 1, even though it was Fisher's map pick and Lethal. Well, hey, love the Galaxy skin on Bomb, but the Ashe, honestly, Ashe being back into a great spot is a scary thing for anybody playing against Lethal, because it's one of the heroes he really burst onto the scene with, along with the Sojourn, and the fact that he can just kind of pop it, and it's unironically not a bad pick anymore, is music to his ears.
This is fantastic. Like, ISU, all of their heroes got buffed, except for the tanks, really. So they're very happy in the DPS department of the increased flexibility that they have, but also their chances to play heroes that not a lot of other teams are going to pull out here. So they took advantage of that in map number 1. But as we go ahead, I think Fisher, they're going to switch it up, because they know that one of their strengths too is Hydron. And in fact, that's often their main strength of how they win fights. If they can get this guy on a high ground, you can just expect him to click hits. But you need to get him there, and you need to make sure, 1, he doesn't die to lethal, and 2, he just doesn't get jumped on, which just couldn't happen back there on the Paul with how close range that map can feel at times.
Yeah, Hydra never really given the space to truly shine during that one. And part of it is, yeah, you have Lethal to deal with, but when Talus spent a lot of that time when they were on the Venture is kind of playing their own side missions until the rest of the team can get there. So that makes Maymon's life even easier, right? They can also jump on to try and shut down Hydron. And obviously, ISU know Hydron, and they're going to know that, hey, he's one of the big win conditions here for the Falcons. So why not swoop in, try and take him out, and leave the rest to try and pick up the pieces. And that was the game plan during a lot of those fights, and it worked out well for ISU. And now the power continues to be in the hands of Fisher. They will get map pick. They will get first ban as well. Let's see here what Fisher want to do. Obviously, they want to lean into the Zarya, so maybe a Ramatra ban could come out this time around instead of the Kiri ban.
And I think it's another thing to note too, since this is a best of 7, bans and map picks, all the more important for these teams. This is not the map pick I was expecting though. This is the ISU go here because they want to play Ramatra and Echo and Ashe and everything that they just played really well, Jesse. They want to do it again here on Shambali's Monastery. That's a little scary in my mind. Yes, they're going to take away the Ramatra, so it's a big tool away, so Iron, the Zarya, now looks better, but it doesn't solve the problem of these DPS who've been running around like crazy.
Yeah, especially when you have, oh yeah, this is like another great Ashe map, which I think at that point for Fisher, you just have to trust that Hydron can match the value of Lethal.
Yep.
That's all you can really do. And at that point, you know, what happens, happens. This Lucio ban, I think that's very much a target on the Grapes. ISU were very okay with not running Lucio comps a lot of the time. They're okay, you know, running the Wuyong Kiri, running, I guess, Wuyong and Juno as well is on the list of compositions here possible for ISU. And these are the outdated bans here. We'll get those updated here in a sec going into Shambali. But overall, I think here for Fisher, yes, I think that Ramatra ban sets up a lot of what they want to do with the Zarya, but it's still going to be a tough order.
If there's one thing that ISU know how to do, it's when they know one of their players is in a weaker position, they're okay just like letting them get pummeled. And that's fine because they have this trust and this synergy to know that if I can manage to live for this long, even if I don't do anything, I can give you the space to work. I can give you the time to do what you need to do. And that's kind of the beauty of this team play of Overwatch and just this overall understanding with how ISU work. They're never not thinking about this game. It is always on their minds. And the same goes for Fisher. Yes, they are a little spread up. Yes, some of them are on ping today. But I think that's one of the things that they can use to their advantage in a disadvantageous tank matchup if that ends up being the case. But on the other hand, for Fisher, they're not playing on ping. This is a team that, you know, they haven't scrimmed all that much this semester. They haven't been pushed as much as against a team like ISU, but they do still have a lot of this passion. They are still competing in a bunch of other tournaments. Most of them compete on a Face-It team together in Zocorp, which is awesome, but they haven't had like the same core level of synergy on this so far, so they're putting a lot more trust in their individual roles to match what ISU is doing.
Yeah, obviously the Fisher team, they have a lot of experience together, whether it be, you know, I think now formerly Zocorp, formerly Daystar. I think we actually don't know what roster name they're going to have for that Masters Showdown in just a little bit. But for Fisher, obviously, a lot of potential here. You got former, you know, current OWCS talent as well with Kiwi, who was on Frost Tales for a while during this year. So overall, you got a lot of chemistry. They're going to stick onto the Zarya. No reason for them not to. They've kind of set it up the entirety of this tournament. Hydron, instead of the Ashe, will go over to the Sojourn. That Disruptor shot can do a great job of zoning some of these tight alleyways, especially for Kuffa, which we'll see. They're running the Wuyong and the Ana, so they're going to play around those nades a little bit more, and that lets Admiral kind of sit back a little bit farther when Kuffa is diving in on the Has.
Well, this is fascinating, though, because we usually see Admiral on, I was going to say, we usually see Luke Mina on the Ana, Admiral on the Wuyong, but not going to be the case at all. We were instantly to go and do pause. Probably WMAMon, judging that he has not picked a hero yet. We'll see if we go back in momentarily once that is up, but I think Fisher, very textbook with a defensive type of composition. And yes, very important too, that this Tracer is now unbanned. So this gives Talisman a lot more impact on the game than perhaps what we were seeing on the Venture.
Yeah, if Talisman is going to have a grand impact on this series, it has to be because of the Tracer play. And now at least we get over to this map. Yes, I think the Genji traditionally is a little bit easier to play around. It's not the worst. So now pause is undone. I'm guessing it was maybe we'll consider again. Just one. And Lethal already finds his first victim.
And here's the thing, he knew it was there too. You saw him like glance around that corner, you heard the voice line, and he's like, he's probably gone now. Object permanence just not present in that moment. So Fisher Esports instantly down, Lethal back over to his Ashe, and with Kaffa's Hazard, arguably one of the best hazards in North America too, they're just gonna take all of the space for free.
Yeah, the freest fight of your life if you are ISU, and you almost get Hydron as soon as it goes back into this fight as well. So Lethal definitely knowing who he is supposed to be marking. Talisman putting a little bit of pressure on the main. They have to get healed up, but that puts Grapes in a sticky spot.
Yeah, like Lethal, you just can't peek this main angle as long as he's there. We'll rotate over on a flank. You already lost Ludmino, so Lethal either needs to trade this out super fast, but it just took too long to get there. Talisman helped burn down Kaffa, who just ended up in the middle of a snake pit. That was Fisher. He'll be sending ISU back to the spawns.
Yeah, nice little bounce back there from Fisher after, yeah, definitely not the ideal start to this map is your hit scan getting his head taken off right away, but they're able to hold the line, and the fact that Grapes is able to live over on the flank is at least a massive buff to know, like, hey, Grapes can get out of those sticky spots, and know the ultimates can start rolling on through, and Kaffa dives in.
Yeah, has the block though, and the wave to back him up, so he'll be A-okay for the time being. Talisman, though, you can see the control he has on this off angle, and because W Maymon's on this Echo, he's a lot more free to do what he wants, but same goes for W Maymon on that particular flying character. There's the pressure onto Lethal. Recall's forced, though. The amount of respect that's given to this hit scan that can rip his head off at any moment. That's where Grapes will come in, support his Tracer. Talisman will make sure that Ashe is out of the way after a great Kitsune rush from Kiwi. But Illinois State, in classic ISU fashion, they're still gonna commit. That is Downpour, that is Tidal Blast into the back line, and both supports are dead. This team just doesn't care if they're down a player. If they have a plan, they say a window, you bet that they're gonna try to jump through it, shut down the overclock as well, and ISU, that's just gonna be first point if they take out Iron right here.
And Tidal Blast was not able to get popped from Grapes. He tried to pop it on himself. It didn't go through in time, but still used the cooldown. ISU capped 4 minutes now on the clock. And even though Hazard, yeah, got a little bit of a nerf going into this as well. Lethal just continuing to give lethal doses to Hydron. Obviously, the Spike Guard now doesn't deny any crits, so you can still get crit now and get hit with critical hits when you're in Spike Guard. Still, the amount of survivability you have on this hero is still insane.
Well, that's the thing though, like even hearing Iron in his interview yesterday, he's like, Hazard's just awful after that block nerf. Kaffa doesn't care about that. He's gonna play his own game and try to match the Zarya that Iron and Fisher have worked so well with all season long. But honestly, the real issue here is Lethal. Anytime we watch this guy, it's headshot after a headshot. It won't matter the situation. Kaffa caught off around a corner in a Graviton Surge. No healing could reach him in time. And ISU, they're crazy, not crazy enough to go in without the tank.
No, but they're not necessarily backing up all the way either. They're kind of feeling this out. Trying to see if they can get something. Bob is sent in from Lethal to try to finish off Grapes.
He's saying Coach cuts up to the high ground, but the Bob and the kid's Kiwi. Are you kidding me, Lethal? Who is this guy? My God. Nobody else can pull off the Ashe like he does. It's striking fear into the hearts of Fisher and ISU. That's point 2. They have over 4 minutes now. And Fisher, they're back to the drawing board.
Yeah, Fisher just backing up. Hydron will go over to the Widowmaker. Try to maybe bring some carry over to this. And almost finds the shot. Now that he's been seen, might be a little bit more difficult to get value out of the Widowmaker. But ISU, even though, like you said, yeah, the Hazard isn't great now.
No.
But the fact that he can still get so much done with it is just a testament to Kaffa's skill. Kiwi has a Kitsune Rush to get this one started for Fisher to try and bust through this Redbird's offense.
Yeah, I mean, just Hydron being on the Widow, a lot scarier for Lethal. Just the one-shot potential was only there for Hydron, but There's that tidal blast. Doesn't find anybody, but Grapes is already dead, and that's all ISU care about. He goes out of the Kiriko to duplicate it, TP back to the team, and make sure they can finish off Iron through his dive. Hydron just can't find the space or the angle. So afraid of Lethal. Finally lands the shot, but it is way too late to make the difference it needs. ISU full cap on Fisher's map pick with 3 minutes, 7 seconds.
Yeah, quite an impressive time bank here for the Redbirds on Shambali. And even though, yes, the Ramatra is gone and the hazard on paper maybe is not great, Kuffa's is still one of the best in North America, and especially here in Collegiate. Iron eventually did try and swap over to the Diva, maybe trying to match the dive a little bit, but it just didn't work out. Admiral and Maymon have yet to die.
Wow.
During this map, especially for an Echo that is unreal so far. And even for Hydron, right? Like, the fact that Luke Mino is doing such a great job of just keeping tabs on Hydron, whipping those orbs around the corner, making sure healing is always having to be coming in from Grapes onto Hydron, which is less healing going to Talisman and Iron, and that's why we've kind of seen not only Grapes kind of get into some sticky spots that they've got punished on, but also Iron maybe not having as much healing as he would normally think to play around.
This has just been Fisher Esports. They are struggling with this like split threat that ISU is. They're taking so many angles, and Fisher, they can't pick one to try to lock down. They get so confused. They are slow to react on it, and by the time they figure out a target, ISU either found a way to trade it out more or to make it even. So Fisher now being on this attack, they're gonna keep Iron on that Diva. Hydron on the Hanzo. We'll see if that sticks or if it was just for a Sonic, but it seems for now that's what he's gonna end up on.
Okay. Well, it worked out.
Goodbye.
All right, Hydron, I see you. We've seen the Hanzo kind of pop back up in certain circuits, and obviously still not a meta pick by any stretch of the imagination, but when you're as good as Hydron, you can pretty much make anybody work, and Lethal, in response, will go over to the Freya.
And Hanzo low-key a counter for Ashe too, like, and just probably why we're seeing Lethal make that instant swap. Do not blame him in the slightest. Not fun to get hit by a tree trunk that was lobbed down mid, but the burst damage and potential of the Hanzo, plus the one shot, very scary. So ISU will respect that and play a little safer with Lethal. Help lock down the small room with both DPS in there. Not gonna hang around too long. Using the Freya verticality to his advantage just over this short wall that we see, but because you don't have like a Genji or Tracer or some sort of ground flanker, it's just free entrance for Talisman until he makes Maymon can't quite pay the toll, will take a laser down back towards the spawn.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier to get in, but once you get back into that open space, Maymon's just chilling. They're like, yeah, get out of that room. I'm waiting for you. The focusing beam is right here. And already duplicate available here from Maymon. That is a wild pace.
Whoa! This is not an easy ultimate to build. Dupes onto the Wuyang. Not sure if that was intentional or not, since there were so many people in front, but he's gonna make it work. The damage that the Wuyang puts out is insane. Will be swiftly removed from the duplicate form, just to put a focusing beam down onto Kiwi. Kuffa dove in so deep to help with that elimination that he's actually gonna end up dying for it. Fisher can use that to their advantage. You can see how ISU holding those S keys for dear life.
Yeah, just trying to back out. They want to make sure they have a full 5-on-5 fight near the end here of first phase. Hydron will have the Dragons to try and split up ISU, or maybe the Kitsune Rush to clamp onto whoever is left, but instead they ascend it.
Oh yeah, Tyron's dead. As soon as you see that tidal blast, you know where Maymon's going with it. That's gonna be 2 for the Echo with the assist of Luke Mino. Self-destructs attempted remake, but you're just dead. I have to think that perhaps Fisher are considering swapping, because this Echo is a huge problem.
Yeah, it's a problem they have to solve at some point. That's why Hydron, maybe not necessarily to a normal hit scan, but still pretty close. Look over to Sojourn, which hey, those real good shots, they pretty much are. And look at that, Maymon hit, backing up, and that's the respect you at least have to start gaining to try and, hold back Maymon at least a little bit, but now you don't have Grapes.
As you say, you focus on one threat. Oh, hey, there's Lethal. Forgot about that guy. Still doing what he needs to do. This is a very poke-centric comp with a tiny bit of dive element added to it. Oh my god, the bull shot dumped straight on Huey's head. He goes bye-bye, and Fisher, they're down to a final minute of hold. Kuffa gets the D-Mag onto Iron. No stagger this time, but you don't really need it at this point.
You know, at this point, you might as well just chill here. You have so much time still to work with if you're ISU. Even if they cap first phase, the time advantage is egregious. But if you're Fisher, hey, that clock's a ticket. Casino Rush going to get you in, Pulse Bomb. If you can pull out the Suzu early from Admiral, and Lethal to try and alleviate some of that pressure that we're already seeing here from Lethal, and almost takes that Hydra before the fight even begins.
I can like hear like the frustration in his voice, and Bayman's already in the back line, duped onto Hydra Sojourn as the overclock up, gets two with just the duplicate form. Graves will take him out, but he's got no team to back him up. Cactus in his face blocks the title blast, and Fisher Esports, their map pick. It doesn't look like theirs after all. ISU now up 2-0.
Redbirds continue the hot streak. Now 2 maps to go if they want to be the last team standing here in the open bracket. And yeah, maybe not a hero you think you'd be seeing today after the nerfs, but still a powerful one regardless. Kuffa just sending it in, but honestly, Mamo, and they don't get to play the game, but right now they're leading the case for me for MVP of this series because they have just been all over the place in Fisher. They have no way to contain the Welshman so far.
No, again, so many threats that you have to think about on this ISU roster, and because they're holding angles so well, and Freya's independent, Echo's independent, as long as you're in a general LOS of either Luke Mino or Admiral, you're okay to just kind of float where you need to, lay down this poke damage, and you can't get there. Like Talisman, he'll get in a spot where he can set up and gotta coordinate with Iron, but if he gets there, somebody else is already dead, or suddenly Maimon appears from the sky and launches sticky bombs at him. It has not been a good experience so far for this team. Fisher is, if they can get set up, they're fantastic. It's how they've gotten here in the first place. Not dropped a single series so far this semester, but ISU have proven that they are on another level. They will force Fisher Esports to play to their limit.
Yeah, Fisher, at this point, you gotta be thinking, like, man, what do we even do? Like, what is the pivot to try and at least find some sort of advantage to get their footing back? Because it has been all Redbirds so far during the first 2 maps, even though both were Fisher map picks and Fisher first bans. And that could be maybe just a common theme, not only in this one. We'll see, obviously, in the final game of our day as well, ISU, when they take on St. Clair. We'll see. Maybe this is the similar trend, but right now it's Fisher who has to try and find some sort of alternative to get this series back going and avoid falling 3-0. Needing to win 4 maps in a row is just such a tall order.
Like, honestly, this is almost a must-win map for Fisher for that exact reason. Getting a reverse sweep in a best-of-5 is one thing, but a best-of-7, 4 consecutive maps is asking for a lot. You don't get first ban, you don't get first map pick either, so an even bigger challenge would lie ahead of them. And you can tell, Fisher, they're taking their time with this specific map pick and the bans. I do wonder, is this where we are going to get the Echo ban? Are they going to force Maimon to play something else? The thing is with Maimon, though, he doesn't have a hero pool. He has a hero ocean. He can pull up pretty much any flex DPS in the books and look spectacular on it. So you take away the Echo, you have so many other things that you are worried about. The only things that are out now are Control and Escort, so any of our 3 middle map modes here are up for grabs for Fisher.
And honestly, I don't know if there's a necessary go-to, right? Because they obviously want to stay on this Zarya. So you would think, hey, maybe King's Row, but then that really opens the door for more of these hazard comps. Maybe Suravasa, but then the Ramatra is still going to be very good. I don't think there is a necessary perfect map here for Fisher. I think King's Row is at least a little more compact. It could be easier to deal with the Echo if you want to save that ban. Or if you want to use the ban, maybe then you go Suravasa, because then that would be a map. God, Maimon would be just all over the place.
Yeah.
But regardless, you want to pick a map here that obviously you feel good on. Maybe taking away a map or 2 of options from ISU if you are able to win this map. Because once we get to 5, then everything kind of resets anyway. But Fisher got to worry about getting past 4, let alone making it to map 5.
Yeah, and they're gonna give us a classic in the collegiate space. Scrim's Row, King's Row, excuse me, will be the third map pick for them, and a bit of a must-win. It's great for the Zarya. On this first point, you can pull out the Diva for more of that dive pressure. You know ISU aren't going to play the Russian lady, so not as much of a worry in that, but even then, this is still the same problem. You're going to have to deal with the Echo. You're going to have to deal with Lethal, whatever the heck he decides to pick up, and of course the supports along with it, which is why this ban, I'm so curious on what we are going to see from them, because the Ramatra, that's out of the question.
Yeah, Ramatra, no longer an option. Kiriko, no longer an option. It will be the Echo.
Okay.
Yeah, they're sick of Maymon. they're just sick of the Echo buff and him flying around at 2x speed. And that's what happens when you don't protect ban the tank, though. ISU, we know they don't like playing the Zarya. Now they're going to force that, and that puts Fisher in a really weird spot.
Ramatra Mir. I think that's the only
Probably.
realistic answer, like unless you're, again, first point's kind of the exception.
Could run
You
the
could run the
Diva.
Hazards, the Diva, but I don't know if you want to run the Diva in like Streets phase or something, because it's so narrow, and if like Kuffa's on something like a Ramatra, we'll see. We'll talk about that when we get to that part. We'll focus on the first point for now. So there are options available for Fisher. I do worry though, you ban the Echo, Maymon has so many other options he can pull from.
Yeah, Maymon's like, all right, well, I have, it's like a bag of M&Ms. You got a million colors, and they're like, well, if I don't
We'll
want
see.
the blue, I can always have the red or the brown or the yellow or the purple, whatever they want. Maymon can flex to it. It's one of the reasons why, yes, he has not been the flashiest member on this team, whether it be this team or even GK for that matter. But the fact he is such a Swiss Army knife whenever this team needs it is one of the big reasons why they've gotten this far. Whatever composition, whatever meta they're in, they know that Maymon is able to play it. And now that obviously the Echo is gone, it's been a hero they've been liking a lot. They will have to flex something else, but honestly, May is one of his best heroes as well. And if they want to go the rush route, this is maybe one of the best maps to do it.
Yeah, I think another reason to pick this map, it's Baptiste. You're going to put Kiwi on that any day of the week. He's going to be very happy with it. Oh, never mind. You're not going to put Kiwi on that. You're going to stick him on the Kiriko. I was kind of curious if that would be a thing or not. With the Ramatra, it's still an adventure, though, for Talisman. I like it on first point, but it does scare me going forwards, especially without the Zarya. Talisman needs to be super careful, especially if Maymon stick on this Pharah pick, which we've seen him pull out before.
There's like, well, you take away one flyer, I got another one. Let's go the Pharah. Let's do this thing. Yeah, Talisman, as soon as they see this composition, might be thinking differently about his pick, but obviously they don't have the liberties that we do. And I thought Kiwi was going to be on the Baptiste. We saw that yesterday a bunch during their game versus St. Clair, but they won't. And as soon as ISU see the composition, like, oh, we just go back to Hazard. All right.
Yeah, and you know that you can take advantage of the immobile tank in the front line. And also, there's just not much you can do about Maymon. Yeah, there's Hydron on the Sojourn, but until you get these rail shots charged up, he's kind of just chilling. And Maymon plays so safe. Like, you cannot clip this guy's wings. It denies Talisman almost entirely. Rocks and birds don't get along the last time I checked, even though that's usually the other way around based on how that saying goes. But I've already got Kiwi, so none of that really matters. We're chasing a Pharah into spawn. That's what Iron has decided to do, along with Hydron, while the rest of ISU just run at Fisher's back line.
Yeah, Fisher, they try to rotate through Hotel. Kuffa's hitting the laugh on him as well.
That's crazy.
That's crazy behavior.
He's got the
here
money, man.
from
Look at him.
Kuffa. But hey, when the Aussie's feeling it, he's gonna let you know.
And that is it, like 5.5 minutes, Jesse, just to move through this point. And Fisher, like, the aggro on the Diva now, but that's a lot of ground you gotta make up.
Yeah, it's a line. Obviously, already Iron over to the Diva, trying to put some pressure on to Lethal and high ground, but it's going to be hard. Obviously, I think Lucino has, they have the Strand right now onto Maymon, but still a whole lot of healing to mess with Fisher. I don't even know how they want to try and enter this. They're trying to counter dive Kuffa, but he just spike guards out.
You wait for Kiwi's Kitsune Rush? Oh, never mind. Kiwi's dead. Admiral's on the high ground. Bit of a casting curve on my part, but Fisher, you were already getting Iron out of mech anyways. Has anybody on ISU died this game yet?
Not
or
yet.
Just seen 2 clean fights? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, look, yeah, caster cursing? Great, wow.
Bye-bye.
Lethal
no,
died
Lethal
once.
died. Thank you, Observer.
Lethal died, I think it might have been Talisman who got the finishing blow on that earlier, but yeah, this is just ridiculous here for ISU. Feeling completely at home, and Admiral has the easiest job in the world right now, just sending those pages across the map. Kuffa, doesn't matter, no Kiriko, still popping eliminations.
In the payload, it will take a second to get there. Kuffa hits the panic button, aka downpour. Doesn't seem to land onto anybody though. They're all okay. It was more so a get away from me so my Luke Mino can keep me alive sort of deal. Illinois State though, just gonna deny a contest altogether. The Kitsune Rush was committed, but the point already capped. Even Hydron too, going all in on this fight. And that's one you're going to want back, ISU. They'll commit to 5.5 minutes, what they started their point with.
And still, nobody's died but Lethal. Like, that is just absolutely crazy. 5 minutes to go. Barrage, the tidal blast into the barrage is a real possibility here with Luke Mino and Maymon. And yeah, when in doubt, go the Widow, try to make something out of this.
All it takes is just that one shot will change the course of the fight. It's hard to do against Lafara, but you just have to respect it. So if anything, it dampers Illinois State a tad, even if you're not getting the kill. This last section is hard to get to unless you give W Maymon a tidal blast. Hydron's like, nah, I'm out. Dips back into the spawn room. Sound barrier now for Grapes to help Iron push ahead. Maymon still hunting for Hydron in the backside. Dodge out of the way of the self-destruct. Talisman still dead. No ultimates available now for Fisher, and the barrage up and ready. Maymon looking for the final blow. Won't quite have it, but neither do Fisher. So far away from the payload. In fact, ISU gained time, Jesse. 4:16 plus a full cap. You cannot ask for better.
When we say they are the best of the best, this is the reasoning why. They add time on Kings Row, 4:16, and Fisher never able to find the emergency break and just get absolutely plowed through during their defense here on Kings Row. And yeah, I love how Hydron's like, I'm not dying to you, Maymon. No, not again. I will go to the other side all the way through spawn to avoid it. And I feel like there's so much attention right now on Maymon. It is leaving now Lethal and Kuffa to kind of step back up into the frame and be like, hey, no, we're still here. We're still here. We're going to pick off everybody when they're looking at the Pharah or the Echo. No worries whatsoever. Now with the Pharah, though, no issues in the skies here for Fisher. Maymon will go that main that we kind of expected to see at some point during this map. But it's going to make, I think, Iron's life a little tricky.
Yeah, I guess, but it's also, you can fly away from it. There's high grounds to stand on. And you're playing a very mobile comp for Fisher. If anything, it's just a more tanky, range hero in a way. Yeah, the wall will be a problem if you, disrespect it, but it's hard to do that. With what Fisher Esports are going to start on. Hydron starting on the Hanzo. I'm curious if that stays. Got Luke have this skateboarding. I love that.
They want a little bit of a skateboard run before the game actually starts. Why not, Admiral? I see you.
I was gonna say a cool skateboarding term, but then I'm like, I don't really know any skateboarding terms. I know kickflip, that's a thing. But Hydron is just flipped on his back because he's dead. Lethal got him again on this Ash that's been on the high ground, and I do think he may swap to something more consistent damage. There we go, back over to the Widowmaker. See if he can catch Lethal off guard, hits the headshot, and Iron will finish it off thanks to the fall off damage there. Straight back over to the Hanzo. That's exactly what Fisher needed to get in this fight.
But now they have to capitalize. You cannot let that elimination on a Lethal go for nothing. ISU playing very passive, except for the fact of Kuffa is battling a 1v3 in Hotel.
Kuffa, he doesn't care. He's just him, and he knows it. He'll take those fights any day. Doesn't care about the block nerfs whatsoever. ISU will have to give up a pick. Lethal now returning over onto the Freya. With everyone getting healed up, I'm expecting ISU to jump towards the point soon. With the Maywall out from Maymon, just to buy some of that space. But there's just not a real entry point. You're kind of waiting for Kuffa to make that first move, but his health bar struggling to stay above that half mark. And with 2.5 ticks already gained, somebody has to go. Uses the cactus more as a personal shield, but even that isn't enough. He is on an island by himself there with With the tank done, Fisher Esports, they're going to get themselves that first point, looking so much better on King's Row attack.
Yeah, and Admiral actually sends it in. They get hit with Tidal Blast. They actually finish off Talisman. But overall, still a great slow push there from Fisher to cap and now enter Streets phase. And ISU, yeah, the May hasn't been able to do a whole lot. It's kind of blocked off some healing on the Iron, and that's why the self-destruct got used near the end. But honestly, it maybe helped, because they also helped ISU stay off the point there for that final touch.
And this is great for Fisher. Walk with the Kitsune Rush. Talisman has the barrage. It is a nice Maywall. Maymon, like, negates half of that. It's like a 3-foot-long Kitsune Rush or something crazy. Maybe not that long. I have terrible depth perception. But you get the point. It's short. Fisher Esports, they don't get anything except for a couple of meters. Talisman, though, being sneaky, barrage the rocket onto the May, of all people, who can just sit in an ice block and say, I don't care about your explosives. Have a bit of an ice cube. And here goes the Farah down to there. And ISU, they're still kicking in this fight. Kuffa on Iron's tail, does not want him to get out alive. With the help of Kiwi, he'll be A-okay. But Fisher Esports, they'll play a bit of reset.
Yeah, that's a bold strategy there, Talisman. Maybe it didn't work out exactly the way you thought, but Blizzard used almost as a way for for Maymon to get out of a very weird spot. And yeah, they don't. They still play up. Iron is able to capitalize, and yeah, Fisher, full speed ahead, and take advantage of maybe a little bit of a misstep there from ISU, and now halfway through Streets. A little over 3 minutes left to go, and they still have the sound barrier from Grapes to play around. It's given them at least an opportunity here. If they can cap now, gives them, obviously they won't have as much time as ISU if they complete third phase, but at least put it in a decent range.
This is sound barrier that needs to match the Kitsune Rush. I'm expecting to see that soon. Look at the bull shot out first, but it doesn't make much of a dent thanks to Grape's Pilly overhealth that he provided. Here are the support ults. Everybody on the back step. Fisher barely escaped the blast radius of the tidal wave. But ISU, yeah, they're in control of the payload. But Kiwi, I see a Kitsune Rush in his future. Should he decide to put it down? Akuffa, not quite happy with that particular outcome. Leaps back to the safety of his team, but leaves Maymon out to dry. Swapping over to the cast and attempts to put down Talisman, but it doesn't work. The boop from Grape prevents the touch altogether. And Fisher, they're still alive. They're still kicking. They got 4 minutes through this point. Okay, they're kind of dead, but they do have the point. They're still in the game.
They're kicking from the grave to make sure this payload continues forward. But definitely, again, messy, but great self-destruct from Iron to kind of keep Kuffa away. You can tell he was kind of patient and kind of hesitant to be like, I really don't know if I want to push into this. Am I just going to die right away? And yes, he lives, but so is the first and second phase hopes for ISU. And now they are so pushed forward here, Molly. This is nuts.
Well, at least it's enough for Talisman to get off of the far here. Not interested in playing on the third point. Maymon's happy with that. Not enough for the cap, but what a bonus shot! Catches high ground as he peeks his way around the corner and he'll be blown to bits. And ISU are not giving Fisher an inch.
No, they are not giving them anything right now. Only one singular meter during third phase, and ISU are basically acting as if they're still holding second phase, but just with the Fisher's spawns being so much closer. And I honestly respect it. You already know you have the time advantage. You might as well just try and stretch it out.
There you go. It's like, here, you can have this breadcrumb, but we're gonna take the rest of the road. Man, I love bread. I'll forget some. Illinois State, though, they want to get their own win. Taking their time with this push. Like, that's kind of the nice thing about ISU. They wait for their opponent to expend all the resources, playing safe, and then go in. And I'm expecting that to happen with this Tidal Blast from Lucamino. You want to see either a Suzu, maybe a Speed Amp, before you pull that out, give it to either Kuffa or W Maymon, but you're fine with this. It's neutral. The time is wasting away from Fisher's clock, not ISU's. Finally, see some action here. There's the Tidal Blast and Kitsune rushes, but the blast, I don't believe it can't sound much of anything, at least anything can be followed up on, but it doesn't matter if it gets followed up on. Lethal is just chilling in the sky, launching a couple of bolts. Another full shot of light for him, finish off a double kill. He's farming these things.
Yeah, and actually getting value out of them as well, which is not always a guarantee with the Bola shots, but already ISU continue to hold, only 7 more meters give it up, and it'll be only a minute and a half remaining here for Fisher. They want to finish at least with some sort of time, obviously, so they can have an overtime push of their own.
Yeah, but Illinois State, they don't even want Fisher to use this fight at all. But thankfully, everyone is able to get away from the Kazune Rushers. That is a great thing for Fisher. Hold on to the sound barrier. You have Blade, and honestly, those two together might be a win con.
Yeah, it could be enough here for Fisher to at least get through this stretch.
Oh, the deflect though onto Lethal. We can get him out the sky. One more swing should do it. There we go. He'll be cut in half. But Maimon, quick to exchange it. Hit scan for hit scan as Fisher have a D-Mag Diva on their side. He'll buy some space and actually catch Admiral a bit off guard. Had nobody to TP back to safely. And Fisher can finally move out of their spawns 3 minutes later.
Yeah, but is the damage already done? They still didn't win that cleanly, so they're having to wait back. You can see Luke Mino is all the way in second phase, so is I believe that's May mode. Just chilling back here, and ISU are on the aggressive again.
Yep, Talisman though actually punishes Luke Mino this time, which is what you need to do. ISU can sometimes overstep, and if you can take advantage of it, that's the best way for Fisher to get themselves in these fights. But it's not a clean one. 30 seconds left remaining, and Hydron has to commit the bomb now, even when his team is at an advantage.
Yeah, has to bomb it so early. Kuffa jumps off.
That's
Hello.
Reset?
That was a little bit of a whoopsie.
Oh, the dynamite! Oh my god!
Big.
Everybody! ISU just melted!
Yeah, now Kuffa will be the one to taunt. Nobody else is going to spawn though until overtime starts up. They have Tidal Blast. I don't know if they can.
Well, they got there, Jesse. That's for sure. But it's 4-16 for Illinois State and 0 for Fisher. They capped in overtime despite having a 4-minute time bank heading into point 3. It is a lose-draw situation now for Fisher.
Yeah, best they can do is a draw. They have to hold down the fort over on A for almost 4.5
More than the first time.
minutes. Yeah, more than the normal time bank. They can also only give up a tick. Like, that is nearly impossible considering how ISU is playing right now. But we've seen crazier things before. So I'm not going to write off Fisher College quite yet. Luke Mino, we may have to talk. Are we... I know they're in spawn, so I'm not gonna...
You got 4 minutes. I'm here for that. Give the Mercy community what they want. You do it.
I think that whenever Mercy becomes meta in any sort of way, there is going to be a lot of interesting ranked games, more than there already is.
Oh, heck yeah. That's what we like. Everything out there looking like our Plat Diamond games. Have to love it.
You don't gotta expose us like that.
I don't know. I'm not the Plat one here, so I'm chilling.
Oh,
Fisher, though,
okay.
they're on this defense. Exact same comp that they've been running. And look, it's real! The Varsity Dream is alive. Look, you know, the pocket for Lethal on this point. And looking to make him pop off. Already the Mercy on fire. Hydra not too happy about that particular pick.
Yeah, and wearing the OWCS skin for this event too. That's helping fundraise. So I wonder if that's a little bit of self-promo here from Admiral.
Lethal? He's shooting his gun. No, he's just walking out of it looking scary. Okay, you know, that's fine. That's fine too. Problem is, Iron's still alive. Your team is not, and oh, look at us, emergency. No. You know, ISU, I don't know what they were cooking there, but Fisher, they're not here for shenanigans. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, ISU are cooking up the banter. That's what's being cooked up right now for the Redbirds. Is Iron just getting burned down by the sim, especially with that damage boost. That is one powerful beam right there. And, oh my god, it's back. It's back.
Oh. Well, at least he's not running in hammer first this time. That's improvement.
Yes.
This is like the We'll keep an eye on him for now. He is getting domes though, so Suzu and Overload will have to be popped instantly, and he's still dead. Iron though, he overextended. He's gonna have to pay for that with his mech. Has the self-destruct. But Lethal just got resurrected in the backline while all this was happening. And Talisman sees Maimon off in the backline by himself. Even the photon barrier won't save him. Kuffa was on his own side quest. Yeah, he'll get Hydron, but it doesn't seem like he's gonna have the same luck with Talisman. Sidesteps his way.
Oh my god, they can't touch!
Oh my god, Down Booker was genius! What a 5-head play to end that out. ISU, they just take map 3 in one of the craziest rounds I've seen in a minute. And they are on match point, Jesse.
That is such a big brain play.
Wow.
That is unreal, knowing that, hey, everybody's looking at me in the back right now. Let's send the downpour. The Venture can't get here too fast. It's basically just to make sure Iron can't use the Jets to touch in time. Just an unbelievable heads-up play from Kuffa, and it wins them the map. You know, it was not much in doubt ever since the overtime started, but still, just what a way to end it.
Yeah, that was Mercy, Torbjorn, Symmetra, and then a forced C9 from a dead downpour in the backline. This is a Kings Row game of all time, and if this showed us anything, is that ISU, they will not stop this dominant run. They're gonna give it everything that they have from start to finish, and you know, anything but a sweep is a disappointment for this team. I don't think they're gonna be disappointed if they keep playing like they are now.
No, definitely not. Right now, ISU just playing unbelievably. And again, this is the ISU that we know, was the favorite going into this tournament, but also one that can just run it whenever necessary against whoever in Collegiate. And Fisher 0 for 3 on their map picks so far.
Oh, no.
There's been times where it has felt like they could sneak it in, but man, it's just been ISU having the answer for literally everything. And now the Echo is back in play.
Yep.
We only have Flashpoint and Push left. Echo's good on everything within those maps. Right now, it at least feels like it is going to be ISU being the sole team remaining. But Fisher, there's always the opportunity for a reverse sweep.
So Jesse, I don't know if you heard what's been going down here, but I just got a little note that ISU, they're pulling a roll swap on us. We are taking
oh my God.
Lethal off of DPS, putting him on support, and Luke Mino will take over his role on hit scan. And if we've learned something from Luke Mino, he has a nasty Soldier 76. Granted, we haven't really seen it because it's been banned anytime the role swap has been made.
True.
And role swaps do need to be declared before bans. So it could be a funny thing to ban that out. Won't be the case for Fisher, though. They are targeting Kuffa's Hazard through and through. Suravasa, the fourth and final map pick for Fisher to have a chance to take down ISU, the team that has stood in their way for every single finals run they've made.
They're setting up the Soldier. They're setting it up. They ban out the Soj, and Ash can be a little bit wacky during this map. You need a little more mobility with it being Flashpoint. Yeah, we're getting a Luke Mino Soldier very, very quickly here. It just, yeah, unbelievable. I don't think that Fisher ban is correct. Yeah, that should be Hazard.
Hanzo
But
Hazard will
overall,
start H.
maybe there's a Hazard from like Hazard's like second cousin. You know, because they still got the gray hair. They still got a little bit of a beard going.
Jesse, are you calling
No.
Hazard old? Actually, I don't know how
No.
old Hazard is in the lore. He can't be that old. Is he like
Older
his
than
40s?
us.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to get a fact
Chat,
check on
get
that.
back to us on that. Write that down in chat. We'll go back to
Hazard.
this very moment, and we'll find that out. A little bit of trivia for you guys, chat. You can't just watch for free.
Exactly, you gotta
Pay the
work for this.
pay the trivia toll.
Exactly, you can't get your drops without
True.
helping us out a bit here first. And those cats, they don't feed themselves. We need a budget, you know. So just feed us some information, and we'll make sure that you get all of your lovely cat drops here. But for Fisher, Jesse, like mentally, you're in a rough spot. You have 2 out of 4 maps in a row. Yes, the Hazard is gone. The Echo is back. ISU are pulling a role swap, so at least that's predictable. But this is going to take a miracle of a run back to get any form of reverse sweep on a team like ISU who want to finish this in a 4-0.
Yeah, it is lethal on the Wuyong, and let's see here. Luke Mino, yeah, they're on the legs. Lock it in the Soldier. No shock whatsoever, considering this has been something they've tried before. And now here we go. Luke Mino legs. Fisher, pretty standard dive comp with the Diva, understanding that this Zarya is just not going to work.
No, and Breaking Ball, another one of those heroes that Iron talked about in the interview yesterday. Very good in his words. A little broken, as he liked to put it. So seeing Kuffa on it, it's not a traditional hero for him, but if he can manage to make this work, cause enough chaos for Luke Mino to either just sprint at targets fast enough and look scary, or for Maimon to hit the shots, which mind you, Maimon is on the Ash, of all things. I just noticed that too, to match Hydron. Fisher though, the one thing they do have is better point presence. You just need to get these actual picks. Hydron will shut down Maimon on his Ash counterpart. And with that pick going through, we'll see Fisher in control for a hot minute.
Yeah, Fisher cap first, and Admiral stuck in no man's land trying to help out, well, their normal support duo, but currently one of their DPS, and Fisher now will be able to ice out the fight. Even though Kiwi does fall, that's gonna be such little healing now for Fisher to work with, and that is music to Kuffa's ears.
Dude, he was full sent on Hydron. Iron's like, Matrix. That was good, yeah, and that's like the fun part about watching D.Va these days too, is that you get to both go in aggressively and play for your team. That's why Iron's so good at it. He's a great idea to balance. The one thing he didn't think about though is capping the point. Did end up losing it. He doesn't care. He's hungry for blood. Him and Graves are just holding hands, waltzing around, picked up both DPS through that adventure. Now you just gotta peel Kuffa away from the objective so you can keep your 50%, 6% up and count.
Yeah, Graves getting in on a little bit of the action there, but yeah, Fisher may want that 26% back instead of almost being done with this flashpoint. They got a whole extra fight now to go at him. A Talisman getting ready for this pulse bomb. They know Maimon is chilling around here.
It's gonna look for it. So all the defense matrix out of the corner of his eye. Actually, it's a failed defense matrix. You're chilling about that. Luke Mino's dead anyways. Don't need the pulse bomb, and ISU not in a great position to push that point. Still gonna try. Kuffa laid out the mines where his Talisman looks to separate this Wuyong lethal. Not in a happy spot. Kind of wishes he could shoot them back in that moment, I bet. So Fisher, kind of just chilling, only having to use the Bob and the sound barrier for now. Probably gonna need a little bit more though, because Maimon is making them work for it. Nice pick from Talisman. It's just not Fisher's point yet.
Yeah, Fisher will have to wait a little bit longer. Nice little answer from the Redbirds, and Iron will be finished off as well. So ISU able to not only flip, but deal with the last second pressure there from Talisman and Iron. And now they can start climbing back up, almost 60% in counting already. And they have sound barrier to go with tactic. This could be a scary spot. Luke Mino ain't waiting.
It's just gonna pop the tech visor out first. It doesn't really do much. Fisher Esports were so far back to begin with. It's not hard for them just to play angles, and they're not too worried about that. So it's just now getting to the point. I will throw out, Jesse, anytime you've casted this map, there has been an Ajax. Will Admiral add his name to the list? Hopefully not. That one will manage to land, granted only onto 3 players. Good pile drive into the back line with the Kitsune Rush disrupting there. Fisher's Esports health bar is not looking too good as Talisman gets treated like a bowling pin, and yeah, they just don't touch. That's unfortunate. Granted, Fisher losing the fight anyways. Not a technical C9, but also not how you thought Market would go with how it started.
Yeah, like, they definitely still lose that fight, even if they touch. But, yeah, maybe a little rough. And Hydron's like, why not? We're gonna lock in the legs as well. One of the older players in Collegiate locking in the legs. And now ISU, you can see Kuffa is just rolling around, having the time of his life. And well, until he's literal one, Talus is easy to breathe on him to get the elimination. And that could lead to a Fisher first cap.
I mean, it should, but I see the red percentage kind of ticking up right now. Fisher don't get there in time. You do have numbers, though, so it's only going to be like 10 or so percent gained for the team, if even that. But Kuffa barely gets another touch in. Unfortunately, has a weird interaction on the stairs, and he'll be straight leaving that pool.
Yeah, it just climbed up on the wall enough to where he wasn't actually touching, and that's just enough for Fisher to cap. So only 12% for ISU to start off. Lethal's like, man, this is what it feels like. This is what it feels like to get dove all the time, man. This is not great. ISU. I wonder if this Lethal was popping on himself. Or maybe not.
Well, no, look at him. He's being nice. He's giving W Maimon a taste of what he usually gets, but he's dead anyways. That was a kunai to the face. Kuffa did pull a sneaky back cap and just put the mines there. I don't think anyone was on the points when the mines went down. So I just are just using it as a deterrent. We'll get a couple extra percentage off of that the next few rounds.
Yeah, it was used very early, actually. Like, I don't think anybody was even there till the very end of the minefield cooldown, but this is still winnable here for ISU. No Lucio healing. Self-destruct popped early here from Iron. Just to go back into the mech, but getting bullied into a corner by everybody, and now Hydron's trying to finish it off.
Yeah, you can't really get any final blows with the Tac Visor. Decent damage, and it will zone ISU away, prevents a recapture. And the nice thing is, you have a ton of ults to work with. Beat non-optimal, lands on 2 people, one of them being Luke Mino, who decided to return as his own Tac Visor. But same thing, it just doesn't do a lot against teams that are so quick to move around corners and kite away from the damage. Fisher, though, you have a Kitsune Rush, you're gonna roll it down, blue carpet on the stairs, and force ISU even further back. Talisman just barely misses the pinky toe of Luke Mino with the pulse, but ISU, they don't have a real win condition on this point unless they can cause some serious chaos or just get a flip outright. They'll buy them some more time, sure, but you don't have a ton of numbers. In fact, you're very down on numbers. Not in your favor. Lethal looking to change that around, gives it to W Maimon, and he's actually going to strike back with 2 of his own. Excuse me. ISU, they're keeping it fighting. Iron barely hanging on to the mech, will eventually be shoved out of it, and because there's no cap for Fisher right now, ISU, they'll get a full regroup.
Yeah, they will. A little bit of a nice break there for ISU on the back of 2 eliminations from Maimon.
Fine.
Eventually, this point does get flipped back over, but still an absolute dogfight on point.
Agapa's just beating up a poor Iron baby team
Oh my God.
3 times. Actually just shoved him in a locker and stole his lunch money. Poor dude. Unfortunately for ISU, though, the mine's only value it got was within the tank. Kaffa, though, still has the adaptive shield. There's a ton of extra overhealth and it buys Maimon enough time with the regen to get the Dragon Blade out. That's the triple kill with a bear blade for him, and ISU, they're gonna lose Ruins after all. What?
Oh my God. It's Maimon's world. We're just living in it this tournament. Easily been one of the best players so far, especially on the open side. Yeah, that just continues. Eventually, Fisher, you gotta shut him down somehow, but it's a little late, and now it is 1 flashpoint away here for ISU.
The attack visor, though, for Hydron. He wants to make sure Fisher will plant their flag first, and with Lethal dead and Luke Mino to follow, that will do it. We see that perk with the enhanced fire rate coming in handy.
Yeah, a little bit of enhanced fire rate. We don't see the combat stim every time. I think it's actually kind of been a little mixed. I think the stim is great, especially in these kind of scenarios where you need to be running around all the time, but Fisher is able to get that opening cap. They still have the sound barrier. They bomb now.
Yeah, it's gonna go out, but Admiral doesn't catch on to Maimon. He's still gonna be dead through this fight. Far from ideal for ISU, but it's a Wrecking Ball comp. You don't really care about that. That's a little more important. No DPS now, straight back towards the spawns, and Fisher want to give the Redbirds a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, so how does this spawn camping feel, guys? Like, this was us a little bit ago. Hope it doesn't feel great. Talisman, yeah, decides he's not done. Kuffa eliminated from that fight, and now, well, this is a little bit of a tricky spot here in the corner. No Suzu needed, though, from Kiwi. Quite yet. ISU, though, mines, tac fires are to go right back into this, but Iron, I wonder if they save the self-destruct for the mines?
Yeah, mines? Sure, but yeah, okay. Luke Mino gets the lawnmower treatment with the advanced booster perk there, and yeah, it'll be a flip back over. No minefield even needed for that, although you kind of wish you did. The rest of the team of ISU divided and conquered. Fisher Esports looking to get their first point.
I don't know yet. I wouldn't put it past ISU for one little cheeky final touch.
I mean, Kevin would get there, but... Oh, boop. Oh, the shield. Okay, that was a really good play from him, but it unfortunately cost him the adaptive shields. The mines are down. You just don't have an extended touch to work with, though. Talisman takes that down any day of the week, and Maimon, he's gonna pull the blade. Oh my God, I didn't know you could climb those rocks. Good to know, Maimon. He's dead anyways, though, just not in a very tragic fashion. Fisher will get their first point. After all, they didn't even need any ults for that final push either. Expensive for ISU, and they're gonna have to push this one further.
Yeah, expensive, but hey, expensive at least keeps you in the series. So Fisher won't complain at all about that. That's, still a lot to go at it. Now, Kuffa, okay, we dropped the flashpoint. Time to go back into All Reliable in the Ramacha, which is a great counter to the Diva.
Yeah, especially if you can just run in with a sound barrier first. Iron's health bar, that just got melted before you can say Iron. Will manage to get back into the bed, though, shockingly, just because ISU was so cornered around that pillar. Yeah, Fisher, they're kind of chilling right now. They managed to get most of the eliminations. They had a lot of the space. And they even have the advantage of the kill, but the recall's already out, so Iron knows it. He's not going to go in too deep. Instead, waiting for the sound barrier and the extra speed amp that comes along with it, takes out Lethal. And finally, the Falcons get the garden started.
Yeah, second time in a row now, Fisher capping right away, and maybe this is some way that, hey, build some sort of momentum, try and make ISU feel a little off, and obviously they can't mid-game roll swap back to the normal, so they are stuck with this until the end of this map. But now ISU, we're going to do a little bit of a rear on the Rosie, and they almost catch Kiwi.
Close, but no cigar there. Luke Mino has tack visor, attempted to zone, but on Maimon, that is a level 3 microwave Symmetra that Iron did not respect in the slightest. Now with him on point, he can put these turrets where it needs to, and even just TP to safety. Not going to give his life for that particular risk, and try to snipe out Hydron. That's not a battle you're going to win, Maimon. Let's not do that.
Yeah, if Hydron couldn't heal himself, maybe. But no, that's just a very bad position for you to be in. But the fact that Lethal, doesn't matter that he's on support now, still finding the eliminations on the Talisman and ISU. Again, full court press has always been on 24/7.
They do get the sound barrier off, but losing Lethal there is pretty bad. You don't have really any healing to come through. Nice part, Kappa back on the ball. You don't necessarily need it, but you gotta clean up these kills fast. And Kappa exactly where he wants to be. Fantastic roll through, comboed with the pole drive, and Maimon even TP'd in for additional support. Iron not standing a chance against some of these laser beam characters. Knocked out of mech. Eventually, Grapes, the boop, will keep him from the teleporter. So Fisher, they got a chance, but you got one more fight where this series is done.
Yeah, still got to make your way back over to point. Luke Mino wins the duel against Hydron, and that'll keep ISU in this fight, and it will be 99%.
99%, but no clear win con for either team, and because Maimon got onto Kiwi, their couple suddenly feels a lot more confident. There's a minefield put down, sound barrier up in the nick of time for the sake of Grapes and Fisher. Bit of Wrecking Ball parkour, and you can see Iron still struggling to stay in this fight. In fact, he really can't, so it's on to the likes of Hydron on Talisman to keep Fisher in this series. We managed to get the flip back over with the Tidal Blast, but onto Kappa. It's not done yet. Grapes is going to get knocked down, but no! The stairs, Kappa got diffed by a ledge because he fell off the ground, but he just rolls through Talisman, finds Hydron in the back. The coordination between this team will still find a way to make it happen. Kiwi isolated all alone in the back line, and Fisher, they're down. They are hurting, and they have one more chance to get a toe onto this objective. Iron is alive, but he has to get there. Guarantees the overtime a little bit longer for the pile drive onto Grapes. That's gonna silence him instantly. Iron, one more tag in. Overtime, still taking Pulse Bomb. Goes wide. Look, Mino, he's zoning the rest of them away. The Redbirds, once more, are your homecoming open winners.
Yeah, just another OWC to mark for ISU, which is an unbelievable run in Illinois State. They will sweep Fisher here in this grand finals 4-0. Nothing can keep the Redbirds down right now. Not even the poor staircase at the end there, you can tell, trying to make something out of that Tidal Blast. But no, ISU, they will be the winners here of the open bracket, and what a way to do it.
11 consecutive titles, Jesse. And these are on, like, just North America Collegiate in general. That is how dominant this ISU squad has been so far, and the run isn't even done yet to say something as crazy as that. Fisher, top 4 team right now within North America, and ISU at points made it look like they were in a completely different league. Homegrown collegiate team, and they're pushing it beyond the limits of that in OWCS. You just cannot ever bet against ISU. You will lose every time.
Yeah, if anybody in chat doing preds for Fisher, sorry. That was maybe not the exact result you were hoping for, but man, this ISU roster is just so good, man. And even though, yeah, definitely messing around a little bit during this final map, wanting to have some fun before they have another best of 7 in just a little bit. But no, ISU, this play, I think that was kind of what sealed it. It felt like Fisher was maybe getting back into the map, and then Maymon shuts it all down with a 3K with the blade. And the Falcons, they pushed, they stayed in it, they didn't get totally outclassed, but like you said, ISU, they just feel like they're just in a different line of every single team out there right now. Maybe Winthrop is probably the only one who I'd say is in that relative same tier, but they dealt with Winthrop yesterday, and now ISU, they stand atop the open bracket once more.
Yeah, ISU, yet another NACE title to their name, and Overwatch Collegiate won at that, and this team looking just as unstoppable as ever. We're just out of words at this point. We're so used to seeing this team on top that we can only repeat ourselves so much about how good that they truly have become and their development over the past couple of years. But we're going to actually go ahead and throw it to a quick break. We have an interview set up with ISU. They still have one more match to play after this, so a bit of a pre- and post-game interview coming up in a couple of minutes. Our first finals match of our open season has come to a close, and yet again, it is ISU who stands on top of the hill once more as the kings of Collegiate, at least in the open side. Jesse, from start to finish, it was the classic Illinois State masterclass on this dive, on this rush, Maymon's Echo, you name it, this team had it prepared for Fisher today.
Yeah, I won't lie. They've kind of shown me the light of this Echo now playing with a lot of the Wuyong. Like, the fact that you could speed in so fast with Tidal Blast, that is such a scary thought. But no, ISU, again, they're named the Kings of Collegiate. for a reason. Now, 173-7 in their last, 180 games? That is just a ridiculous number. And especially these last 3 semesters, they've only lost 1 series a semester across all competitions. They've already lost their one to Northwood. They don't intend to make that any worse. And yeah, Fisher, they had some great moments. I think, honestly, Iron, like you were saying, had a great job trying to balance being defensive and being offensive on the Diva. Talisman, I think, held his own during a lot of this series. But, this ISU team, when they're playing this well, there's nobody in Collegiate that can keep up.
Not just in Collegiate, but arguably in North America. And this team has been top of the region as well as in Collegiate. And you do have to question, like, what will happen when ISU eventually get beaten? Is that even going to happen? Is ISU themselves going to disband and graduate before that happens? Like, that is a genuine thought right now, Jesse. That is how good this team is and will remain, I believe, one of the most iconic dynasties that we see in Collegiate Overwatch for quite a long time. And it's been a long road to get there. This team had, like, their 1 loss in the regular season, but they cleaned it up. Nothing but sweeps in the bracket so far. And with us, we have Kuffa to go over our last match that we had. Kuffa, first of all, congratulations on yet another Collegiate Overwatch title here in the Open. How does it feel to you and the team to get that once again?
It feels good. I mean, I think today is, like, way more chill than yesterday. Yesterday, we have a chance of getting knocked out to Winthrop in the semis and not even making the finals. So I think yesterday was definitely the more stressful day. But yeah, today feels good.
Yeah, fair enough. And obviously, you guys are kind of split up right now. You got a few members in Portugal for OWCS, kind of boot camp. You got a few players still over in the States. How have you guys been managing that over these last few days?
It's been fine. Like, we're in like a bit of ping, and it's mainly hard for Dennis because like he's not in Portugal, but he's still scrimming with us. So I think he has scrims like 7 a.m. Like we scrim, it's 10 p.m. now for me, and we scrim like 1 to 5, and then had this collegiate like 8 p.m. onwards. So it's like it's fine. Like we're just playing a lot of Overwatch, which is good. We're in practice.
So we're at like what, 7 hours of Overwatch or something crazy like that
something
so
like
far
that.
today.
I mean,
getting
we
close
still got
to
another
it?
first to 4 to go, so we'll.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit. So and kind of before I want to talk about that match too, but for Fisher specifically, we heard yesterday from the interview that you thought Winthrop was that hardest team, that it was going to be smooth sailing from there on out. Has that been the case? Fisher, they pulled a couple of things today. Like, was that this kind of how you expected this game to go overall, just based on what you've seen from Fisher so far?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like a bad thing to say that they probably shouldn't be top 2. I think like Winthrop should definitely be in the grand finals with us. They're considerably better. That's just like how the cookie crumbles, I guess, with the the bracket, all the strong teams being on one side, and then it's being single elim. So yeah.
Yeah, and obviously you talked about it. You lose to Northwood during Swiss, and then you beat Northwood in quarters. You beat Winthrop in semis. How have you guys been kind of, I would say, a little bit of a different format this semester than what we're used to in homecoming? How did you guys kind of change your thought process, especially after that loss to Northwood during Swiss?
I mean, it was like a first to 2 in Swiss, and I think like half of us didn't even know we had the game until like 5 minutes before. So like we weren't really prepared for that game. And it didn't really matter in the end run. So I don't know. It's just like regular season versus playoffs. I guess people care a lot more in playoffs because it's like when there's actual stuff on the line. And yeah, I think like the bracket was pretty stressful because there's a chance where we come 5th to 8th if we lose to Northwood, and then we come top 4 if we lose to Winthrop. So like, but I like single elim. Like it keeps you on your toes. I feel like a lot of the winner final games are kind of fake. You might lose them and then you just win the next day because you just like, you won the game that matters. So I like single elim.
No, and hey, if there's one thing that we know from just watching you guys for the past couple years is that if you're in a grand final, never ever bet against ISU. You always find that way to show up when it does matter the most. And on that context, your 7 hours of Overwatch will continue, because you still have another best 7 to be played. You will be playing against St. Clair. What are the thoughts heading into this game specifically for you guys?
Just have fun, I guess. Maybe some more Luke
Have
Mito DPS. We'll see.
Oh. Are we gonna start on Luke Mino DPS, or is it like an only Soldier 76 strategy? What's the thought behind that?
Maybe we'll try to get 3 up before we do any changes. We'll see. I mean, it's kind of up to Luke and Dennis. We can't control them. They just do what they want. So.
Well, there you go.
Oh, so they are the two that are away. They're the two that are not in Portugal with you guys right now. So that obviously they can kind of just mute Mike, do their own thing, and not really confer with you guys. Obviously, you know, this is the first semester for you guys since the Varsity program shut down. Obviously, you guys are writing out your scholarships for an extra year. Has it been a little different this year? Obviously, not having a director, it's a little bit different on what you guys have available to you. How have you guys kind of approached that this year?
Yeah, I think it's like a lot more hands-off right now. Like, we don't have varsity requirements or anything like that, which we previously did, of like certain hours and whatnot. So it's definitely different, but it hasn't been like bad because we're still putting in a lot of time into the game. And you know, doing university as well. So, I mean, like, yeah, I think it's been fine. It's just been like a little less stressful, but everyone's like playing Overwatch CS as well, so we're never like out of practice or anything.
And that's kind of something I'm curious about too, because you know, Jesse and I've been through college as well. How in the world do you manage being a student and competing in collegiate and a top OWCS team on top of that? Because that just sounds like it's so much at the same time.
Oh, we love it. It's fun. Like, obviously, I want to get a degree. I want to, you know, go to university, and this is like an insane opportunity. So we all get to do it, and you know, we get to play the thing we love at the same time. So yeah, we're like all super grateful for this opportunity. And you know, it's unfortunate what's happened, but we'll see. I think we all plan on continuing playing for as long as we can. So we'll just see whether that changes or whatnot. But we'll just keep winning in the meantime.
Oh.
I would say that's the mentality. We were talking about it ever since the core 4 of you guys started the spring of 24. 173-7. Like, it is egregious how good you guys have been ever since you joined ISU. Is there, whenever this journey is done for you guys, is there something you're wanting to take away, whether it be, you know, obviously end of the school year, past that? What is the kind of the message that you guys want to take away from all of this?
I think we just want to show that we were consistently the best the entire time. And I mean, you know, this has been like an insane opportunity. Like, I wasn't really, like, I was around in like tier 2, but like I only started playing like properly, like professionally, I guess, like this year after being in ISU for a year. So, I mean, I guess you could argue it has like a good gateway to the pro scene. Yeah, it's just an awesome opportunity.
I love that you guys are making the most of it, and like ISU is just a very proud and true example of what collegiate Overwatch can be, especially at the top level. And I don't think there's ever going to be something else that looks like this run that you guys have made so far. And it looks like too that your run, you still got one more to go. You got that last match. Yep. Any final words for St. Clair, for the people, before we head into your next best of 7?
I mean, I don't think it really matters what we're gonna say to them. I think like the score's pretty blatant of what it will be. You know, hopefully we don't drop them out, but yeah, it'll be fun.
All right, flawless from start to finish. I like that. Okay, well, we're looking forward to that match, and hope we'll have a little bit of fun along with it too. Thank you so much, Kappa, for taking the time to join us here, and best of luck on your next game.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
See you soon. And he's totally expected to be back here.
Oh yeah. And do you blame him? Do you blame him? I don't blame him at all. I know we're supposed to be like, hey, I can't wait for this series, you know, but like the way ISU is playing right now, what is St. Clair supposed to do? They're probably watching this series like, man, like what is the play call here? Which granted for St. Clair, it's still, we'll get into it later, but they still have a fantastic season. For Fisher, kind of closing on them, still their highest ever finish, tied in an OWC event. So still overall a great success here for Fisher. But yeah, no, when ISU are playing like this, nobody can stop them.
I don't know. Like, even again, 7 hours straight of Overwatch is crazy.
Good God.
For him to have, it's 10 p.m. over there in Portugal too, and that's crazy. Like Admiral has been, or not Admiral, excuse me, Lethal's been awake since 7 a.m. screaming as well. Like it's been a crazy day for these guys, and again, it's so impressive to me that they're able to balance all of this together while simultaneously getting a college degree and putting a lot of emphasis on that and continuing to prepare for the future. And that's kind of the beauty of what Collegiate Esports has been so far, though. We do have that last match that will be coming online to conclude our wonderful couple of days of the collegiate teams. It's our NACE Varsity Premier Finals. It will be Illinois State taking on St. Clair College. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you back on the other side of this break. And welcome back for the last time of this wonderful fall semester Collegiate Overwatch competition. Only our Varsity Premier finals remain in our homecoming brackets. It's Illinois State University fresh off of their open bracket victory and are looking to add another onto their day, and it's St. Clair College that will stand in their warpath.
Yeah, St. Clair in the way of potentially almost like the perfect season here for ISU, and whole lots of 3 Overwatch in this bracket in particular. St. Clair, they put away Kent State, Briarcliff, Bellevue, who was looking fantastic going into that side of the bracket. But you look at ISU, yeah, they drop a random map to Linden when I think I was talking with one of their players the other day, like, yeah, we got a little too goofy for our own right in that one. But then, yeah, 3 over Ball State and Cumberland, and now in the spot to go not only win 1, but 2 in both brackets today here for OWC. It would be a ridiculous feat.
Yeah, but you say it like it's ridiculous, but this is ISU. We are talking about Kuffa, Maimon, Lethal, Admiral, and then the most recent addition, who's not really that recent, is Luke Mino. For this core, it's basically GK in disguise with Luke Mino in that flex support position. You know this roster. You love him. In fact, if you've been watching any of the other previous days of broadcast, you've seen this team at least come in once, and you're expecting them to come out even harder and better for it. Have not lost a single match on stream. Have not lost a single match in the NACE Varsity Premier season.
Yeah, no, they've been the definition of perfect, especially here in Varsity and NACE Varsity or OWC Varsity. It's been ridiculous. So, yeah, 1 more to go. That has to be the thought for the Redbirds. That was Kuffa's thought. He obviously feeling very good going into this series. But on the other side, it is the Saints of St. Clair, the top finishing Canadian team, actually, here in OWC. Obviously, some names you're going to recognize. Razor from Dill Ducks. Tread was all over OWCS, EMEA. Same thing with Red X over in the Ducks. And I think Alex will probably play instead of Juice on Hitscan. That's at least what we've been seeing mostly throughout this tournament. But this roster, overall, it's a fantastic roster. But this is going to be quite the interesting test here for the Saints.
St. Clair College, this is already their highest placement and potentially and guaranteed finish for their Overwatch team in a national collegiate tournament. They're happy to be here, nonetheless, but you have to acknowledge, looking at the last game against Fisher, a team they lost to yesterday, getting swept out of the water. And now you have to, again, face the Redbirds. And the few things you have going in your favor is fatigue. Redbirds, they're on ping. They've been playing for hours, had a 4-hour scrim block before their 2 best-of-7s. But beyond that play, what can you do to dislodge this superpower of a team? That's kind of the name of the game for St. Clair. You heard it from Kava themselves. The sweep or nothing is what we're going to see. He's expecting to come back for that winner's interview. Closed it with "see you soon" on this map pool that you just have to argue very ISU dive heavy.
Oh, very dive heavy. Like, no matter which map type you're on, there is very easily a dive that can be run. But obviously the power here will actually start with ISU. They are the top seed going into this bracket, so they will actually get first map pick and ban, which if they didn't need already enough help, the ban and pick is definitely a little bit of an extra bonus here for the Redbirds. But overall, yeah, this is going to be a tough test here for St. Clair in this first of 4. And let's see where we are starting off here first in this final game of the OWC fall calendar. It's crazy to think it's already done. And we'll go over to Ilios. We're actually 3 for 3 in different control maps today, which never happens. But we're going to Ilios for first.
Look at that. I would have bet money on this. Illinois State, like, always choose Ilios. This is their map. You can play Echo, you can play Winston, you can play Tracer, you can play Sombra,
Ball.
Freya, Ball. Yeah, won't step up on that. So ISU, it's their pick. They're actually going to ban the Tracer away from Razor for the first part of the map. I will say the one thing, they were saying, Claire, that looks really good. And the reason they've gotten here in the first place, they are a very flexible team, and they are phenomenal when it comes to their own coordination and punishing mistakes. Although, that applies to teams that are not ISU. This is I'm not going to make too many mistakes type of team. The Wrecking Ball will be taken away, so Kutha instead will have to look towards that Winston or Hazard.
Yeah, which honestly, yeah, it's a decent ban here for St. Clair because they're never going to run the ball. Right, like you're never going to see Tread on the Wrecking Ball. You'll see Tread on the Diva. You'll see Tread on a lot of Hazard as well. So they are just lining it up to where they don't have to deal with the Wrecking Ball. They can at least go Hazard or Diva. Probably Diva to help with, to deal with W Maimon a little bit. But overall, still fine here for St. Clair. Yeah, both these teams now loading up. St. Clair has kind of been in this top 5 conversation for a long time. They took care of business against BSCVA, which was a game that I think a lot of people had a question mark by going into it. We weren't really sure where either of these teams really stood. But throughout this tournament, they've really stood tall. Like, hey, we are definitely a top 5 team. Obviously, a little unfortunate they couldn't get the job done yesterday against Fisher in the open semis. So it kind of feels like they're locked in at number 5 in the country right now, but guaranteed top 2 here for Varsity.
And it's a massive feel-good for this program. Even talking to their coach, Zay, a little bit before this tournament started, he's like, we are on warpaths to ISU in both brackets right now. That's how they turned out. Felt very confident in those. Couldn't quite get it done in open, but can do it here in Varsity Premier. And, you know, this team, again, very good when it comes to their coordination. If they can get all of their pieces, their ducks in a row, if you want to say, it's fantastic. Are they going to get a chance to get their ducks in a row is a question, because if you've seen anything like GK versus the Dill Ducks in the past, it's a quite similar rosters there, just with the change in the tank department for the most part. I am interested of what we are going to see for round number 1, Jesse, as we are heading out into well for Ilios.
Yeah, Ilios will be the star. You know what also will make you feel well? In touch credit union. They can boost your, they can't boost your KD, which, you know, granted, I think I could maybe use some help with. But we can help out with your financial gain. Visit itcu.org to learn more. Federally insured by NCUA. I do gotta take some notes here, because I won't lie. When I played ranked the other night, rough. It was.
Yeah.
I was solo tank queuing. So
that is just a
probably
bad idea.
It
Unless
was
you're
a
Kuffa.
death sentence, I think, to start. Yeah, I know. I am no Kuffa. But overall, I may have to take some notes here. As ISU, they almost went to Junkrat. I saw that lethal, but eventually
Echo.
goes over. Yeah, that's the elect for the Farah Razor will be on the Echo for St. Clair.
Yeah, Baymon's gonna take up the Farah, which typically Echo is favored in that matchup. Just because you have the Diva, I think that's why Maimon was considering going to this pick instead. But even then, you can kind of lay down the burst damage in that. It's just further poke. Alex, we'll be on the Sombra to start, so a little bit of annoying, peek my head out, throw a couple hacks here, see if I can set this up, but it's not going to be easy to lock down any of these players. Liquido is also on the Wooya. Gonna heal him? No!
Oh.
That's tragic. We just saw the short demise of W Maimon. He's like, well, this sucks. Alex, hit the first blow for St. Clair. That's exactly what they needed. Maimon instantly swapping to the Echo in response to their first hack.
Yeah, even though, yes, it can be a little easier for Tread to deal with it, also that focusing beam onto the Diva once they enter under half is just brutal. So you kind of just take, you know, the 50-50, like, hey, try and play better. And like, Luke Mino, hey, we lost our Echo first last time, you lose yours this time.
Well, they didn't have an Echo last time. They had a fly.
they're
But you know what? Hey,
they're
it's the same thing. They both fly, right? And they both now chuck explodey things at each other. As Maimon just did to Tread. A little bit of a parting gift there as ISU quick to get the flip in order.
Yeah, that's what you know these games do to everybody. It's like a little bit of loony thrown in. We got months and months of games, and now we got one left. And ISU, man, look at this, already pushing up into kind of these side streets of well, but eventually will at least give a little bit of it up. You get not much of it. Still, Luke Mino taking full advantage of this high ground position. Still very pushed forward.
Double Maimon Tidal Blast incoming with the super speedy Echo. I kind of want to see it. Perhaps it's the thought, but again, less healing than what you would with a here we go. And with Maimon already dead, that is not what you wanted. So he's going to opt to give it, I think, over to Zed on Admiral instead. When that happened, I'm not entirely sure. Either way, Razor has hit the deck and Tread will meet him there. ISU, they're confident in initiating these fights and holding down these extra flank angles, controlling every part of well.
And the fact that, yeah, Hazard isn't fantastic right now, but still getting so much value. Red X?
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know, actually. I really don't know why. Did they try, like, Swift Step to Razor when they were in the air, maybe?
Perhaps? I don't know. That's an unfortunate end to Red X. It's okay for St. Clair, though. I see 5 big shiny buttons, and that makes me very happy. And especially when there's 2 dead already. You don't even need to press. Okay, never mind. You're going to press that shiny button because Tread got knocked out of mech. Soach is still dead. So St. Clair, okay, maybe we do need to commit a tad bit more in its engagement. We'll only end up being the Kitsune Rush for the time being, as Admiral caught on the way out ensures the Redbirds won't have another fighting chance.
Yeah, St. Clair at least cleaned it up. I won't like Alex some beautiful pings there. Like, hey, you know, Mamon's right here. Like, I can see exactly where he is. Beautiful virus setup as well. Right after the take down of the Echo, but St. Clair still got some work to do. 40% counting compared to 83 for ISU, and there comes the downpour.
Downpour is laid down, and the only people that get caught are the ones not in the sky. It'll be an EMP help, but it doesn't get a whole lot of value. Admiral managed to stay in cover, got the sound barrier down, and it means that Kaffa can continue. This counter dive will be a 2-for-1 between the tanks and ISU. They're doing their best to keep this going. Eventually we'll get through Tread, but man, that hurt.
Yeah, maybe a little more expensive than they thought, and Soaks is just trying to stall this out a little bit. Not able to get out near the end. Now the stall potential, I think Alex, maybe if they can get back into a position, or Razor can go on to Kaffa for the dupe, but instead for Maimon, well, that's nothing.
He's dead. Look at him. He literally just, he stops moving. He's expecting to die. Emotes in the back line.
Oh my god.
I think he just expected to die to the poke, and he's like, oh, I'm alive. Well, unfortunately, because you did that, your team is now dead. St. Clair, again, will not allow ISU to make a small mistake and get away with it. If there is even a tiny crack in this thick armor that they put out, they will find a way to drive the spear home and keep their percentage going.
I love a look, Mino. They use the Tidal Blast on themselves just to get out. Not to hit anybody with it, just to have the extra overhealth, just to scurry on out. Love that little play from Luke Mino. St. Clair, I've seen a decent spot here. Still have the dupe, self-destruct as well, to kind of fend off some of this initiation from ISU. And the bola shot's the only one here, but already Tread getting dangerously low.
Fantastic Suzu, too, out of Redix to keep Tread in his mech. Razor, the duplicate out of the house, it's kind of hard to hit anybody when they're all just flying away from you. Does have the downpour, not gonna hit very well from Raymond, who gets impaled midair. And St. Clair, they have this cap under control. Jesse, are we about to see them take a round away? Tread and Alex, they managed to mow through 2 in the back line. There is no shot. The Saints managed to do that, and honestly, I think ISU are just as stunned as we are.
Yeah, maybe ISU caught a little off guard there. Maybe playing it a little too safe, and St. Clair will always take advantage of something like that. So great play so far from St. Clair. That Somber's actually been phenomenal for you from Alex. Lethal, yes, it's been a lot of good damage from the Freya, but there's been no finishes. It's so hard to actually follow up on it because everyone's moving so quickly during the map and during the round that there's really nothing that Lethal can do unless they hit some insane shots. So now St. Clair lead 1-0 as we go into the second round of Ruins, and Alex will just send the TP out before going right back over to the Somber, and no swaps here for ISU.
Again, I love the Somber pick too from Alex. His ability to just follow up on anything that Tread does is perfect for what this team needs. You're not going to really win 1v1s for the most part with ISU. You need to take an advantage battle. You know that the Redbirds are going to play split, and St. Clair, they're happy to do it, but in a way that suits them. You also just have the scouting power. Like, look at him. He sees where everybody is. Virus onto Luke Mino, gets low, forces the healing weight out of him already, and because of that, Kappa doesn't have the burst healing that he needs to stay on his feet. Fantastic set of plays plays from Alex, forcing the key resources and ensures St. Clair gets cap.
Yeah, just the fact that they have that constant poke, the constant scouting from Alex, and that makes it so much easier for Razor and Tread to swoop in and actually finish up on a lot of these eliminations. St. Clair playing this absolutely perfectly so far. You know, Tread a little bit low, gotta back up, but no, they're playing this as well as they can. And right now, ISU on the back foot for the first time in, God, hours?
2 hours. That's crazy. But yeah, no, this team is, I think they're realizing, hey, we need to lock in a little bit more. We need to be playing a little safer and give respect towards this Sombra, the work Alex has been putting in. Made an early hack onto Kava, so he's going to wait for that to expire before engaging a little bit further. But because he, again, lost half his health bar, you don't have a ton of healing with Luke Mino's resource bar there. And so it's just hard to make sure that he can stay alive in this Echo duel mid-air. Doesn't result in any casualties, but Maimon, worse for wear in that department. Razor looking for the chase, but can't quite hit that last shot needed. So skirt on out. Duplicate now available for St. Clair. Illinois, they are taking so much time to push in, and it just doesn't amount to anything. They eventually lose out on Kuffa with how slow they are playing. They can never feel him back to full health. Duplicate and much more available for St. Clair, and they're really only going to need to use just that. Self-destruct from the W Maimon into the middle of the objective. Gets a whole lot of nothing. Sound barriers are exchanged, but it doesn't save Luke Mino. St. Clair have advantage after advantage, and they keep finding them, Jesse. The Saints might just sweep their way through this map if something doesn't happen now. It's a 1-for-1. Tread chasing down the opposite Echo, and St. Clair, they still have so much to work with.
Yeah, they still have Kitsune Rush and Self-Destruct. EMP soon to come as well. Here for St. Clair, they are in the perfect spot right now to pull the upset here, at least in map 1. Steal a map away from the open winners, and obviously trying to go for the back-to-back. Now, Rush on point. Kuffa already so low.
He's dead. He's just gone. That's all you can do. The EMP is still alive in the backline. That's on to 2. Nothing that can cleanse it because you're on the Huyang. St. Clair have put ISU in their places. You need to respect us. You need to give it your all because you just got swept on map number 1. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if that was on my bingo card. I can't lie. I thought going in, this is ISU's map pick, ISU first ban. If St. Clair are going to steal a map, it's going to be later in the series when it's their pick for both. But instead, the Diva looked incredibly clean from Tread. The Sombra gameplay as well for Alex has been fantastic. The combinations they were able to run. And maybe I think we're starting to see that the Hazard isn't as, unkillable as he used to be. Like, you can really start to chunk down a Hazard now with the recent nerfs, and I think that's the reality check that Kuffa got during a lot of that map. But overall, man, what a result there for St. Clair to start us off.
They had a game plan going in, and that's one advantage that St. Clair has, is they have the opportunity to look at every series that ISU has played so far in this tournament on broadcast, learn from it, and come up with a plan. And that Sombra was just the perfect answer that they needed in that case. Again, I don't know about the Wuyong pick from Luke Mino. You couldn't help Kuffa, like, ever. He was always below half health. He couldn't dive in, and we saw for the majority of Ruins, too, it was just a standstill. Nobody from ISU engaged. Nobody could engage because Kuffa was away from most of his team and just couldn't get the health he needed.
Yeah, and that's when you really miss the Kiriko, because even if that quick cleanse, depending on what the timing of the burst damage coming in, can help so much, but the fact that that wasn't there, Wuyang obviously doesn't give a ton of healing. He can get a decent amount out, but not as much as Kiriko normally would. So overall, just a very awkward spot there for Kuffa to play around, but St. Clair capitalized beautifully. And now, why not? It's the last game of the collegiate calendar here, at least an official. We might as well go back to scrimmage row for the collegiate special.
Yeah, a quick decision, too, from ISU. I think this team, one, the fatigue's starting to hit a tad bit. It's been a long day, and you've had to move people around. It's a bit rough, but also, you know what you want to do. You know what your game plan is, and this is the map that they looked absolutely unstoppable against Fisher, and ended it in the last series. So we'll have to see what will happen in that regard. I'm more curious about the ban. Like, is this going to be a Diva ban? Do you take away the Sombra here? I don't feel like Sombra gets as much value on this particular map, so maybe saving that for another dive-centric area?
Yeah, I I don't think you need to ban it here because, yes, point A is dive heavier, but I really don't think it's necessary during this map. But let's see what ISU would like to do. Obviously, I don't see the Echo being banned. Both teams are running it. I have a feeling we're going to see more of it throughout this series, but it's not like it's something Razor is necessarily uncomfortable with, but they actually will ban out the Diva right away. So that is... It's a risk I can understand because especially recently we've seen a lot more of it. Freya banned on the other side. St. Clair barely ran Freya. Lethal's been running it a lot. Yeah. That ban, perfect sense. It is a gamble here from ISU to ban it this early, but that just screams to me they want to 100% force more of a rush style or the hazard.
It is the wake-up call that ISU need, and honestly, like, even the Saints, in talking to their coach, they're like, we just want to make finals and play ISU. This isn't, like, they respect this team, they know what the Redbirds are capable of, it's no mystery. So the fact that now, you win map 1, you're starting to get this idea of, like, wait, is this possible? Like, can we do this kind of thing? King's Row is not great for your types of compositions. Tread's main dive tank was taken off the board, still is the hazard, or something like a Zarya, Ram, if you wanted to pull it out, but this is a big change for the Saints. It's an uplifting. The highest placing collegiate team from Canada ever, and the only team from Canada to make top 16 in both of our brackets already, have one-upped Fisher by taking the map, and it has to feel good after that loss yesterday.
Yeah, they lose to Fisher yesterday in the open semis and now steal a map from the team who Fisher just got swept by in the open final. I do think maybe fatigue, like you were saying it pregame, and maybe a little bit of a factor here for ISU. Obviously, again, they've been playing for a long time, and okay, pros across the board here for ISU, so it's not like they're not used to some very long days, but especially some of them probably still dealing with a little bit of jet lag. They only got to Portugal a few days ago. So definitely a little bit of an awkward spot, and then obviously Lethal was supposed to go to Portugal, and then due to things outside of his control, not in Portugal quite yet, so creating those very awkward scrim times right now for him. But overall, you can't, say anything bad about St. Clair with how they played that. They played that absolutely perfectly on Ilios, and they just need to keep that up here if they really want to make this upset potential a reality.
The weirdest part about that first map, too, was that it's not like ISU to be at a standstill. Like, even if they're playing, like, something like Winthrop or an opponent that they're like, okay, we really need to lock in for, they're still just bonking heads at each other and running full force. They're always moving, they always has a plan, but St. Clair managed to slow the pace of the game so much that ISU just didn't see a way forward. They didn't take any actions, and on a map like King's Row, you gotta find a way to actually control the tempo. The Redbirds can do it. It's not a matter of can, but why did St. Clair have the ability to do that before? I think largely in part due to the Sombra. You're not gonna see that here. But ISU, they're on their comp, they're on their signature, back on the Kiriko Wuyong combination, which will suit Kuffa much better on this map.
Yeah, at least having that Suzu more consistent healing to work around is gonna help Kuffa a lot. And Mamo and Lethal still both on very signature heroes for both of them. Alex, oh my god, almost dies out of spawn, I think due to the stickies from Mamo. But again, same thing here for St. Clair. Still the hazard now, though, instead of the Diva, with that being banned out. Tread, no stranger to playing hazard, so it's not like it's that uncomfortable a position.
Okay.
And look at that, wow!
What? Wow, that guy just said, I'm gonna go bring out the fly swatter, and just slapped Maymun out of the sky. Anti-air hazard, kinda cool to see. But ISU, they're getting a couple of picks on the return side of this. Alex and Soaks both taking a step backwards into the spawn rooms. St. Clair, it won't stop them from getting a pick. Kuffa can leap back in, prevent more percentage from going up, but realistically, you're gonna give at least 2 going into this before ISU decide to come back.
Yeah, just because St. Clair have the closer spawns, they're okay playing this a little bit farther up, and now... yeah, well, he's just dead. Yeah.
Yeah, it found himself in a bit of a corner there and treated like a pinata by W. Maymun and Kuffa. So the return fully there for ISU. That's more of the controlled tempo that we're used to seeing, but the fact St. Clair got that far quick is a little scary.
Yeah, no, St. Clair still 2 ticks off that first push. you're going to take that every single time because now you almost have the Kitsune Rush. Red X should be Admiral to it, not by much, but that could be just enough of an opening to steal first point.
Les Soaks just sits on the wall in front of Lethal for like 3 too many shots. That's a bit of a problem for St. Clair on their push. So Tread gonna retreat with Red X towards the back corner as ISU. They're still hunting for kills.
Yeah, they are not done by any stretch of the imagination. And still trying to push this out. Luke Mino just trying to whip those things around the corner. Maybe see if they can find Alex or Red X behind one of those. But now we get into the potential Alt Fest territory, right? 4, about to be 5 for ISU. 2, potentially 3 to 5 once we get into the mid-fight here for St. Clair. We're going to see a lot of those check marks go clicked.
A very early Bob, though. Like, it doesn't do much other than ensure St. Clair can't push. It's an easy location for Razor and Alex to burn down. So Bob gone as soon as it started, but this is a combo we haven't seen. The downpour combined with the tidal blast, but Kappa bites off way more than he can chew. As a result, any trades here heavily favor St. Clair, responds significantly closer, and they're going to be able to work with that to the best of their ability. Blade and Kitsune Rush still online for this team, with Maimon getting wiped out of the sky again, and only 1 tick for St. Clair. ISU, unless they get a fast read back, which it doesn't seem likely with both the Kitsune Rush and a dead Lethal. St. Clair, they're going to get the point, although lose the Kitsune Rush for it.
Yeah, Alex is looking back like, what? We used Rush? Like, what do you mean we used Rush?
We win!
But hey, St. Clair, it is what it is. They still cap 3.5 minutes now on the time bank as we enter into streets. Maybe Red X getting a little excited going into that fight. Like, hey, we need to win, we need to win. It's like, oh, we won already. All right.
Yeah, he's a Lucio player at heart, off-rolling towards the flex support role to suit his team, and a fantastic sound barrier from Stoics. Not only keeps the team alive, but denies ISU's attack with the Kitsune Rush, Dragon Blade from Alex. Let's get the final blow onto Kappa. Very heavy investment, though, from St. Clair specifically. I think it was a 3 ultimate combo to 2 for Illinois State, but it wins you the fight and gets plenty of space for it.
Yeah, whole lot of space. Great, yeah, a lot of ultimates used, but does not matter at all. Goat of all time. Honestly, Alex, you're playing like you're right now, man. Playing excellent to keep your team in this one. And ISU, for whatever reason, yeah, just cannot seem to get a grip into this series so far. And now St. Clair have so much momentum on their side with 2.5 minutes. They're about to have another rush. ISU ultless, so pretty much a vanilla fight, but so far St. Clair has been able to at least go even on those so far.
And making it work, but Alex goes in on to Lethal here. The collapse, it's a Lethal sandwich, and he is not happy to be in the middle. We'll get 1 as a parting blow. But not a great situation for ISU regardless. They're spawned so far away on the second point. But St. Clair, they know it. They want to push it while it still hurts for ISU. Kitsune Rush, there is a responding tidal blast, but it amounts to nothing other than ensuring you can get back in the fight safely. At Maimon, so far away from the rest of his team, was an easy identify and eliminate kill from Dread. St. Clair Saints, this just is gonna be second point cap. Kappa, not a ton of spare health to work with, eventually gets back to the team and has the downpour laid down. Perhaps there's an opportunity for ISU, but even then, Dread's still alive. Bob is the only thing that keeps St. Clair from pushing.
Yeah, Alex was trying to wait to say, hey, Cuffer, you want to jump away from that point for a minute? Can I swoop in a little bit of a back cap here? But no. St. Clair will have to reset, but they get it all the way to the end of a second phase, just not the finishing touch quite yet. And yeah, Kava always just sat there like, oh, okay, just stall, do a little bit more stalling. And now Razor has his duplicate, probably going right back onto Kaffa to give 2 hazards in front, 2 cactuses to work with, and really push ISU all over the place.
And two cactus equals like a Maywall, right? Just not cold and more spiky.
Pretty much.
I don't know. It's about the same. I've never seen it before. I'd be interested to see it. Yeah, there you go. It was actually Maimon, though, with the first duplicate instantly removed from it, so no double hazard this time. Kitsune Rush from Admiral as an attempt to compensate. Razor now uses duplicate of his own, but in the 1v1 with Lethal, did not want to go down there, and understandably, it's getting a little dicey with Red X dead and the sound barrier overhealth since dissipated. St. Clair, on the point, pushing forwards, 22 seconds. This will have to be a 1 objective for them to continue, and that's exactly what it is going to look like. Kappa opted not to touch and is just going to die in a corner with no teammates.
Yeah, just stuck in a really awkward spot. Eventually, Red actually swaps to the Moira, I think purely for the fact he wanted to kill Maymon. And now we'll go back. I won't lie. That's the Red X we know and love. Like, swap, little cheeky swap over to the Moira, eliminate Maymon, swap right on back. St. Clair have the potential here to finish with time, which considering the time bank ISU had during their attack against Fisher on this map, any time is a good thing here for St. Clair if they can finish with it.
Absolutely. Even just a couple of seconds. Alex wants to make sure that will happen. A great Suzu from Admiral. It saves him once, but not twice. Expensive commit there, but a parting shot out of Lethal. Alex did not expect him to have such an aggressive position with a sightline around the small corner. So ISU will take what they can get and halt some of this progress, or at least slow it down for now. Bob into the backline, just opting to respect it, knowing you don't have the damage to burst.
Yeah, there's no reason for St. Clair to play into the Bob. You know ISU is going to push off of it. So you might as well just, hey, back up, wait for Alex to be back into this fight, and now go in. Granted, you almost have the rush, nothing else so far. Kuffa playing very aggressive. And his downpour could shut this rush down if they time it correct.
Emphasis on timing correct. It's gonna be hard. Redix not only has Suzu up, but as well as the Kitsune rush that makes Suzu come back even faster from not tracking it properly. St. Clair definitely favored to come out on top with this fight, but it's ISU. Any sort of shenanigan they can pull out, they're gonna try to find it. The Kitsune rush first for Redix. Kuffa being very patient with the trigger of discipline on the downpour, but actually it secures the kill onto Tread. The sound barrier from Soix here too late to save the tank. And suddenly it's starting to go up in flames for St. Clair without the additional damage. They need a way to compensate, but with Maymon on his signature Genji, there's not much that can be done about it. St. Clair denied a full capture and will have to be happy. There, the bot stopped about halfway through third point.
Not too shabby for St. Clair, but obviously some work still needed to be done. But ISU, very clear win condition now. Just got to get to that 53-meter mark, and you even this series up at 1 apiece. And St. Clair, they just feel very comfortable, whether it be the the Echo, whether it be the Genji or the Sombra, whatever it is, feel incredibly comfortable because this team loves to play fast, right? You have two Lucio mains on this team with the Red X and Soaks, and both egregiously aggressive supports as well. And everybody in this team kind of just picks up that mantra, hey, we're go, go, go. Even saw it on that one time with Lethal, right? He's kind of chilling on an off angle. Next thing you know, he looks over, 4 members of St. Clair are rushing him. He's just like, oh, help. Like, he's able to get one, but still just an incredibly hard spot to be in sometimes when you are a squishy, and that's why, Lethal's been getting shut down, and Luke Mino's been getting shut down. So St. Clair, they're playing this probably as perfectly as they can right now, but it'll be Alex starting on the Tracer instead of the Genji here on their defense on point A.
Interesting. We don't see Tracer a ton on this first point, just because it's a little bit harder for the verticality managing. You two can just blink across it for the most part. I like it in the sense that it's an additional thorn in Lethal's side. Maymon does not have a good time into Tracer as compared to a Genji, which can still be difficult if you're not careful. But I like it. It's a signature for Alex. Both him and Razor can play the Tracer. Illinois State, though, quick to move towards the objective. St. Clair crowded the hotel, but they won't stay there for long. You'll see them burst out behind the statue and attempt to make these trades. Maymon finds himself in a no-fly zone, but the rest of the team is there to compensate for it. It's a 3v3. Lethal looking to close it out, and with the help of Luke Mino, they'll land the punch in the back of Razor's dome and make it a little bit scarier for them to close it out. But Alex is putting in work on this Tracer. This is where Tracer shines the most, in scrappy skirmishes where you can blink around, and because he did so much, St. Clair have a great chance to get back in.
Yeah, St. Clair now have an entry back in. Kuffa does not have the healing to stay into this fight, so they will have to have a soft reset. And St. Clair weather the storm. And Alex, like you said, beautiful play to find 2. And now here it goes, the back cap again through Motel.
They'll get the tick this time, which is good. St. Clair, I'm prioritizing the point. They want to take the fight on their own terms. Kuffa's okay with that. He's kind of just letting team, you got this. I believe in you. Let me put pressure. Eventually tried Will back because his health bar was scarily low. Lethal, though, barely dodges a pulse bomb that Alex pulled out of his left pocket. So ISU, they're gonna keep this cap going. It was very well played by Kappa. It made Tread doubt his decision for just long enough that ISU found their footing once more and will secure themselves the first point.
Took a little bit, but eventually ISU will push through just under 5 minutes, going into streets. And Lethal and Memo, they're not done. They're trying to hunt down Razor here at the end of second phase. I don't think they're going to be able to, though. No, they're playing that corner just how you're supposed to, and ISU will have to give way for a little bit. Alex tries to send in the pulse bomb. It went a little bit wide, and ISU able to play the numbers game from that point. Oh, they're playing very up front. Granted, whole lot of ultimates. If somebody gets in a tricky spot, Lucamino can use the Tidal Blast to help get them out. But St. Clair got a flurry of ultimates, including that sound barrier pretty soon here of their own.
With the Tidal Blast first, though, fantastic downpours exchanged as well. The only one that really mattered, though, was the one onto Razor, because ISU don't have a sound barrier. They don't have a great win con. Winstocks puts that down, and you just have to run as far away as you possibly can. But Maymon says, screw that. I have duplicate. I'm going in. Slashes Alex across the back of the head with the duplicated hazard downpour. Didn't even need it. ISU, did they use everything? I think they used everything.
Yeah.
Holy. Okay, then.
Everything used in that fight to stay in it. And great, 3 ultimates as well for St. Clair, so it's not like he was expensive on both sides, but no, still just throwing everything in, knowing and understanding that, hey, we need to win this fight to keep the momentum on our side, at least get this cart to the end of second phase. And it's only the DPS ults here for the Saints. It's not like it's a gimme, especially with the Suzu available here from Admiral.
Well, Talon is in one fight territory, but St. Clair know that, so they're going to take this at their own pace. Immediate duplicate onto the hazard, but it's the actual hazard in Tread that will get the value in Lethal's death. So St. Clair, they're okay with that. They'll back off, knowing ISU will not push down the member.
They're not going to push, but they may at least think about the idea. They're not giving this up right away. It's just trying to poke around, see if they can find maybe an opening pick when St. Clair are trying to rest a little bit. Maymon very far on the flank, and eventually will have to give away that space. But St. Clair doing a great job of holding it down. 240 left here for ISU.
It's a time burn, but eventually someone's going to overstep. In fact, 2 someone's. Alex and Razor get diffed by their DPS counterparts there, so without all of that burst, ISU, they don't need any shiny buttons to do this. They're going to win this the old-fashioned way, and that's with Kappa on his hazard, picking up a 4K.
Cheeky little 4K for the Aussie. Just over 3.5 minutes now for ISU to win map 2, bring this back to 1 apiece, and make this best of 7 now a best of 5. But St. Clair won't be going down that easy. Still have the pulse bomb, and they get to pair it now with Shred's downpour. We will have it in just a moment here, but they can't use too much. You got to hold on to this for another 3 minutes.
And Alex already used recall as well, so it doesn't end up getting it back with the help of the Kitsune Rush. And kind of looking for Kappa. He jumps in, excuse me, with half HP. Granted, Razor was already kind of there with Tread in the backline, so you weren't really getting healed anyways. St. Clair, great use of the Kitsune Rush. It didn't even give an opportunity for Admiral to strike back.
Yeah, no, look at this. Alex doesn't want to be done. Soaks will be there for the finish on the Lethal, and this is the aggression we've been talking about with St. Clair. Always pressing W, always wanting to be the team that is trying to be proactive rather than reactive. And yeah, sometimes it bites them, but a lot of the time it is to their benefit. Alex stuck in a very weird spot though, and just has the blinks to get out.
Yeah, Reddick's going down though. Without that healing, St. Clair, you're in a desperate spot, and so still uses the sound barrier down 3. Ooh, St. Clair, that one, bit of a yikes.
Yeah, that's one he's gonna want back.
Oof.
That's, you can tell, try to save Tread, but I don't even know if saving Tread is worth it, because now you don't have the sound barrier to push in here at the end. But you do have the duplicate if you need to stall for a while, pulse as well, but you gotta get the initial touch.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard with a Kitsune Rush and Reaper now in the hands of Lethal, running down in it. Not a fun place to be. Pulse Bomb doesn't connect the way it needed to for St. Clair, and without a tank, they gotta find a way to get out of that fight. But Lethal says, back off, I got shotguns, step up, you're gonna get blasted. Does it to 3 people throughout that, and ISU said, we are not done with this yet. They locked it in, and will get themselves map number 2 for a tied series.
It's high. I saw that Reaper swap at the end. Very cheeky, Lethal. Very cheeky, because not many people, when they're in that kind of scenario, is going to hit tab and realize that, hey, it's a Reaper now. You have to deal with that. Just helps chunk down both the Hazard and the Hazard duplicate out on point. And Luke Vino this whole time just living his best life. Like, hey, nobody's looking at me. I can just fire away. Have my passive healing. No real issues. But ISU, more like what we thought we were going to see during this series, just shine in map 2 and bring us to 1 apiece. But St. Clair definitely showing they're not going to go away any easy.
Not at all. Like, even just thinking about this map compared to the King's Row against Fisher, much closer, right? St. Clair, this is a team, right? And you're like, wait, what do you mean by team? This is coordination. There is not necessarily a star player on this team. I think Tread, maybe you can make an argument for, because he's often the leader in a lot of these engagements that you're going to see. But St. Clair do so well because they work with each other. And ISU, they have that same strength. So when they eventually start playing against these teams that scrim a ton, St. Clair, again, one of our top teams that gets all of these practice in. I believe Razor said they were scrimming like every day of the week at one point too in the semester. That's where you can see teams like the Redbirds start to bleed a little bit and have to push further to get wins that most people expected to be easy.
Yeah, and honestly, fair play to St. Clair, because they have been pushing ISU a little bit, probably. Well, definitely further than what Kuffa thought during that interview. He said, hey, it's going to be a 4-0. We'll see you soon. St. Clair already steal a map, and they push ISU a little bit during King's Row. But now, St. Clair, for the first time, actually, during this series, have the map pick and ban advantage going into map 3. Push, Escort, and Flashpoint are the 3 remaining map types here for map 3 for them to choose from. You think they probably want to go back to the dive. They've been loving the D.Va so far. So I could easily see them, I'm trying to think, maybe go to like a Route 66 if they want to try something that direction. If you want to go and push but keep the dive, the Route Asapi is also a great option.
They have choices to work with, and because the D.Va ban went out so early, which again, I'm still surprised that we got the D.Va ban already in this game. Like, it's kind of just in St. Clair's hands to pick what they want to do. Kuffa's just going to refer to either the Hazard most likely or potentially the Winston in that regard. But I again, have concerns if that Sombra can get up and running for Alex again. These off-angle pressures. And Alex, of course, too, in my head, has been one of the quieter players on St. Clair, really stepping it up in this series in particular on whatever role he needs. Traditionally hit scan, but has been playing that Tracer, that Sombra to near perfection when he's had the space to do it.
Yeah, when he's had the space, Alex has been popping off during this series. It's just, ISU definitely did a better job of marking him during King's Row. Trying to make sure that he can kind of be tamed a little bit. It will be Route Asapi.
Look at you.
For the map 3. Yeah, look, I've actually had an okay record. Calling on heroes, my record was not good.
I was going to say, that was pretty bad.
Summer season for me was not great for calling out heroes, but no, so far, Collegiate, actually my pick rate.
Look at you, map cards are on it. But also, like, King's Row's in the pool, you know that's going to come eventually, so that was, like, guaranteed. We do get a lot of like, these days. Yeah. That's true. I'll take a Runasapi. I don't think we've had a Runasapi in a minute, too. So I am down for a change of scenery from the snowy streets of Canada. No offense to St. Clair. Canada's great, but it's a bit different. We get to have a different push map come in. So with this pick, probably the same with the D.Va I'm expecting. Last time, by the way, we saw this come out from St. Clair in... I can't remember who they were playing for the life of me. I think it was Bellevue. It was Bellevue. They did a Genji Tracer strat. Full in on this dive, no hit scan at all. They just wanted to go fast, and they wanted to go first.
Yeah, that's probably what they'll do, whether it be, again, the Genji with the Tracer or the Echo, Sombra, whatever it is. That Lucio ban is going to be that. Yeah, ISU know what they're doing. They're like, hey, if we take away the Lucio, the pace of this immediately goes down. And especially with the Ramatra being banned, obviously, they don't want Kuffa to be able to run that. They want to be able to play their D.Va in peace, not having to worry about, hey, can't eat the Nemesis form punches with Defense Matrix. So overall, fantastic bans here from both sides. I am curious how St. Clair now are going to try and keep up that pace, considering they don't have that amp now to work around.
little scared for them. I'm not gonna lie. Anytime we've seen this Lucio band, it has just been a bit of a dumpster fire. I'm not gonna lie for this team. So I am wondering what that answer's gonna be. We saw Juno Brig before. It did not work at all. And we even heard it from Bredex himself. He's like, we tried it. It was bad. We're not bringing it out again. Maybe Moira? He is a self-proclaimed Moira connoisseur. So they have a bit of a swap in that role, but it's just not the speed that you want. If you're going to play like with this Genji Tracer, you need to all in, and you need to have a support line that is self-sustainable. You don't have to worry about peeling for them nearly as much, but with the Lucio out of the picture, it not only affects the speed, but it also leaves you with a much more vulnerable target in the back.
Yeah, it could definitely be tricky not having that Lucio for the peel or for the pace. I wonder if they just go... They haven't really gone Wuyong at all, have they?
No, we have not seen Wuyong from them.
We have
I've
not
written down every hero
them.
they've played in this tournament on broadcast, and Wuyong is not one of them.
So I have a feeling they wouldn't do it again. I like you said, I wonder if the Moira does come out.
Yeah.
Because at least in these types of maps, it's going to be a lot of skirmishes, almost will turn into like TDM. Having a Moira is not a bad thing.
That's
and
a crazy thing to say at this point.
Hey, no. I'm maybe trying to defend Red X preemptively, knowing that it could happen. I'm not saying it's maybe the best call, but I'm saying it could happen.
There's always a chance for some shenanigans and of the silly variety. And there is also the option of you don't all in on the dive either. Like you could have something that more just sits with your supports if you have to. Like even Moira Kiriko isn't terrible. Like we've seen that a couple times in various higher level competitions, OWCS being one of them. Very rarely, but it is an option. But it's an uncomfortable one, and St. Clair have been thriving on their ability to control the tempo and play as a team so far. Losing out of the picture is going to hurt that, whereas Luke Mino and Admiral have no problem swapping over to this Wuyong Kiri comp and just doing what they want to do and looking comfortable. Oh no. Oh no.
I gotta say, St. Clair, didn't we say this didn't work? Your on stream said this didn't work. What are we doing?
Okay.
Oh lord.
It's worth a shot, right?
Unless this is just for the amp out of spawn. It could just be the amp out of spawn.
Yeah, but the spawn's like... It's one of those spawn rooms that's like awkwardly far away.
No, it isn't.
It's real. We're doing it. Okay.
It helps them keep the speed. I will say that. We were wondering how they're going to keep up the pace.
It's great with the
It's a very great way to do it. And those health packs from... and the armor packs from Soaks. They really help Alex and Razor. But I do worry for Red X's safety here.
And Soaks, to be honest. Like, Juno Brig, nowhere near as strong. The only way this works is what I just saw. You send Tread in there at lightning speed, Mach 2, at Luke Mino with the help of Speed Ring, and he bursts somebody down. That is the only way this composition works, and you need to do it before Kappa finds Soaks and Red X.
Yeah, look at this. Already. Right back in.
Okay.
Admiral gone. That has to be that snappy of plays here for St. Clair, and so far, it's worked. So, hey, maybe I need to... Maybe they cooked something this week since they tried this last. That maybe it now can work.
But he literally said yesterday that Juno Brig doesn't work. Did we just get baited? Was this just the ultimate?
Oh, that was Rashan. Oh, that was Rashan.
He talked the Moira up, said Juno Brig sucks, and look where we're at right now. They didn't get their first couple of kills. ISU are a team that can identify their opponent's strat quick and will make those proper adjustments. It's going to be very difficult for them to do that again, especially with Admiral now on the Brigida, wanting to be more anti-dive and ward off potential Tread and Alex harassment. Another speed ring though, Tread all in on W Maimon. It took everything out of both Luke Mino and Admiral to keep him on his feet, and with that, just barely. And you can tell St. Clair fully playing around Red X's speed ring combo. Do you spot Kappa off in the small room? Beat him back, but we're just at a standstill right now.
Yeah, both teams just wait for the other to make the critical mistake, and St. Clair are going to be always happy with that, considering they have the lead. Kappa goes in, Tread's there for the peel, but nobody dies once again. Everybody else kind of resets for those cooldowns to track back up, and man, it's almost really like Coliseum the way we're just kind of sitting here in the mid.
I know, I was like, everyone loves Sort of Stopping because you can like actually win these fights, but no, not the case today. It's backwards day, if I've learned anything. St. Clair do have an ult advantage in this. Duel is out on Razor, so that's one less tread. Guaranteed that the mech comes back. A fantastic pulse arm from Alex, but Maimon, all it does is force him to duplicate onto the pulse bomb sticker. St. Clair, they're gonna back off, just give that some respect and let this robot move to a more neutral position.
Yeah, Mamo just almost like trying to be just a little bit of a pest there in that corner, like, hey, St. Clair can't move forward. And that allowed the bot to rotate all the way back around and now be in the side from ISU.
Okay. There we go! Oh my god!
Oh my
so
god!
Body just went flying! Both supports go kaboom, that's what we're talking about. If ISU find their way to this backline, it'll be certain disaster for St. Clair. They get the kills, cost them 2 ultimates to do it. To get there eventually, and St. Clair have everything they want.
I'm sorry, that I know I've said it before. That Tidal Blast combo on Echo, filthy. Like, it's just... You can look at Red X kind of just looked up like, oh god. It's just like, there's only so much you can really do. You can't really outrun it. You just kind of have to prep. Lead is taken, and now Lethal was just trying keeping everybody in that corner to let this bot get to tick.
Well, no, what a flip from Lethal too. I didn't even see Soaks on my screen. That's how quickly he looked up there and saw that target. That was great reaction from him. That's forward spawns, by the way, unlocked for Illinois State. This orbital ray, I was expecting St. Clair to push in for the point, but they don't even get the chance to.
Yeah, they were basically waiting an extra second or two, waiting for Lethal's overclock to run out, and then Stokes gets taken out, and that kind of ruins the entire gameplay in there from the Saints. Now they'll push back in, though, and already Razor's gone.
Yeah, but you'll take the pick out of Luke Mino every single day that you can.
Oh, yeah.
And Reddick's getting trigger discipline here, holding on to this orbital ray, perhaps because he's under a lot of pressure and doesn't want to like accidentally rage axe or something, but he will manage to regroup with the rest of the team, and they'll keep moving forward. Yeah, Ajax, but orbital ray. You've never heard that?
I love that, actually. I've never heard that.
You haven't heard that?
No.
Really? Well, there
Man,
you
do
go.
I
Learn
have to slip
something
under
new
a rock?
Apparently, but you're not Venture, so I'm not sure.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, Razor though, an early pick on Lethal, and finally we do get that orbital ray. It's in an awkward position. It doesn't get to St. Clair the way that they need it to, but you already had so many picks going in your favor that it doesn't matter all that much. Robot will keep pushing on forwards, and it'll be actually almost even out of the distance here after the spawn is capped.
And Luke Mino is not able to stay up. That's a big stagger here for St. Clair. They may actually be able to build lead because of the fact that the Wuyong is gone, but ISU, never a team to give it up that easy.
No, Maimon is in, and he shouldn't have been in. Perhaps, I think he was expecting his duplicate out, but he just couldn't get it off. So St. Clair, they're going to take what they can get with the 3v5 with the duplicate from Razor on the hazard, had the downpour, cleared the alleyway completely so that Tread and the rest of the team can walk on down. Both supports falling late too. ISU, those alarm bells starting to ring.
Yeah, it's like, is St. Clair about to go 2 up here? That's definitely not. I was saying the script writer's going crazy in this one. They're working some overtime here on Championship Sunday. Now Maimon trying to go in the back, looking for Red X.
Yeah, he's cooked. Goodbye. That was the microwave beam. This time the duplicate will go off, and Razor's like, oh, I don't like that. Sorry, not a pretty one. Demon flying full speed ahead at his face. So fantastic use of that from W. Maimon. Had the reaction, or rather, not the ping issue this time around. And Illinois State flipped the bot.
Flipping around, but 109 meters for St. Clair with just 4 minutes to go. A very winnable position now here for the Saints. They just kind of have to trade off fights now, win one, lose one, and they'd be in a wonderful position to win map 3 and claim a 2-1 lead going into map 4. As Rally's still in line, self-destruct, plenty of resources available. A lot of for ISU is up to this man right here.
Yeah, well, he's getting mowed down by Tread, who was breaking every speed limit with the help of Redix, who somehow slips away, and the artifacts of Admiral came in handy there. So the overclock, while it doesn't get the kills, it chunks Tread's mech like nobody's business. There's the orbital ray. Their S keys held down and even spammed as hard as they can. Illinois State want nothing to do with that ultimate. Everyone's gonna manage to escape with their lives. Sports Ones did get unchecked, if I'm not mistaken, so that's good for Illinois State at a minimum here. They want to try to hold this down. Another duplicate now for Razor. An attempt to deny the remake, but even then, Kuppa will pay for that with his life, and all that you get is a cancellation of Razor's ult. Not a good luck for the Redbirds, who absolutely needed to get further than mid.
Yeah, they needed to find something. Luke Mino, they popped it out, I think, just to get out, Molly. They needed to make sure they live. So now that Kuppa comes back, they can still fight this. No extra meters gained there by St. Clair. They will start to back on up, but Alex, maybe looking for something, but maybe not anymore.
Yeah, I definitely saw an angle for a pulse bomb, but he looked at the kill feed and like, ooh, my team's dead. I'm gonna hold on to that one for next time Illinois State finally get that first strike that they wanted. Kuppa playing a bit of anti-air hazard to make it happen.
Yeah, nice little extra work there. Just to be like, especially from Alex to D, where it's like, oh, okay, I have to, like, it's a 3-5. No reason to throw in this pulse. Everybody still gets advanced spawns, and now the pulse is the sole ultimate they have going into this next fight. Probably looking for Admiral once they pop this rally, but they may not even need it. Maimon gets stuck on a wall.
Yeah, that is rare to see that kind of mistake from Maimon. Razor happy to take advantage of it. St. Clair very much in this fight, and ISU, they're not messing around. Sometimes we'll see them commit in 4v5s, but not this one.
Yeah, no, not this one. No reason to. They at least flipped the spawns back to neutral. I think that's honestly all they really needed going into that fight.
You're just taking it one step at a time. You want to save your ultimates, because you need to get, like, at least 2 consecutive fight wins right now, and to even be in consideration of moving forward. Down to just over a minute, and because the overclock did a whole lot of nothing, Robot, I stepped, like, what, 5 steps in the direction you wanted it to go. The Trey's there to turn it right back around and head closer to the ISU backline. There's the stick we were talking about, straight onto Admiral's back. He goes kaboom, and St. Clair, they're feeling pretty good about their chances. Redix wants to seal the deal now with the overclock. A melee bid off here that Alex wins at 9 HP. St. Clair, they take the fight again. That was one that ISU absolutely had to win.
One absolutely they had to win. ISU now completely on the back foot. St. Clair, complete advantage going in. Dupe and self-destruct ready to go. Both DPS already positioning on high ground. Just the support elements for ISU. But like you said, they need to win a fight here. Need to win a fight probably near mid, and another one after that.
Now it's an early rally from Admiral. Getting some overhealth. Tanking ISU up for the inevitable chaos that's about to ensue. They don't have the ultimates needed. So it's gonna have to be this tidal blast ideally going on to Maimon. Finding an opening, but you're talking about walking this bot all the way across to the other side of the map. 4 to 5 consecutive fight wins, but it's gonna start with this one. There's the tidal blast. He's looking for the Juno. Mid-air, Redix laid on his back. Laser down. There's the opening. Maimon way out of position from the rest of his team while everyone else is fighting on the point. But Tread, the lack of healing will eventually make his mech completely fall off of the baby Diva. Luke Mino making sure this one is not done yet. But Jesse, ISU, this is a mountain and a half.
Yeah, this would be ridiculous here from ISU. Again, they will need to now win a fight near mid, a fight near where bot currently is, probably about the 70-meter mark, and then another one after that. So still 3 fights needed here from ISU. No ultimates to start off this fight. Treads held on to the self-destruct, did not use it at the end of last fight.
Yeah, and it's not even going to be used aggressively. It's always for a remake. It's a second life for the tank if he can get back in. And he's going to need to use it almost immediately. But the stick onto lethal. Alex, that's the door blasted open that St. Clair needed. Maimon, there's the tank win it out. The sticky bombs, not enough to take out Razor. St. Clair, my goodness, that's 2 maps going over to them. The dream is so alive for the States. They want to be the first Canadian school to get an Overwatch national title.
They want it, and man, they're getting eerily close to that here, Molly. Something that neither of us thought was going to be a possibility, if we're being completely honest. They lose to Fisher yesterday. Fisher gets swept by ISU. You would think the same thing would happen, but no. St. Clair, I don't know what's going on up there in Canada, but it's been unbelievable so far. And back and forth, both teams throwing haymakers here on the streets of Runasapi. But it is the Saints who win a very important map 3, up 2-1 here now in this best of 7.
If you told me this was gonna happen at the start of the
Would've called
day,
you a
I
liar.
would have called you absolutely insane. And even us talking before the break, we're like, is this just gonna be another sweep? Are we gonna get like an 8-0 ISU on the day? Absolutely not. In fact, St. Clair are looking better in this game, dare I say. And the judo break experience, Jesse, it actually worked.
Yeah.
If you can believe it. We were dogging on it in the start. And, you know, honestly, it's because, one, we saw it absolutely blow up in St. Clair's faces last time they tried it. But also because Redix is like, we are never trying this again. Proved us wrong. Baited everybody that watched that interview yesterday and showed that you can ban our Lucio, but St. Clair will still have an option.
The fact that, yeah, they bait us was like, hey, you know, we're probably not thinking this, you know, we're probably going a different direction. And then they still run it. It actually works phenomenally. The hyper rings that time, I think, got used way better than they did yesterday. Every single time, it was very decisive. It's exactly when they needed them to be used, especially on the tread, to get him into those positions, or even, honestly, for Juice, right? Like, getting him into those kinds of spots. It was just unbelievable ability management from St. Clair, and it buys them a map 3 win.
Dude, I'm just like blown away right now.
It's
all,
not what we
it's all
thought
you
at
can
all.
say. Not at all. Not at all. And like, we're like, if anybody has a chance to take a map off of ISU, it's Fisher. Not the case whatsoever. St. Clair Saints will never say that they're down and out, even if all of the odds are to them. We got ourselves a series, people. Make sure you get yourselves some water, some popcorn while we go on this break, because we have a long way to go in our homecoming varsity premier final. you took a look at the scoreboard right now, you might be a little surprised about where those results are. Like, wait a minute. Is this a bug? No, it's not. It's St. Clair playing the best Overwatch of their lives, up 2-1 over ISU in our best of 7 grand finals for the NACE Varsity Premier Collegiates. Wow, that's all we can say from this specific game. Tread has been playing out of his mind. Razor's getting the Echo Diff on Maimon of all people. What more can you ask from the Saints at this point?
Not much. Like, at this point, the Saints are doing everything they're supposed to do to pull the upset. Now it's up to ISU. How can they find some sort of answer? And now they will go to Shambali, where they played very well against Fisher, so it makes complete sense as to why they're going here. And they will ban out the Mei, knowing that, hey, it's known that St. Clair can pull out the Mei, so they will just take that away. The Kiriko is banned from St. Clair, which I'm a little shocked, actually, because normally you would see them run this Lucio Kiri. But maybe they want to take away the Kiri with the Wuyong as a possibility and more either go like Lucio Bap or something to that degree.
Juno Brig, huh? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe not again.
No, maybe not.
I don't know if it worked as well here.
No, it wouldn't.
But hey, I have learned after that last map not to doubt it. So I just have to have my hands up.
We have officially moved from, oh, St. Clair got a map win. ISU will lock in to, oh, hey, ISU locked in and St. Clair got another map win. This is getting a little scary for what a lot of the Predators thought. And even for ISU, Kuffa was so confident in that interview. He's like, I will see you back here. We are going to sweep this. If it's not a sweep, we're just going to be disappointed in the game. And, well, the disappointment's there, yeah. But now you actually have to make sure the game doesn't slip even further out of your hands. St. Clair have been faster. They've been better in these individual matchups. And most importantly, they found an answer to W Maimon, who no other team has been able to shut down so far.
Yeah, it's just the fact that Maimon, of all people, has been absolutely ridiculous during this tournament. And now, all of a sudden, in this game, it just feels like he's been getting shut down extremely well. And again, you got to credit St. Clair for that. They've been doing everything right that they're supposed to be doing. And now it's really up to ISU. Can you find some sort of way to pull yourself back into this series? Obviously, went into this game feeling very confident. Now let's see what goes on. And
Do you see what I see?
What? I see exactly what you see. I guess if you can't beat them, join them. Wow, that was not who I thought I was going to see ISU on. But hey, why not? It did actually end up working pretty well for St. Clair. There was obviously a little, I think Brig got a little bit of a buff on Tuesday?
Yes.
I don't remember if
it was
Juno...
armor pack regen fast. I don't think Juno got
that...
touched. I'd have to double check.
Yeah, of all the heroes to not get touched, I thought Juno would get a buff.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's been enough, though, to have this support comp work.
Yeah, I mean, it does help with the brawl. You can go fast. It does work better with the Diva, I think, than a Ramatra. It's overall less sustained, and the speed ring with the Diva blastering through it is pretty unstoppable, as we saw from our previous map. This is a metric from W Maimon, though. It's a risk, for sure. It helps with the frontline battle, but Razor shuts it down pretty easily if he gets where he wants, which is behind ISU. This is such an interesting angle for him to take. Like, nobody's going to be looking over here, and nobody can afford to do it. And because of that, and everyone else, they put their attention towards the front line. They lose focus of Alex, and eventually Razor to sneak in undetected rocket to the back of Luke Mino. And St. Clair, Jesse, they have not missed a beat.
Yeah, no, the break didn't stop the roll here from the Saints. They continue pushing on forward. Some swaps now come in from ISU. Maimon back over to the Echo, and Lethal on the Ash. That is especially to deal with Mr. Razor on the far row. But this is the corner, historically, should be the one that's held the longest, but today, not so much.
No, it's been the speed corner. If anything, it's we don't look both ways before crossing the street kind of deal. Tread, though, very early Nemesis form wraps around the back. They get a little more damage to Kaffa, but don't want to mount to all that much. It's just Razor Bimble half HP. Now with Maimon on Echo, he has to play safer, cannot afford to take those ridiculous angles like we saw at the very start of the map. So Alex also made to be playing a bit further back between lethal. Being on the Ashe and Maimon's Echo, you can't disrespect it, which is exactly what happened to Razor. The speed helping make sure that Maimon can make this happen. Which, by the way, Admiral now on the Lucio of all things. So Illinois State said, all right, St. Clair, you want to play fast? We'll do it faster, but it's not going to stop St. Clair from committing. They find the final blow onto Lethal, who just decided getting beat up by Tread was a better option, and now with the Annihilation and Orbital Ray put into this fight, ISU recognized this is starting to get a little dicey. We need to commit tools of our own. Later, Orbital Ray here from Luke Mano, a much better positioning and timing than the one that Redix put out, but are you able to actually capitalize it? The only one that's out of position is Tread, and he can just hold his arms over his head for days and he's fine.
Yeah, but honestly, for ISU, they just stall time. And that is a win in itself. And now only a minute and a half. Beautiful flank from Maimon.
That's not what you want to see there. As the duplicate to get out alive. That does dip onto the Ramatra. A very solid one, nonetheless. But there we go. Rock solid holds on that first corner, Jesse. They are possible after all.
Yeah, right? It took us, oh God, hours just to see a team hold on to this. But now, St. Clair, only a minute remaining. They will make some swaps of their own. Alex over to the Tracer, Tread back onto the Diva that has brought them so much success today. That'll help deal with Maimon a little bit. I have a feeling Razor could also be swapping, but now they still have that barrage and on a little bit of a flank. I don't think Maimon saw him, but now they did.
Okay, well, he got asked for that. He's like barely peeking his head. He's like, Maimon, what's that in the distance? Don't mind if I go grab that kill. Tread lasered out of the net. Couldn't use that speed ring to get to the back line. And Shambali's a lot more high grounds that ISU can play safer on. And it'll guarantee them one fight territory.
Yeah, one fight remaining here on the defense for Illinois State. St. Clair, that is rough. The ISU, they're just going to push forward. They're not even going to allow St. Clair to get close to this point. You know, somebody, Alex stuck around.
Yeah, somebody's on the point. It doesn't get them overtime, though. You will have to dive in for another touch. But very important, still has the recall in hand to make this work. Although St. Clair, all they've got to actually work with is this barrage. The Razor has been struggling to move out of the spawn room with the amount of pressure on him. Admiral, sound barrier, just going to be used to force the tempo further. Well, it doesn't connect onto Kappa. He's got so much health, it doesn't matter. Bob denies the barrage entirely, and it seems that St. Clair have finally met their match with this Diva dive. ISU will put their foot down and full hold Shambali's Monastery.
Full hold on the corner, St. Clair. Yeah, like you said, finally stopped somehow. Razor never gets to use the barrage. Just kind of has to use it in spawn as a ceremonial end to this attack, which, yeah, did not go exactly the way they were looking for. Now, ISU in a beautiful spot to tie up this series once again. And this back and forth going on. You gotta get a little scared here if you're ISU, because if this back and forth goes all the way to 7, St. Clair theoretically would win map 7. But obviously we got a long ways to go if we are going to a map 7. ISU, they want to win guaranteed at least 6 maps. St. Clair, if they can somehow salvage this map, then they are one map away. But that's a St. Clair special right there. Why not?
Malga, Reaper, and Sombra, back in the day, I say back in the day, like it wasn't just last semester. St. Clair special. This is what we like to call this team. It's the run it down and burn them down type of composition, and Tread, a key component of this. It plays very well to this overall brawl domination, and I don't think Razor had a good time on the far either. I'm surprised he didn't swap off of it. So being on the Reaper, I think is much safer into Kuffa, but it also means W Maimon is just going to do what he wants again.
Yeah, but as long as you take down Kuffa, I think St. Clair will take that trade. And that's kind of the gamble they're banking on right now, and St. Clair not letting ISU see before they initiate right away.
Cheeky TP from Razor into the backline. Tread moves to the spawns of ISU, thinking that's safer, and yeah, you do end up getting Luke Mino on the back. Okay, that worked a lot better than I expected it to. And you do end up losing out on Alex, and Redix, that's a big problem. So with those two going down, St. Clair should be getting out unless you're Tread. He doesn't see, he only sees red. And that's Kappa in the spawns. Cardiac Overdrive burned. He's not gonna get out of that one unless it's in a box 6 feet under the ground. So ISU will make quick work of the St. Clair special and move on with their push.
But it's 45 seconds. If you're thinking of St. Clair, hey, 45 seconds gone. They didn't even get to start moving the cart yet, so you got at least one, maybe even two more fights at this during first phase. So considering you have to hold it here at the end, not a horrible way to go at it. But like I said, Maymon might be a little bit unchecked. Honestly, it's Tread that is going to be the biggest issue. If they can hit Maymon with some decent burning shots, but already Razor in the back, and we'll have to rate that one.
Oh, he's gonna go for the Mega too. I mean, he'll be okay. He has a couple of armor packs to assist from Soaks. Maymon not gonna give up that space for free. Razor's just not having a good time on this replay.
No.
You can see how the amount of pressure he's under, hasn't been able to play the game. The amount of poke that has been chipped into him. Maymon slides on over the roof. Does Sticky Bomb don't connect on who he wants, and no, he's not getting out of that alive. Sniped by Razor of all people. Bit of revenge in that regard. So ISU backpedaling now, or rather as best as they can, with the rally of Soaks uniting the rest of his team, and they're gonna take about half the time bank along with it.
Yeah, one fight territory for Illinois State, but still not bad. Alex chilling here. We'll have a little bit of early scouting. Almost has the pulse and is found. Great job there from Lukmino checking your corners to make sure they don't get caught out early. And now the bomb will escort this cart at least through the beginning of this opening stretch.
Bob pushes payload. Lukmino doesn't want that job. He wants to put down that Matrix. Both bombs thrown in the middle of everybody. But St. Clair putting ISU through the blender with a typical cage fight Death Blossom combo. Even that is going to be enough. Kappa still alive. Still ready to bop this annihilation and making St. Clair feel his fury in purple, or rather he did, until Alex decided he had had enough. Everybody from the Saints turns to focus him down, and St. Clair, they're still holding.
There is still hope here for St. Clair. That's a lot of ultimates gone from ISU. Lukmino will go over to Ana because of the fact that it's been working so well, and that will actually have Tread. They see the Ana swap, but they will go over to the Diva to avoid the direct counter. It's a beautiful play as long as they don't get caught out here during this little in-between time.
Yeah, it's hard to run Diva on this point. There's not as many, like, escapable places for you to go. But if you can find a full commit onto somebody like Maymon here, it'd be great, but no. Oh, the shots just don't land. That is worst case scenario right now for Tread and St. Clair. Razor's already dead too, so you have even less frontline presence. And yes, is at the time where you need to contest the payload the most. I see a golden box of victory on my screen in Illinois State. They might as well be tasting victory on the map of Shambali's Monastery, one of their strongest. Tread still hasn't gone down, by the way, trying to get back in mech, finally dealt with at the cost of Lethal's life. The rally from Stokes is helping St. Clair sustain this longer than they arguably should. Is this going to be a brawl to the very last second? Alex, close to a pulse bomb, sees Maymon out of position.
Oh my
will
God.
manage to take him out of the fight. There's no way. St. Clair, they have the picks that they need to. Tread's going to be back any second now, and the pulse bomb is still available. ISU, they have no ultimates. They have no options to work with. If they get this payload over the finish line, it's going to be completely in the neutral, at least for the start. Alex, looking for the target, links into the back line. Pulse bomb, that's gonna go a bit wide, but there's Tread into the back. Bionade will land onto 3, but Lukmino is dead for it. Somebody from ISU has to try to keep staying in Kappa. Yeah, he's got health for now, and the sound barrier, make sure he's got even more of it. Lethal's Tracer coming in, it's gonna grab the supports completely from underneath it. The vulnerability of the Brick Judo is making its appearance in grim colors for St. Clair. They were so close to getting up to match point, but ISU are denying them phase after phase, blow after blow, as Kappa will escort the payload to the finish line in a nail-biter of a map 4. We're tied once again.
Once again tied, and I will say Admiral's beat saves the fight there for ISU. There was a very good chance St. Clair are able to steal it away, but the fact that they're able to get the beat off, Red X and Stokes both die during that overtime hold, and it's just not enough sustain left for St. Clair to hold the line. But my God, down to the very bitter end here on Shambali Monastery, and now best of 7 goes to a best of 5, and now a best of 3.
Dude, St. Clair, I think they might be kicking themselves for that one too. That was so close. And honestly, the Brick Judo comp, it didn't actually feel vulnerable until Lethal swapped over to the Tracer at the tail end. They didn't have the ability to cover for each other. And without that swap and the Sound Bear from Admiral, like, we would be seeing a match point for St. Clair. I'm going to be totally honest with you. It looked so much like the Saints game for that map, but ISU, they'll squeak it out in the end, leaving it up to St. Clair for the map pick. This is back and forth that we've been seeing all day long. Gonna have to keep it up, especially for St. Clair, to get all the way to 7, potentially.
Yeah, as it'll be Flashpoint guaranteed is our map 5. So even though, yes, it's a map pick for St. Clair, it's really not that much of a map pick. It's either Saravasa or New Junk, because Atlas is not in the map pool right now. So you would think it's going to be Saravasa. It's definitely better for the dive. New Junk City can definitely get a little claustrophobic at times. So I don't think we would see New Junk City. And also, not many teams play it. Even after the rework, I don't know. In my opinion, I don't know if the rework did more help or more damage, depending on what flashpoint you're on. So I'm guessing we're going to Saravasa here for map 5. But yeah, these teams continue just to go at it. And ISU, you can tell, it's not like, oh my, they're trolling and Lethal and Lucmino or role swapping and everything else. No, this is genuinely just how this game is going, because St. Clair have been absolutely lights out.
Yeah, I am wondering how much the fatigue, the ping is actually starting to get to this team too. As this is, like, I don't even want to say unusual form for ISU. It still seems like that they're trying their best. They're doing a lot of things right, but they're also making positioning mistakes that we're not used to seeing, or perhaps we see them, but they haven't been punished for them so far. And St. Clair, that has been their strongest point, in my opinion, throughout this series, is they are not letting ISU get away with anything that could be remotely put in the shenanigan category. It is, we will punish you if you even step a toe out of line. St. Clair work like one heck of a machine, and we've seen that so far. I think Saravasa is another one of those maps too that we can expect to play similarly. I'm acting like Saravasa's already been picked. I'm only saying that because I don't think we've seen New Junk City in I haven't seen it this tournament. I haven't seen it in like the past 3 months of me casting Collegiate, so we're just gonna assume it's Saravasa. We got the pick locked in. Question now comes to, what are the bans gonna be, Jesse? Because the pool is getting rather thin.
Yeah, especially when you have this long of a series, all of a sudden the bans earlier on have a great impact, right? Because St. Clair, they can't ban Ball, they can't ban Freya, they can't ban Ram or Kiriko. So obviously the pool of heroes that are relevant that you can ban is starting to slim down time after time. ISU obviously can't ban the Diva, so St. Clair, as long as they don't ban the Diva themselves, which God only knows why they would do that right now with the way Tread is playing, they can just run the Diva the entire time. So it really makes it difficult now for these counter bans. It's more like, hey, just in case they go this, we need to ban it out. The one ban we have not seen yet from ISU that I'm guessing they're either saving for this or map 6, if it goes back to control, is a Sombra ban. Even after map 1, haven't seen it quite yet. Granted, Sombra really only works in control and kind of these very quick-paced maps. Saravasa is one, theoretically, it could work, even though Genji and Tracer especially, arguably still the better pick.
That's a good shout, too, because it's kind of hard to tell, because 2 of the 3 times we've seen ISU play this map, they've been like, I don't want to say trolling, but they've had role swaps, and Kuffa's playing Ball. Kuffa isn't, like, known for wrecking Ball. I think Hazard is a stronger, like, not even stronger, more consistent pick on this particular map, but I'm wondering why the Sombra would be a thing, but no, you don't even get the opportunity to do it. It will just be the Symmetra. Juno's going to be targeted. These supports have taken a beating the last 3 maps, so fully expecting to be back on this Lucio Kiriko for the remainder of the series, at least for St. Clair.
Yeah, at least for St. Clair. As I love, we're getting to the point of this series where the Juno was banned. Like, this is just where we're at in this series. Any normal game is like, wait, what do you mean Juno got banned? What? It's like, yeah, Juno has actually been a big part of this series so far. And that's why ISU will ban it out. The Symmetra, St. Clair, very rarely play it. ISU have shown it at least a decent amount of the time, so it makes sense why St. Clair are going to put it away. So now going into Cerveza, map 5 here in this series. Again, a mark that I don't think many of us thought today we were going to see. And if we were going to see it, it was either going to be in the Varsity Plus game, which granted still ended up being a fantastic game.
Yeah.
Or in the other one with ISU and Fisher. This is probably, for me, the last game I expected to go this far. But hey,
yeah,
it's tomfoolery time. We've been on now for, what, 5 hours? So if you've been watching from the beginning,
yeah,
you got all your drops. If you joined us a little bit halfway through, you probably are still a decent amount to get all your freebies here during this stream. But no, excellent game so far here in the last grade final of the day.
Could not be happier with how this turned out. As said Jesse, the very last matchup, we expected to be going the distance here. Like, imagine if this was still a best of 5. We'd be a game 5
Oh
to
my
St. Clair
God.
ISU.
Yeah.
Like, I would have, again, called you insane if you did that. I can tell you, this is already going to mess with the power rankings this week. We'll have to see. Depends on who ends up coming out on top this particular match. Will be St. Clair, though, starting on the Diva. And I think that's the one part that ISU continuously struggle with, is just Dread existing. Specifically, the Diva has been a problem. You don't have the Juno speed ring to pair with it, so it's less scary in that regard. Like, it's not nearly as fast, but with Redix and Soix back on their Lucio Curie, it gets a bit scarier.
Yeah, a little bit scary. We got a very brief sneak peek at what these teams were thinking before the pause got issued, and I saw a Life Weaver for ISU.
Admiral
Granted,
Life Weaver?
If any team is going to run it, it's ISU because they run it sometimes on GK, but I have a feeling we're not going to keep that.
He's Small Weaver now, remember? He got buffed. Or not buffed,
True,
he got shrunk.
he did get buffed. Yeah, he's
tiny,
Little
tiny
Weaver now.
I like that. I was
Yeah,
he's just walking around now. But I will say, that guy did have a massive hitbox for being a support.
Oh yeah, for no reason at all had a ginormous hitbox. Like, at least I do think it's a little bit better now that he is not gigantic. Do I think that's gonna catapult him into the meta? No. Maybe GK's meta, slash ISU. They love playing it. Sticker Royale is not in this map pool, not in the map pool for OWCS World Finals in Stockholm. So maybe not yet. We may have to wait till next year in 2026, which, God, you look at the 2026 calendar, just packed across the board. Like, Overwatch World Cup returning, Collegiate's going to be in full swing, OWCS is going to be back, Face It with OWCS quals will be back. 2026 is going to be just ridiculous for OW Esports.
As it should be. It's alive and beaten, and I'm actually so happy that Collegiate gets the spotlight like it does, because I compare this a lot, and whenever I try to explain esports, throw my mom under the bus here when I first tried to explain it to her. They had no idea what the heck I was talking about. Like, you're talking about people playing video games, like they get paid to do this. I'm like, yeah, but there's also people that go to school. They get scholarships to do this. This is like their extracurricular activity. It might be the way that they get themselves through school to get an education. And then you also add the fact on top of it that, unlike any other esport right now, Overwatch has the highest population of collegiate players, also in the top level of the pro level. So that's been fantastic to see so far. And it makes it so cool. So, especially for outside people looking in, or if you're just learning about collegiate esports at the Overwatch level 2, to see the impact that it has on the overall scene, but the benefit that it has for the students that are participating.
And especially now, we're in this kind of new era of collegiate, right? And for the longest time, it was just, all right, it's homecoming, it's one tournament, it acts as open. And now we're kind of in a different spot to where it's a little bit different. We have open, we have varsity, which is kind of the old NACE varsity tournament, kind of beefed up a little bit, a little more recognition, a little more scholarship money behind it. And it's been fantastic. And I think in spring, obviously, it's going to be the first time in years that we will have OWC end on the LAN. Like, that is going to be ridiculous. But that is something these teams will have to worry about here in April and May we gotta wait about 5-6 months for that. Let's get back in now. Pause is over. Suravasa is on.
Suravasa is on lethal on this Freya instead of something like this Tracer or just less flanky. So again, ISU will be forfeiting a lot of room to Alex, which is Tread and Alex can sync up and use this hive mind like we've seen them any other time they've used it. It's spelled disaster for the Redbirds backliner. Even just Maymon getting called out. Razor has been putting up numbers against him. I consider W Maymon to be like one of the best Echo players that we have here in Collegiate. And Razor making me think otherwise, maybe not in that specific play. Little too close to a cactus for my liking.
Yeah.
Lethal will close him down. That was one pick that will work very well here for ISU.
Yeah, I think overall still a fantastic result for St. Clair regardless of how the rest of this series go. But for that first fight, yeah, they flying a little bit too close to the sun. That time was for Razor. And ISU, Maymon, though, you could say the exact same thing. Razor is back, Maymon gets sent to spawn. So ISU, now without their Echo going into this, but they have the range advantage, and this poke from Lethal might slow down the attack from St. Clair just a little bit.
Yeah, it will halt it, but at the same time, Kuffa is spending his cooldowns leaping at a Kiriko and a Echo, although both of them still end up dying. Reddix, I guess, didn't have TP in that moment, and Admiral chased Razor down after Kuffa took a tunk out of his health bar, so that worked much better for ISU than how it initially looked with the late DMEC on to Tread here. St. Clair, it's gonna be a while before they come back.
Yeah, especially with how late Tread died during that fight. You know, ISU, they're just actually gonna have a little bit forward of a press, trying to just deny even any sort of touch from St. Clair onto this, and I honestly think they're probably going to deny it. Yeah, St. Clair is so far back. I don't think. Oh, they're passing point up because Alex flanks around and gets the touch.
Yeah, it's there, but the rest of the team still needs to catch up and doesn't have the preferred positioning here. That is a attempted snipe of a Bola shot, which goes in a completely different zip code. From that, Duplicate instantly shut down from Illinois State in the backline, but it just doesn't matter. This has been the map of Lethal, who has been very quiet through a lot of our series today, so seeing him wake up might just be what the Redbirds needed.
Yeah, maybe exactly what the Redbirds need. Lethal, their star hit scan, to be lighting up the shots just like that. First flashpoint goes over to the way of ISU. I think Admiral almost is doing a little check, making sure nobody sneaking around. But ISU, full control already of the flashpoint. It doesn't unlock for another 20 seconds, but still nice to have that early positioning. Downpour, sound barrier, probably a rush available here for the Redbirds to go on in, but St. Clair, they got a flurry of ultimates as well, and I wouldn't be shocked if Red X popped this rush in about 5 seconds.
It should be fast. Like, that's absolutely what you should be doing with this type of ultimate. Right now, the concern is more so, can we keep Lethal on his feet? Sound barrier will do it, and in fact, Alex will end up with a knife between the eyeballs as a result from Luke Mina being so defensive with that tool. ISU happy to pounce on that. It was one sound barrier to no sound barrier. And then St. Clair just could not match. ISU will get the first cap.
Yeah, sometimes just having that extra overhealth, even though the extra movement and attack speed is in favor of St. Clair, just that extra bump of healing and health, that's all you really need to win the fight. So ISU 1-for-1 trade. St. Clair now have a beat of their own to counter out the rush from Lucamino. As Alex looking for this pulse, but already recall forced.
Yeah, and he recalled right into Kuffa as well. The downpour, it catches on to Razor, and Kuffa gonna scoop that Elim up, and even get the one onto Alex! Just hit so many spikes! See with the face there, it looked like a porcupine at some point. That was a great shotgun shot to make sure that Tracer couldn't do anything, and St. Clair, they're sent reeling.
Yeah, St. Clair just sit back to the Shadow Realm, and now that sound barrier gone. ISU in full control of Suravasa through the first 2 flashpoints, and St. Clair, they don't really have an open. Razor will be on the Sombra now, a return to how they won in map 1.
It was Alex on that pick before, but I don't think wanted to swap just because the pulse bomb is up and ready to go. So we'll have to see if that changes later. For now, St. Clair's concerns are about touching this point. ISU are at 99%, and with the duplicate, plus the perk there for W Maymon, we'll likely be seeing a self-destruct on the way. the D-Mech actually ends up coming through faster than expected. So St. Clair, they're making quick work at this point despite not committing any ultimates into it. They're winning this completely in the neutral. Let ISU bleed their own resources. Perhaps that's a decision you're going to come to regret. Losing Redix, that is the last person you want to fall, even if St. Clair have the point.
Yeah, St. Clair are going to be forced now to use probably at least one more ultimate to stay on this and continue this cap. As yeah, Kuffa dives in. We'll just reset back out. Now looking for the Sombra, and instead it's the Pulse that goes.
And Luke Mino keeps finding Alex over and over again on this Kiriko. The self-destruct doesn't get the value that you want. I guess Tread's back in mech, but down to support. Redix almost to a Kitsune rush, but it's just not worth committing it. Luke Mino, holy! This guy loves throwing knives and is making it work. ISU, one more point, and they have themselves a match point in their grand finals.
Yeah, and I don't mind, like you said, the Sombra swap, and both of these players are able to play flex DPS. So it's not like it's a super uncomfortable position for Razor to be on the Sombra, but and then that's rude.
How did that miss? Point blank, lethal, like probably within kissing distance of Razor right there. Just misses the ball shot. Bit unlucky. Do end up getting Redix, which arguably is a better pick you could have asked for, and D-Mac to go along with it. He's just living forever on this pick. Eventually dealt with, but yeah, the damage has been done. ISU have the positioning and first cap.
First cap on St. Clair. They will fight this very quickly. Beat for both teams. Rush for both teams. Here we go.
Well, here one person goes, because there's only one rush on the side, because Luke Mino got run over by Tread. Not great. Getting hit by a basically a semi-truck at that point. St. Clair, that's all they're going to need. ISU are quick to get out.
Yeah, as soon as they lose Luke Mino, they understand, like, we don't have to sustain. We don't want to commit the sound barrier because they can match. It's just not worth it that time around. And they are scouting Razor hard.
Yeah, but he's gonna slip through the cracks this time. Only lands the EMP onto Admiral, but they need to kill him ASAP because the sound barrier is still alive. Admiral lives, Razor doesn't. That's the worst thing that could happen when you commit an EMP to the fight. Lethal is throwing hands this game, and it's the real reason that this is actually an ISU comeback. He's sitting up in his gamer chair, and it shows.
Yeah, the fact that Admiral lives there is crazy. He was dead to rights during that EMP, but because of how quickly the peel comes in, the downpour as well, that almost tells St. Clair to disengage is not worth trying to kill the Lucio. But the worst part is they don't pull out the sound barrier. So now they have that and both DPS salts, when Soak's probably gonna have to burn theirs for this dupe from Maymone.
You have to commit. I mean, this is basically final fight territory because of how long these teams are taking to stage on the fight. But Lethal is looking for yet another bullet shot. That one will land, but Soaks has so much overhealth that doesn't do what you need it to. And Admiral, again, just opts to hold on to the sound barrier.
Yeah, he dies first, maybe thinking they can weather the storm, and they in fact couldn't. So ISU, they'll at least have that for this next fight, but definitely a little bit of an awkward situation. And Shred tries to finish off with Mina, but forces out the swift step. But now, almost kind of in a weird spot, and ISU, they'll actually wrap high ground because of that to enter this fight.
Yeah, but you're gonna be walking into a Redix. Or wait, never mind. They're gonna do the classic St. Clair sandwich and see what they can grab. But Alex, a bit jump scared there by Lethal, has to use the recall. The hack, yeah, it goes through, but where's the actual follow-up? Sound barrier in response to Redix's red carpet that was laid down. But what can St. Clair do to actually close this out? They're on so many major cooldowns. You have to start throwing in something to make it work. I mean, yeah, you threw it, but it didn't stick. So that one will be gone with the wind. St. Clair have the cap. Overtime counting. Kuffa diving back in to keep the chances of the objective alive. Self-destruct there from Tread, both to remech and buy some space. Fantastic timing on the Suzu to make sure he stays alive, but it doesn't do the same for Razor. Out without the Sovereign here, St. Clair heavily down on damage, and Tread just can't get healed up. Redix playing safe on his own right under the pressure of the DPS in the back. He'll stay, but they can't keep the contest going. The flip comes through, and the overtime disappears before they can blink. ISU back in it and up to match point.
The fact that they are able to kill Razor takes away EMP, which is at 97%.
Yep.
Maybe could have flipped that fight around and kept this map going, but instead, ISU now on match point here in the grand final for the homecoming varsity bracket. that felt more like the ISU we saw during the first series today. St. Clair have their moments, but it really felt like the Redbirds are starting to roll once again. And at least now, if you're St. Clair, we talked about it, like, it really wasn't that much of a map pick advantage, right?
No.
Like, you're going to pick Suravasa regardless. Now you have a plethora of options once again to go to. I just don't believe they can go Flashpoint back-to-back.
Yes,
So
that sounds about right.
now, the fact that, hey, they can go over to Control. Again, if they want to run more of the Sombra, they can go back over to Hybrid, Escort, Push, whatever they decide to do. Maybe bring back that Juno Brig that worked on Arunasapi. And they have the options open, but now ISU one map away from not winning just the open bracket, but the varsity bracket as well.
Yeah, and large in part to Lethal, by the way. Been so silent through this series. Hasn't picked up the Freya. Freya is a difficult dive target, and you just saw, like, whenever we watched Lethal's POV, he was always, like, touching the skybox with, like, Freya's ponytail somehow. Like, it was just working out really well for them. It was chip damage that you just couldn't match. So, and I believe the Freya ban was already expended, if I'm not mistaken,
Believe
earlier
so.
in this series.
Yes.
I could be getting confused with last series, but
Yes, no, St. Clair
I think
used
it
their
was.
Freya ban.
Okay, yeah. So that's another thing you got to keep in mind going ahead. Not to mention, they just want this to be done. It's been such a long day for ISU. I just wonder if the desperation of I want to go to bed is starting to get to them, or it's we absolutely cannot lose this game. St. Clair, I don't think looked bad, but they just didn't have an answer for Lethal in that moment.
No, that was more reminiscent of when these two teams played the first time back in the regular season for OWC Varsity, to where it just felt like, yes, St. Clair, they kept the maps close, but they weren't really able to get through. And this time, yeah, they're able to win it 3-0 here, ISU. But again, 99-99 on that final one. St. Clair still playing it close, just not able to really build momentum within the map. And now we head over to map 6. Again, so many options for bans, not really available anymore for these teams because of how long this series has gone, and this just the reality of it being a first 4. And you can see on the top of the screen we had to add in the game score because you can't go off of the map graphic anymore to tell that. But St. Clair, a lot of pressure to at least pick a good map, win it, so they can force the map 7, even though it will be in ISU's advantage.
Map 7 in this series, like, that would be a fantastic way to end. Just because it like, all the hype leading up to it, it's an unexpected performance out of St. Clair that have really been making it work. It's their last map pick, though. And, Jesse, you said it, they have a ton of places to choose from. Like, I'm so curious on what that's actually gonna be. Like, do they want to risk a dive mirror? Is that a good idea? Because any of the dive maps, also good Freya maps, also good spots that Kuffa can just pull out the hazard again, and there's nothing that I think we can see picked by St. Clair at this point that ISU is going to feel fully uncomfortable on.
Yeah, I don't really see anything left that it's like, oh, like that could be really awkward. You know, maybe they go Blizzard World if they want to go the dive. They weren't able to pick that the last time around because that was ISU's map pick. So they haven't got their choice of hybrid map type yet. Blizzard World would dive into, very good for the Diva. The only thing, yes, it's a very good Freya map as well. So it's the kind of that catch-22 of, yes, you're buffing Lethal, but you're also helping Tread. The hazard can be a little bit tricky. You'd almost force Kuffa to go the Winston during that map, or even the Wrecking Ball we could see over on Blizzard World. But whole lot of pressure on what map we are going to for map 6, and that's why it's taking so long here for St. Clair to decide. They know the weight and the gravity of the situation in front of them, and they want to make sure they pick the right thing.
And remember, when we talked to Zay, the coach for the St. Clair Overwatch team, he was even saying, we're on a warpath to meet ISU in the grand finals in both brackets, right? To meet ISU, not to beat ISU. I don't think any team can realistically come out and say that we're going to beat ISU unless you're maybe Winthrop. You have a more realistic chance. And I think St. Clair College, they went into this match knowing that, but still decided to show up. We're going to give it our all, and saw, hey, these Redbirds in fact do bleed, and they have a real chance about winning this specific tournament and it would feel fantastic to their team, to the school. Again, already the highest placement that St. Clair has seen, the highest placement we've seen from a Canadian college within a Overwatch Collegiate tournament on the North American level. So this is a big deal for St. Clair in more ways than one. They've seen what victory can taste like, and they just need a little bit more to get them there fully.
Yeah, just a little bit more here for St. Clair to at least push them over to a map 7. But on the other side, ISU now, 11 consecutive titles they have won for whether it be OWC, third-party leagues, whatever. They have won, and they keep on winning. So this would be number 12 if they can close out here on map 6. As we take another look at our map pool. But again, the maps that are not eligible to be picked because they already got picked during this series: Ilios, Kings Row, Runasapi, Suravasa, and Shambali. New Junk City cannot be picked for map 6 because it was just Suravasa was just played for map 5. So if they want to go dive even... Oh, it's not right. We can't do that. I just got corrected. Apologies, everybody. I got caught lying in 4K. So they could pick New Junk City. Are they really gonna pick New Junk City though? Not
I think it is
really.
the least likely map to be picked out of this entire pool.
Yeah, there's no way they pick New Junk City unless they're just like, why not? We want to do back-to-back flashpoints.
Oh my gosh!
What? I was wondering why I got corrected by Prod. I'm like, maybe there's a reason this is happening.
There's no shot.
What?
Oh my god. Oh, I'm tired.
All right. I see you, St.
stand
Clair.
corrected. Okay.
I stand corrected.
We're not playing Diva on this map at all. And that tells me we are Juno bringing our way to victory, baby.
Oh, yeah.
That is the St. Clair
banned
win
Lucio.
condition. They are taking away what we have thought to be the Achilles heel of St. Clair in the Lucio has been banned by the Saints themselves.
Wow. Just wow. Yeah, the somber ban from ISU, completely reasonable. We were kind of waiting for them to throw this ban into the mix. Makes total sense. Yeah, the Lucio ban, it's almost like we don't want you to run Lucio Wuyong or Lucio Kiri, even though we probably want to run it as well. So we will just pigeonhole you into this Juno Brig that St. Clair have practice on. ISU probably don't have a lot of practice on this comp of all things. So yes, it is a gamble for St. Clair, but hell, I wouldn't, I'd be lying if I said it's not worth it at this point. It's map 6 of the Varsity Grand Final. You might as well throw a last little haymaker in there that has worked already during this series.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. Like, I guess the tank is my only question. Are you just going to stick on the Diva? Because, again, Diva and Juno, great synergy between those two heroes. You just launch the Diva in at Mach 2, and you just mow somebody down, right? That's exactly what you would look for. But Diva's not fantastic on this particular map. There's a lot of choke points, and having a tank that has a strong frontline presence has often been the go-to move for a lot of teams when we do see this map paid. Again, it's been a hot minute since we've made it all the way out to New Junk City, and St. Clair, I literally just said before they picked it, this is probably the least likely map out of the remaining pool that we would see come out. But apparently they haven't had enough of Flashpoint after the most dominant ISU map we've seen so far today. They want to run it back and keep their chances alive of a map 7. And I was wondering if they're picking the map for this exact reason only. It didn't really work very well in Shambali for the point that they tried it, but perhaps it can work better on New Junk City.
The St. Clair special, if you're gonna go out, you go out swinging. If you're St. Clair, that's exactly what they'll do. The Maga is back for the Saints, and this is going to be quite the reality check here for the Redbirds in 3 seconds.
Well, they do have the Symmetra of WMAMON, so not only do they get the positioning advantage, they also have the option to put down turrets and get in and out of these fights much quicker. Get away from Tread, by the distance, like there, that was the teleporter, I believe, that put Kuffa back there so quickly.
No, he just ran
He is
in.
hurting though. Yeah, you ended up between a very angry Tread and Razor, who felt like blasting something. As the Reaper, not sure where Stoix was going exactly. The supports are dead, which again, that's why we said this is the Achilles heel of St. Clair. The support line has looked so much better with Lucio. It just doesn't matter with how good Tread and Razor can synergize on their 2 picks.
Yeah, Kaffa just tries to int to kill Alex and then just gets burned down. Like, just immediately punished for it. St. Clair, they cap first. Already some swaps forced out from ISU. Lucamino on the Kiriko to get their tank out of these very awkward spots. And now Admiral will now take the reins on the Juno.
So a bit of a switcheroo here. I don't hate it. I think Isuzu is fantastic for the sake of Kuffa, but not much is fantastic in the world of Kuffa at this point in time. Lethal, though, again, finding that pick onto Soax. He's been heating up since last game, and if you ever needed somebody on Illinois State to start cooking, it is this guy right here. That's a third final blow for him on the Soldier, just sitting off standing still, acting like a turret of all things. ISU, they'll break through.
Yeah, so these TPs are going to be the hard thing for St. Clair because ISU can TP in, TP out. They can get out of the Maga jumps and also jump in when Maga is gone, just like that, to punish the support line. Lethal, my god, almost takes out Red X as soon as they jump on a spawn. And now let's see, they'll be looking for a shot on the Soaks, but doesn't get a whole lot done.
Well, this is a problem. That's the one thing that St. Clair's composition cannot do. It is play to match Lethal. I don't think Alex should be expected to do that. I don't think anybody in North America can really match what Lethal is able to put down on a pick as strong as his Sojourn. There's the overclock. He's looking for the supports, but the shots aren't quite landing. The photon barrier gave him some cover. He just never had the opportunity to use it. Slowed down, unable to move to the side, away from Tread. And despite one of the best ultimates in game in the Symmetric W Daemon, St. Clair could care less. But like, we know how to jiggle peek. We're gonna make this work.
Yeah, just all over the place, but able to capitalize. Both DPS ultimates gone for ISU, and St. Clair now in a good spot to win this first round of New Junk City. But the TP, yes, that'll help St. Clair, and not St. Clair, ISU. They'll have to TP under initially, and now get over.
Yeah, they'll get to the point.
Where is Lucamino?
I have no idea what's happening right now. There's like so many weird teleporters. They actually, not only just did they trick ISU, did ISU trick them, ISU tricked us. That is how crazy that is. Tread did drop down to the point though, as this cage fight has to stay alive though. Here comes Razor. That's the real chunk of damage he wanted, but no, he's gonna opt to hold it. Everybody from ISU was locked up, no movement abilities. They don't even need the Death Blossom to put him through the rest of the damage. That's .1 for St. Clair.
St. Clair, this is the start you needed on your map pick to force a map 7 ISU. You can tell, just not sure exactly how they want to play this. Maymon will go off of the sim. I do like this, can help burn down Tread once they get to that under half mark. And Razor now, this Death Blossom, it's going to be hard to get a ton of value out of, I won't lie.
Yeah, I mean, Kuffa, I just keep seeing him run into the back line, fists a-blazing, but that just doesn't work. Either A, Tread meets him and burns him, or B, Tread dives him in the back line, and you can't make anything of it. This time, you do have Death Blossom, but no, Lethal rips his head off. Granted, Razor did that at 50 HP, less than advisable for any sort of Reaper player. So St. Clair, a heavier investment than you would have liked. It'll actually force some of the swaps to come from the Saints. ISU get first cap.
Yeah, now we're getting some of these flashpoints on this map that may be a little more open. Morgan can poke down from a lot more different angles. And that means it's maybe a little bit better here for Tread to go back over to the D.Va that has worked so well throughout the entirety of today. And it still works with the majority of this comp. I think, yeah, Razor on the Reaper can still be a little rough. It's not impossible, but now it's more just trying to punish Kuffa.
Well, there is an orbital ray. That's a pretty scary ultimate if I've ever seen one. And St. Clair, they would agree. At least if you're Razor and Redix both sent home in boxes. So ISU, they'll take the 1-ult fight-win combination and move on with their clutch point.
Yeah, they'll continue. They're just going to push on forward, try and break the Soak shield. And they're a big thing here for St. Clair. They have their own orbital right now. That can be the initiator. ISU probably will just back out of the fight, wait for the raid to be done, and then push back in either with Kitsune Rush or the Overclock. But now that situation gets a little bit more tricky
Well, that shouldn't happen. And honestly, that just stuff bush. There's no fight.
Flash
Too
point done.
bad. Like, and somebody's on the point, presumably Razor. It just doesn't matter. The rest of the team is already dead. ISU played that so well. Luke Mino is playing these angles, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. You don't expect the damage to come from a Kiriko.
Yeah, no, that was a fantastic heads-up play from ISU, and Luke Mino, bloodthirsty as always on the Kiriko. Always finds that perfect blend of the healing and the damage to go through. And now Razor actually finds Maymode on the rotate, but now is still in the back of ISU. Lethal now getting all turned around as St. Clair. This is just all over the place. Couple finds Razor. Now this is very early.
Yeah, like before the points even unlocked, St. Clair. Oh my god!
Oh my god, not again!
Is that a collateral through the Juno, and it's the Rajax, Jesse! We get to use the term after all, but unfortunately for Redix, it's at his demise. Oh no, St. Clair!
That is an absolute disaster for the Saints. You needed that orbital raid to give yourselves an opportunity in that fight. And now it is one of your biggest ultimates is out the window. Tread goes back over now to the Mauger. Reminder, your perks stay during the map, even if you swap back. So still not a horrible spot for St. Clair to play around, but definitely a fight they'd want back.
Yeah, that's your best ult, and engaging these fights, and Redix is just dead to begin with. Kappa is now free to run it down into the backline again. You can already tell he is one happy Ramacha robot. We'll continue to move on in, take out Tread, and one more fight here. And ISU will get the lead in New York City if they can take it.
Yeah, ISU continues to push up. It's going to be rough again for St. Clair, but Razor, once again, just rotating around, will be in a great spot here to at least trigger overtime and give the rest of their team an opportunity to touch. But again, they have resources here. Rally if they want to stay in it. Overcome Alex, but he's already so low.
Ooh, that's a little sketchy. Couple DPS though, the only ones that fall is because Alex stays on his feet. What a flip!
Oh my god!
Off the main. Wow. I mean, yeah, Kappas just can use this annihilation though, and that is the worst ultimate you could possibly want to fight into in overtime, unless you're Tread and you're playing Mauga. Then it's a pretty happy day.
Yeah, it's like Tread's like, oh, that's cute. You know, I can just partner down still. Like, there's no issue here at all. St. Clair able to flip this around, but still 99% here for ISU. Kuffa debates on a swap, ends up going right back to the Ramacha, not even half a second later. But no, again, rally for Admiral to beef up the Redbirds as they enter, and Lethal is going to force the Saints to retreat.
Yeah, but he's not finding a whole lot of targets. St. Clair found out the hard way multiple times. If you face check Lethal, you'll pay the ultimate price. So it instead a cage fight. With the duplicate one here from Maimon, this is looking a lot better for ISU. Tread bowled over without a chance of recovery. Fantastic stun from Admiral. We'll go ahead and seal the deal here on Bomb Flats. ISU, one more objective. And this series, the second grand finals of the day, is theirs.
Yeah, I love how Maymon was sitting there like, hey, how does it feel, huh? How does it feel, Tread, to get locked in a cage against Amalga? It's not very fun. Tread now, they will go over to the Hazard. So the third tank we've seen during this map for St. Clair. And it is at the very end and already a bad start.
No, and you can kind of tell Tread is like, he's struggling to find an option. That's just, it's very rare to see him swap so much, but if Lee Sin's gonna keep having performances like this and taking out your team before fights start, yeah, it's gonna make you doubt. He's not giving St. Clair any room to breathe.
No, nothing. And now the flashpoint unlocks. It'll be ISU who cap once again St. Clair now. Gotta think in a weird spot. They have no offensive ultimate to burst into this choke. They have a rally to stay up, but that's only going to do so much when you have a Kitsune Rush going to be in your face and the Annihilation potentially.
Annihilation and Kitsune Rush is available. Will be the latter of the two to start it off, but if anyone bet to be in the kill feed at this point in time, none other than Lethal on his signature Sojourn. Looking for Redix in the back, chunks him down to 1 HP, an aggressive slide forwards. Yeah, gets the Juno, but at the cost of his life. Suggs rallying in the spawn after that pick onto Lethal. I think they thought there'd be an opportunity to go in, which there absolutely is. Kappa didn't have that same support, and in fact, a little too confident in how that point was going. What?
Yeah, maybe Mamo, they're chucking in a late ultimate into this. Not sure. I wonder if they're swapping here, Molly. I can't lie. As Admiral now just completely stuck on point. It is not a swap for WBA mode, so it'll stay on the Echo. 87% here for ISU. Still one fight territory to win it here in the Varsity final. Annihilation, Overclock available to try and rush through, but the downpour could stop it. Plenty of ultimates for St. Clair. They just have to make sure they save something.
St. Clair with the better toolbox, but as you said, you use them all at once. Suddenly, doesn't matter how many tools you started with. Main one though, already down. That was the extra burst damage. Hazard perk ended up with the final blow. Here come all these ultimates we were talking about. ISU in a 4v5, and they are fully committing to this fight. Lethal getting shut down out of the overclock, and it's only Kappa running it down mid in classic Kappa fashion. Is if I'm confident he's gonna win it. Lupino gets the kill. Tread still alive, hanging on for dear life, and Redix throws down the orbital ray in a last-ditch attempt to keep his team in this fight in control, knowing what lies in wait if they go down here and now. Trying to leap away, but you can't escape the mates of Admiral when he's locked you into his sights. St. Clair, they have reinforcements coming in a little bit faster, but they're not gonna have any supports for one final skirmish.
Yeah, this is it. ISU just fending them away, but it feels like it's all for naught, Molly.
No, they can't make it there. There was an attempt. There was a push in St. Clair. They did what no other team could. They pushed ISU to their limits, but it just wasn't enough. The Kings of Collegiate get their 12th consecutive title now here in the Varsity Premier Homecoming bracket.
It's just, again, the Kings of Collegiate, they remain at the top. But you gotta give credit to St. Clair.
Wow.
They gave us one hell of a series here in the Varsity bracket final. But it is still ISU, the Redbirds, not only winning the open bracket, but they also win the Varsity bracket. Just unbelievable here from the Redbirds to go 2 for 2. And the first time, obviously, this format has existed to where we have 2 separate brackets for OWC, they go on and win both.
Classic ISU. What else is there to say about that? If there is a national title to be won in any regard, or just for North America in general, expect the Redbirds to show up and expect them to give it their A-game. If there is something that we have learned through our matches today, is that this competition pool continues to get tighter and tighter every single year that we see Overwatch Collegiate come up. Before, it was just ISU running amok. Maybe Northwood or somebody close to it could come up and give them a run for their money, but this year there are multiple teams that can give it a shot, and St. Clair, I think, Jesse, it's pretty safe to say they've added themselves to that list.
Yeah, no, this is 100%. They were added to the list, and to me, this just screams spring is going to be cinema, right? Well, we'll see how everything ends up. We'll see if, the bracket changes, however everything goes, but I think regardless, whether it be here in the Varsity bracket or in the open bracket, we have an unbelievable semester ahead come spring. But for right now, spring is a little bit still in the distance, and the Redbirds are the now.
Yeah, and they're going to remain to be the past and the present of Collegiate Overwatch, but that future, still up for grabs. ISU showed that, they might bleed a little bit, but they will find a way to get back through at the end of the day. It's a 4-2 victory for them over St. Clair for the grand finals here in our varsity bracket. But this is I'm only imagining too, what would have happened if Lethal didn't wake up. He needs a serious shout out for just the amount of pop-off plays that he had at the tail end of the series on the Freya and the Sojourn for both our last 2 Flashpoint games, which cannot believe we got those 2 back-to-back too. So yeah, this was it's cinema today for the finals of our varsity tournament.
Unbelievable games just across the board, whether it be our Varsity Plus final, our open final. Yeah, the open final got a little bit goofy. And then, honestly, this Varsity final, unbelievable between these 2 teams. And yeah, what a way to end the Overwatch Collegiate fall season and homecoming. When we come back, we have an interview from ISU once again, and we'll see who that will be. Stay with us.
What a day it has been here for the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming Tournament. It's sad that it has all come to a close, Jesse, but we couldn't have asked for a better outcome for the day. ISU, they get their 2 wins in both the Open and Varsity, and our Varsity Plus win over to Maryville Academy. But at the end of it, Jesse, if there's one thing we have continued to learn, even if it looks a little dark and grim sometimes, never doubt ISU when it comes to a grand final.
Yeah, ISU, just whenever we get to these playoffs, it feels like they hit a different gear, right? Like, for whatever reason, they're just unstoppable, right? And during this series, again, they got pushed around a lot during this series. St. Clair, they came out punching here in map 1. This Echo Sombra comp was unbelievable on Ilios. And I think that's when we all kind of felt like, okay, this is a little bit different than our previous series. St. Clair are definitely feeling themselves right now, and it showed. Overall, ISU, yes, banger after banger, haymaker after haymaker, but eventually, yes, St. Clair just could not keep up. But man, they gave us one hell of a show.
Yeah, and it is a long day for this team, like 9 hours total of playing between their OWCS practice as well as coming into these tournaments after with very minimal break in between that. And ISU, all things considered, they can be tired, they can be beaten, but when somebody needs to step up, they will find a way to make it happen, and in this moment, it was absolutely lethal. Towards the end of this series, we got to see him on his Sojourn, a little bit on the Freya as well, but it did get really scary at times. I don't think we've seen ISU be pushed to the limits as much as this. In any other game we've seen them played this season, outside of their one Swiss loss, which was due to some unpreparedness, as we heard, but St. Clair Saints, they gave it their all. They knew that they had a chance. It just wasn't quite enough to break the ice.
Yeah, just not enough. This is where I think the series really changed. I think if St. Clair win this map, we are maybe talking a whole different conversation right now. They were so close to winning it. ISU, though, barely get through, and I think that's when the momentum really started to go back towards ISU's favor. And even though we even go to double flashpoints, we go to New Junk City, which that has to be one of the funniest things we've had today. And they try and pull out the St. Clair special. It doesn't work out in the end. ISU have the answers and are able to push through, but man, just an unbelievable series between these two.
They pushed the limits of each other. We got to see compositions that we haven't seen in a hot minute. And we got to try something brand new. And the St. Clair Saints, and by far the best collegiate Overwatch program in Canada, at the bare minimum and much higher in the eyes of most people after taking the series as far as it went. And I like that they brought out the St. Clair special with their Malga Reaper comps, but it's not like an unfamiliar territory for Kappa for the remainder of ISU. It was meta for an entire year. St. Clair profited off of it before. They just couldn't do it this time. Lethal hit his shots on the Sojourn when it was needed, and they ended it in 6. No 7-map series to come out today, and for the sake of ISU, I think they were going to be A-okay with closing it out there. And finally, we do have Goose joining us on the desk for a winner's interview, the coach and substitute for the Redbirds. Goose! First of all, hi. How are we feeling after that game? Congratulations. That's 2 titles now for your team after 2 best-of-7s today.
Very, very tired is how we're feeling. That's also partially why I'm here. Most of our players were in a triple block scrim before the best-of-7s even started today. So all of them really wanted to get food and were hungry and tired. So I was willing to let them off and, they get to go do what they're wanting and honestly sleep. Most of them were getting really tired by the end there.
Oh, I can imagine. This was a very long day. Obviously, you have 3 players out in Portugal for OWCS boot camp ahead of World Finals. How did you guys manage that? Obviously, time zones are weird. And like you said, they had a triple scrim block before because obviously OWCS World Finals are soon. How did you guys really try and tackle that this weekend?
Honestly, it's a lot of just communication and being prepared on the front end. There's a nice feature in Discord which lets you put kind of a timestamp that'll adjust to what time zone you're in. We use that a lot to make sure that everyone knows exactly when the match is. That's something we learned in the past especially having these international players. That we really have to do that. Like even when we were first trialing a lot of players, it was, oh, right, we can't just say this time. We should make sure it's kind of localized and all the different time zones are covered so everyone knows exactly what the plan is, knows exactly when we need to be here. And then, of course, just sending out reminders a lot, especially with the rolling schedule, because then you can't exactly put a timestamp on that.
Yeah, and obviously, going into that series, obviously, it was a quick 4-0 against Fisher during the Open Final. This one got a little bit more interesting. St. Clair able to pull a few maps away. What were the comms like? Because obviously, Kuffa was very confident when he left us here in the interview. So how did the comms kind of develop here as the series went on, as even 1-1, 2-2 as we go onwards?
I mean, the communication, it definitely got a lot more honed in as the game went on. But a lot of it was, we had a quick turnaround between that 4-0 with Fisher. We had to get several players from their home setups to our facility because we've been having issues with our facility PCs, with massive frame drops, randomly closing the game constantly. And so we didn't want to risk having both tournaments on those PCs. So we had a very tight timeline between the games to get our players from one place to the next. And so, trying to get everyone set up in time was really hard. To make sure that would work out. And then, you could see that we were a little flustered at the start of this series, maybe not as prepared as we could have been because we were trying to get everything set up. But luckily, our team is the best at locking in when it matters, making sure that we're not leaving anything on the table at the end of the day. And honestly, St. Clair put up a really good fight. There's a lot of times that we actually were just really slow to pick up on an answer because they were playing so well. A really good job from them. But luckily, ISU was able to remain strong.
I love the respect towards the opponent too, because we were also impressed with St. Clair's. Like, it was almost in our eyes less of what's going on with ISU and more so, wow, St. Clair's doing really well today. So like even hearing that from you, from an outside perspective, supporting ISU, of course, that you saw the same thing is a very good shout out to them too. But at the end of the day, Goose, it's ISU, it's the Redbirds, and you know very well, you've been on this team for a while, even if you haven't been on the starting roster. You've been with them every single step of the way, and yet again, you have managed to take not only one, but 2 titles in the fall homecoming season. And I need to know, from the perspective of ISU, you had your varsity program sunset. Like, what does this really mean for you, and what can we expect in the upcoming semester for the continuation of ISU and Collegiate?
I mean, I think we're really lucky to be able to stay together here despite everything that's happened with the program. And I think all of us have a similar mindset of not only for ourselves, because all of our players want to win every game they possibly can, but looking back at our program, it's so historic and it's won so many times in so many different eras. I mean, the other day, Lethal was talking about how it's funny how he's, despite there being so much time, Lucio Kiri's been so strong. He's played it with like 4 different support duos on the ISU team and won tournaments with 4 different support duos on the ISU team playing that. And so it's one where right now, if we see a championship potentially ahead of us, we need to live up to the history of our team and we can't disappoint our past selves or our future selves. We can keep pushing. We're going to keep going as long as we're able to in this situation. And so at the end of the day, it's win or go home.
The Redbirds have left quite a legacy in the collegiate Overwatch space, if not the best. It is honestly going to be impossible to disrupt, especially with on the track that you guys seem to be going. So, again, thank you so much, Goose, for taking the time to come on here and speaking with us. Before I let you go there, last chance, handing it over to you. Final shout-outs, any other words that you want to say on behalf of the ISU players and program?
Honestly, just shout out to all of our players for always putting in 110%. Oh, it's I think it's close to 2 a.m. for our players over in Portugal. So, really good on them to, stay so locked in. And thanks to everyone who's always supported us. We really appreciate it. We see that, and it really helps motivate us every day. And, we wouldn't be here without it.
ISU will have fans wherever they go within the collegiate Overwatch scene. That is for sure. And their legacy will always be there as well, especially in Arne's homecoming tournament of the year. Thank you, Goose, again, for your time, giving us that bit of insight. And once more, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will see you next time. Hope you two can get some rest, because it's been a long day for ISU and for everybody that has been involved, particularly them though, since they had the back-to-back grand finals.
Yeah, I didn't know they had a triple scrim blocker for
That's
like
insane.
rough. That is rough, but that's like peak OWCS. You know, we're prepping season, so I understand it. But man, one unbelievable run here from ISU. Now make it 12 consecutive for ISU as we take another one final look here at our bracket, starting off with open. ISU is a 4-0 sweep over Fisher after they ISU knocked out Winthrop yesterday in a 3-1 banger. But yeah, the side that was just full of Goliaths on the left, it was ISU who prevailed.
Yeah, we've heard it from them time and time again that they were in the bracket half of death, and not only even like in the half, but even like the quarter. It was kind of scary there for a minute, and they knew if they were able to make it to these finals that the confidence certainly would rise for them. And there are teams that did rise to the challenge, and St. Clair was by far the one of them. I think they are the biggest surprise of this tournament with how dominant they were in a lot of their matchups, particularly over Bellevue, and especially today when they managed to take 2 maps off of Illinois State, something no team has been able to do this year other than Northwood in their Swiss stage loss. So an incredible set of matches that we've had through this tournament, as we had a total of 32 teams across both of our brackets compete.
Yeah, just an unbelievable tournament across the board in both brackets. And just what a way to finish it out here on Championship Sunday with some unbelievable games, especially this last grand final. But my oh my, what a year to remember. And again, this was the return of Overwatch Collegiate. Obviously nothing official in the spring. Kind of left a giant question mark in Overwatch Collegiate about what was coming next. And this new format comes out, and it's just been unbelievable for these teams, and just for the scene in general. Felt like it was a lifeline that the scene desperately needed. And now, you know, we have teams like ISU, 12 consecutive. They'll be going for even more come spring, but just an unbelievable run. And before I hand it off to you to close us out, I gotta say thank you, Brandon, Isaac Birdie, Kyle, everybody, 606 in the back end of production, all the NACE and Blizzard staff that have helped out, Reno, Riley, JJ, Kyle, everybody who has been helping out in the back. It's just been an unbelievable tournament across the board, and it's just a beautiful way to end it out here tonight.
Yeah, you don't know how much ends up going into these tournaments behind the scenes for all of those wonderful people that are involved, as well as our sponsors, In Touch Credit Union and ASUS. Thank you so much for supporting the collegiate Overwatch scene. But as you said, Jesse, all great things, they got to come to an end eventually. It's been a pleasure here to bring you the collegiate matchups of the semester. We've had some wonderful competition to be highlighted throughout our homecoming tournament, and I hope you too have understood how beautiful this scene can be, and the passion and the hard work that these students put into their craft to add on to their collegiate career further. That's going to do it for us. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and we will see you again in spring for some more collegiate Overwatch.